Page 17 of this.
what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that change your destiny.
Why, hello, chat. How are you doing? This is my third day without just one app that helps me communicate with chat, and uh it's already driving me bonkers. Not as bonkers as if I were to, I don't know, say eat an all carnivore diet for 7 years, and it, to the point where I react to even an apple cider with some kind of existential angst and anguish, right? It's not quite like that, but it's still annoying. Let me let me make something happen so that at least I can see chat. I got so accustomed to it, chat, when you have like an app that actually does what you want for once and you're just like, "Ah," and you get spoiled and you get used to it. And then you have to go back to like the trashy world of like chat on screen, which is trashy, trashy, trashy. Come on, would you please load? Thank you. Thank you for loading. So I can at least see chat. That's the very bare minimum that I can do as a streamer, is to communicate with you in chat. Through the... There it is. Through the magic of unified chat, I summon thee. I summon thee. There you are. Sort of. Like not the chat that's already happened, of course, but the new chat. Yeah, so yeah, we did finally watch the What If Alt Hist. Do y'all know What If Alt Hist? What If Alt Hist is like the newest right-wing lolcow. And I found out why yesterday. I think we've watched the coming incel revolution. That was one of the things that the incel rebellion. What does the title mean? It means that this guy hasn't eaten a vegetable in 7 years. And it turns out you don't need vegetables. They tell you you need fiber. Not so. Not so. They tell you you need a vegetable. Not so. I can go and have my colon cleansed anytime at Michaela's colon cleansing shop. I don't know. Yeah. Apparently you don't need a vegetable. You don't need you don't need fiber. It healed his gums. It heals everything. It heals what ails you. Just eating an all meat diet for 7 years. Its only thing is he misses the dairy products, which at this point, I feel like if he ate a dairy product, he would probably turn into a diarrhea rocket, right? You know what I mean? He would launch himself into orbit with the diarrhea that would shoot. Like, I don't think he could handle it at this point, right? I love that that's what he misses of all the things, right? He's like, oh, you know, if I could just have a nice cheese pizza, that maybe without the crust. Why is he wearing a medieval tapestry? Well, do you know about this? We've got 12 rules for life, right? Jordan Peterson, Mr. 12 Rules. He got famous off of 12 Rules. He's written other books. Chev has a new interview today. Novara Media just dropped it. Nice. He's got 12 different rules for life, right? That, you know, your life, it's like clean your room. Clean your room. That's one of the rules. Stand up straight. Eat an all meat diet. No, I don't know if that's what, I don't know all of the rules, okay? I can't be certain of what, you know, all of the rules are, but I do know that there's 12 of them, and that not maps of meaning is what he made his money off of. If you're into the Jungian stuff, that's in maps of meaning, right? And it's kind of similar to like what we saw yesterday. Look, I'm tempted to maybe go into that what if alt history video again, just because like I didn't feel like I was in the I was tired. We had already gotten through an entire Riley Grace Rochong interview of the newest Destiny orbiter, the newest progressive victory hire. Can I show a picture? Oh, of what happened at Biden's commencement speech? Yeah. As long as this is not a trap to get me to do something TOS, yeah. Yeah, if you got something that you want me to look at on screen or, you know, react to or something, the best place to put it is in stream suggestions. Now, there's a lot of stuff that goes into stream suggestions. It's a pretty busy channel on my Discord, so I can't guarantee I will get to absolutely everything, but I try to get to whatever I can. Ash Sarkar interviews an expert on incel psychology. An expert, you say? Speaking of Dr. Frankenstein, like an actual expert? Because I feel like there's a lot of experts on incels that are feeding them this idea of like, no, you really are an incel. Like, you know, women would never come anywhere near, and it's because of your skull shape. You got the wrong skull shape. You got the wrong bone structure. You got, you know, several options. You can go to the Alpha Chad training program, learn to mew. Right, that's when you put your. How does mewing work, chat? Let me try to mew. That makes my chin less prominent, right? Mewing. There's a Dr. Mew. Was that his name? Was his name actually Dr. Mew? There was some like natural health weirdo, some graham cracker crunchy motherfucker that came up with a method, right, for looking like the proper alpha chad, having the proper jawline. And I think it is like literally like you put your tongue on the roof of your mouth and just push up into it until you break through into your nasal cavity, right? That's no, I don't know. I'm exaggerating. An all meat diet thing is kind of a reactionary thing than anything that's that's supported by research. William Costello studies incels, not their Okay, wait, not their victims. You were not given permission to use my likeness for profit. My attorney will be serving you with cease and desist papers. Wait, how did that work for you with Hasanabi Fix, Dr. Peterson? I remember not so long ago we were covering a Hasanabi industrial complex channel called Hasanabi Fix that now I will admit they are a dastardly clickbaiter, right? They are an expert on finding an old Hassan clip that I've already seen and selling it to me as something new, right? And they did this with this one. Like that, oh, you know, something Jordan Peterson, you know, it made it sound like something new had happened with Dr. Peterson, and it wasn't anything new. It was something old. That case is still ongoing. I need a Kermit the Frog here. Like to go, like I need a hand puppet of Kermit the Frog, or whenever I have to like talk to Dr. Peterson. Oh my God. But yeah, like I said, we got Dr. Peterson today. We got Nick Fuentes. I talked about this yesterday on the Premium Streamium. not everyone was able to watch that, unfortunately, so I think I might go over, well, I want to go over that again. The problem with it is that there's a clip, right? Yeah, I guess I can't show you the clip, can I? The SM7B microphone is now, I think it's 81% funded, actually. And thank you to everybody contributing to the throne. We are almost there. We almost have a replacement seat for Waluigi. We're kind of worried about his posture. If you notice, not the greatest posture, right? Maybe he could afford to. No, he's been mewing. Look at that. Look at that chin line. Look at that Chad. Look at this Chad right here, right? He just needs to get his posture better, and that's from standing up straight and cleaning his room. A model that does the Michaela diet. Microphone is 79% furry. Well, we need a furry. Wait, when you're saying furry microphone, are you talking about like a oh my god, like an ASMR mic? Like one of those microphones that you clickety, you stroke the microphone? That would be so weird. Yeah, I've seen those before, right? There's some people on Twitch that are really hardcore into ASMR, and I don't just mean ASMR like as in, talking softly or anything like that. I'm talking about like ASMR that is like it's like there's more than ASMR going on there, right? There's something else, like it's libidinal. Yeah, the clickety clack microphones. So furries are real, only if you want them to be. Oh, it's like the furry to keep the plosives. Do I have a lot of plosives, chat? Do I have problems with plosives? Do I ever say it like when I do a P, or what else, what are the other plosive sounds? Oh, you spit on the mic? Yeah, I always spit on. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, chat. That's inappropriate. It's very 80s Madonna, right? Yeah, it's a very Lucky Star. The ones that do ASMR, but it's about them eating tons of different. Oh, wait, they crunch food like celery. Like what kind of food? Wait, that's a ASMR? I usually get yelled at by chat for eating food on stream, and I sort of get why. Like, cause like I don't know, I have this thing when I watch a Hassan video. I always get the Hassan video where he is eating and trying to explain something with food in his mouth, and it does kind of annoy me, I guess. Um, Wait, as with all leftist programs, this one has already devolved into shut? Oh, smut. Okay, smut's better. New no comment chick. Yeah, no clackety chick? I don't know. Stirring pots with blocks of wood. Oh, rice with saffron crust? Wait, that sounds good. Oh yeah, chat's trying to make me hungry. But you're not going to be successful this time, because I've already eaten mashed potatoes and lentils. It is so good. Disregard Jordan B. Peterson, really? I have to talk to the celebrities. I have to talk to the VIPs in chat. Oh, you were promised smut, yeah, and we're gonna get to that maybe. So yeah, I wanted to like re-watch the What If Alt His thing, because it was just, there's so much there, and I feel like I didn't get enough out of it, because like I said, I watched RG. We started off with Mudahar, right, which was annoying. It's a very annoying situation to me, because like I have dealt with Keffals. I have been the victim in some small ways of Keffals. I never paid for the GoFundMe stuff, so it's not like that or anything like that, right? But she's definitely mentioned me on stream, and but like I know about Keffals, right? But at the same time, like Mudahar just keeps on throwing shit in there that's got nothing to do with it, that just distracts from it. Like the thumbnail. The thumbnail is like, now everybody's talking about the thumbnail. There's literally a Bo Black's video. Maybe we'll watch it today. What, Twitter versus? Yeah, Twitter versus is Bo Black's. Wearing headphones whilst listening to a Hassan stream where he's eating is always a jarring experience in my ears. I could see how that would be a thing, 'City of Doors. 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 No Comment Chick is like the Dick Tracy of the grifters. Oh, okay, I see that. Because the grifters are weird. The grifters are truly weird. I will hit the like button if you can get through the episode without defaming me. Well, I mean, like, how am I going to take away your fame? You've got... Oh, yeah, I was trying to explain to people, Dr. Peterson, about your 12 suits for life, right? So they know about the 12 rules for life. Some of them might even know about 12 more rules that happened a few years later. We went back to the well and we did 12 more rules because that's a successful formula. People, were willing to pay for 12 more rules in case they were different somehow. And, obviously I mentioned your book, Maps of Meaning, that you wrote prior to all this. But I haven't mentioned the 12 suits, the 12 supervillain outfits, each one of them symbolizing one of Dr. Peterson's original rules. Now, we don't have the second set of suits yet, as far as I understand, right? Are those... Yeah, thanks for mentioning... Yeah, nobody gets the deep cuts, Dr. P. Nobody does the deep cuts. Like, Maps of Meaning is true. It should be a crowd favorite. Like, I don't know. I feel like I should have a segment where every single day I take like 2 pages from Maps of Meaning and I read from them, and then you can sue me for that too. You can you can just like forward it all to your lawyer, clip it, send it to the lawyer. We're good. Let's look at the 12 rules that women have agreed upon. Oh, yeah. So these are the 12 suits for life, right? That correspond to the 12 rules for life, like the one that's 2 different colors. And you're like wondering, why is his suit 2 different colors? There's a reason for that. It's because it's heaven and hell. He's got the heaven side and he's got the hell side. And I don't remember what the actual rule is, but it has something to do with heaven or hell. What if Alt Hit cites Dr. P's books? He's supposed to put them in the bibliography in the description. Chat, you're gonna have to teach me a little bit about what if Alt Hits, because I'm a little bit late to this party. It feels like other people have already been doing content, and I just wasn't sure why. I was just kind of like, an alternate history channel? Really? Really? That's what you want me to watch? You've seen Two-Face and the Riddler outfits? Yeah. Oh, thank you, Genghis Khan. That's very sweet of you. Alt history is almost always... That's what I mean. I don't want to like make a, because literally all it is like, you imagine like, what if something in history had gone differently? Like, what if they had discovered iron first and bronze second, and instead of a Bronze Age collapse, we had an Iron Age collapse? And then would that mean that we would then have an Iron Age pervert writing a book about the Iron Age mindset and blaming matriarchy for all the problems in life? Quoting Nietzsche, using aphorisms, using baby talk to get across points about society and the way that he thinks it should be? Would we have then an Iron Age pervert? It's a good question, right? That's the kind of... See, and there's nothing wrong with that kind of exploration, right? It's like more like the stuff where they're like, what if... go with me here. What if the South had won the Civil War, right? What if, oh my God, what the fuck is his name? Nathan Bedford Lane had gotten the message to the Confederate general that he was supposed... Is that right? There was like a message from, like, and this is the whole Birth of a Nation thing, right? They had a message that they were supposed to deliver, and part of the... I mean, like, at least in popular culture, the lost cause gets symbolized as that idea. If Nathan Bedford Lane had just made it a little bit further, he made it so far. He's such a brave man. He's such a noble man riding on his horse. And if he had just ridden a little further and gotten that message where it was supposed to go, then maybe things would have been different. So, yeah, what if? Exactly, what if? Oh my God, did I read the wrong name? Is his name Nathan? I'm really bad at my KKK history, chat. I'm sorry. I don't know my KKK figures well enough, apparently. What if the Confederates did turn into dragons? The dragons of chaos? Oh, they did. Yeah, they turned into Cyclops. They turned into dragons. They turned into all manner of strange, mysterious... Wait, what is it called? The J.K. Rowling thing? Something beast? Magical beasts? What is it called? That other book that she wrote? Something beasts and where to find them? Any Hogwarts? A fantastic beast. Thank you so much, Amy Buchanan. It's fantastic. Skibbity toilet beasts and where to skibbity toilets and where to find them. Fantastical turfs and where to find them. Yeah, fantastic beasts. And yeah, they turned into all kinds of fantastic beasts who would later be documented by J.K. Rowling in her further expansion of the What if that, oh my god, chat, I feel like the KKK would probably exist in the Hogwarts universe. There's already enough like racist shit in there already. They would fit right in, wouldn't they? Maybe the turfs could just wear the outfits and no. So yeah, like I'm trying to think of like, oh my god, I have to like literally look at my playlist to like remind me of what. Oh yeah, there's some kind of drama. Do you remember the Sam Poole? Do you remember the Sam Poole Tim Cedar drama? You remember that whole thing? Sam Cedar was supposed to go out to Tim Poole's skate mansion compound during the height of COVID. At least that's what Tim Poole thought. But Sam Cedar was actually quite clear that he was not going to go to West Virginia. He was not going to be in the same studio as Tim Poole, who, like, I think his whole cast, like, right? I think the whole crew of the Tim cast at one point got infected, right? So it's probably a good call on Sam's point if he wants to remain as COVID free as possible to not do that. And he was assuming that like anybody else during the pandemic that Tim would just like have him phone it in. So yeah, he did want to be on Tim Poole's show. He was willing to debate Tim Poole. What he wasn't willing to do was actually come out to West Virginia. But somehow Tim got in his mind that Sam was going to be there, and he thought that Sam was just being a drama chaser, being a drama. What do people call me? A drama channel? What's the pejorative, chat, of drama? No drama chick? Then Sam released the whole text chain. Yeah. And this like really goes back. There's like a whole, like I've been trying. I've got a video, like, I don't know. It's not half complete. It's much less than half complete. It's like a fraction complete. I've got the bones, let's just say. A defamation channel. Thank you, Dr. JBP. A drama llama. That's what Samantha Banana called me. Drama llama from Samantha Banana. And then she told me to eat shit in her hair. Wait, eat her shit and hair, something like that. And it just makes me think that like her hair maybe smells like shit. I don't know what she was trying to say with that, but whatever it was. Tim Poole represents the shallow. Okay, let's not talk about people's genetics here. We're gonna get really ableist really fast if we're not careful. The shallow end is the baby PN. That's true, Michael S. I was one of those babies. Peeing in the pool when I thought no one could tell. No one will ever know I'm in a pool full of water. I can just pee right into the pool. Yep. That's what I thought as the little baby me was like, I'm getting one over on everyone. That's the best feeling, chat, when you're a baby and you're getting one over on everyone. I hope to be a better representation of people named Tim. I bet there's people named Tim Poole. Like that's gotta be a super common name. Just re-chatting this because it made me laugh so hard. Fantasy feeks and where to bury them? I mean, in the litter box, maybe? That's where I would go. The water turned green. Yes. Does that really happen? Because there is what's it called? There's chlorine in the pool. Right? Usually. Some people don't do chlorine pools. Isn't there like a natural health thing where some people like are just really, they're like, chlorine is so bad for you and you should never put it in your pool? There's like an argument, right? If I was named Tim Poole, I'd feel like I had to change my name. I've seen a full turd in a public pool once. Are you sure it wasn't a Baby Ruth? I've seen a movie where it was actually a Baby Ruth or a Butterfingers. I don't remember which. It was one of those candy bars. Maybe it was a Kit Kat. No, a Kit Kat wouldn't work. Egg white pools? Really? Wait, isn't there something like there's like Salt, right? Some people do salt pools because, like, right, salt kills germs. Wait, to Frank Ocean, Baby Ruth was in Caddyshack. Oh, I thought it was that other one, the one with the Goonies, right? That wasn't from Goonies? What's the pirate's name from Goonies? I forget. I got into this chat because I really like Cyndi Lauper, you know? Cyndi Lauper I think is really cool, and she's one of these celebrities that you kind of think that, like, okay, dude, she's like, she's from the 80s. She's literally from the 80s, right? So you think that, like, okay, maybe she was cool then, maybe she saw your true colors shining, but she's got to be like, yikes now. She's got to have gotten into the Roseanne Barr phase of things. She took Ambien and she said the N-word with Destiny on the Bridges podcast. But no, actually, Cyndi Lauper has done none of those things, right? All Cyndi Lauper did, okay, was she hung out with wrestlers. And I think that's kind of cool. Like, I sort of admire that shot, and I still want, like, well, look, we've hung out with one wrestler. That's Kid Bandit, right? I still want to hang out with wrestlers. I feel like we should bring Kid Bandit back on, talk to Kid some more, and then like, I need to find out, like, you know, what wrestlers would be cool to talk to. Sounds like Cruella Braverman's bastard son. He claimed to be the pardon of color, Sperdon. A pardon of color. Oh, person of color. Okay, oh my god, I'm like, what's a pardon? Me and my friends were just talking about Roseanne. Roseanne is in the new Daily Wire movie. You know about cartoon? Yeah, the new Daily Wire cartoon by Adam Carolla. It's a script. It's a treatment that Adam Carolla. What is the deal with Adam Carolla? And I'm not trying to be Jerry Seinfeld here. I just really want to know, how did Adam Carolla ever become famous? What is it? Why Adam Carolla? He's got to be like one of the least funny people I've ever seen. He's never made me laugh. Did a Stormy Daniels on Richard Gere? Wait, what? It is so bad. I watched Dead Domain cover it. I don't know how to cover that stuff without getting copyright claimed. I'm always getting copyright. More like no copyright chick, right? He is a prodigy. He's a prodigy and misogyny. Stephanie Sterling, yeah, true. She is a wrestler. I have entertained the same question myself, but yeah, so that's why I got into Goonies, because, like, I saw a video by Cyndi Lauper, and it was like a 3-parter, and it was related to the Goonies, and I realized, like, I kind of knew about this, right? There was some cultural reference that I absorbed at an early age about the Goonies. Maybe my parents showed it to me. I don't know, but, like, but then, like, you know, I don't think I've ever seen, like, I don't know, I must have been really young, right? So then I watched the movie and I was like, okay, well, I mean, like, aside from the obvious not so great ableism that's definitely in the Goonies, like, it didn't age well. I guess I'll say. I guess I'll say. Yeah, that's what I didn't remember, that part of the Goonies, right? I didn't remember that they had a whole thing. Is it the Hey You Guys thing? Wait, I thought that was like a Nickelodeon show. Wait, what is the Nickelodeon? Isn't there like a Nickelodeon show where they say Hey You Guys? Or am I thinking of something else? Am I thinking of something else entirely? Adam Carolla made me laugh a long time ago on Loveline. Loveline. But then I never was listening when he said, oh, okay, so he wasn't, like, super conservative when he first came out or something? Wasn't Hey You Guys a line from the electric company? Like, which electric? Like the ads where they're like, don't stick your fingers in the plugs, because if it will electrocute you. Be smart like this bug. Play it safe. Don't get fried. Don't pee on electrical fences unless you want to die, something like that. There was some kind of electrical company ad that was like, don't get electrocuted. It's a really bad idea. It was literally a PSA of like, don't get yourself electrocuted. It's very bad. I think it was Electric Company. It's a weird sketch show. The only sketch show I remember on Nickelodeon was, oh my God, what the fuck was it called? I can't remember it. What was the sketch show on Nickelodeon? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Electric Company was an old kid show. Morgan Freeman was in on it his first gig. It had live action Spider-Man bits. All that? Was it all that? There was a gym near me that had a pool that was filled with magnesium. So wait, what all can you put in your, there's other stuff besides like chlorine, but like, is that when is that when the pool turns green? Is if you pee in, is there a thing where if you pee in a pool, it will turn green? Cause like, you know, baby me did not know that. I don't know. I might have been just like, you saw a baby turd once? Adam Carolla might have been really that conservative all along. Only would hear occasionally sessions from Love Lines. I didn't have that much exposure to him. They interviewed bands I liked. She's all that is all that comes to mind. Yeah, she's all that. The United States is Billy Joel. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into why the United States might be Billy Joel. Oh, it's a Dan Schneider thing. That's the foot guy, right? Well, that's one of the feet guy. There's so many feet guy. I gotta keep chat. Okay, let me see if I have this straight. Okay, we got because I get these people mixed up, right? Dan Schneider, the Nickelodeon foot guy. The reason that one of Nickelodeon's logos was literally a foot, the reason that there was so much weird foot stuff just randomly in Nickelodeon shows is because of Dan Schneider. Now that is not to be confused with the other foot guy, that being Chugga Conroy. Chugga Conroy, a Pokemon YouTuber who, you know, feels like if you got big and smelly feet, that you got the best of both worlds. You're really lucky to have those big, smelly feet. Please, you know, bring them over here or whatever, right? That's Chugga Conroy. And then the other person I get mixed up with Chugga Conroy is Leo Convoy, right? There's Leo Convoy, not different than Chugga Conroy. Leo Convoy is into the Transformers and the Thundercats, and he threatened some kid in Discord. Have I got it straight? Am I remembering this right? I thought you were gonna say Quentin Tarantino. Is he a foot guy? I don't even know that. You were unaware of Pokey Feet. Adam Carolla is the original Joe Rogan. People listen to him for his interviews, and then he turns out to be conservative dingus. That other guy is addicted to the N-word, not Destiny. Which guy? Adam Carolla? He's the foot guy. Wait, Quentin Tarantino? Oh, is Quentin Tarantino addicted to the N-word and to feet? Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 got me into feet. Look, I mean, like, I gotta admit, I don't understand the feet thing, but it's like, whatever. You know, people are into stuff. You know, it's like, I'm sure I'm into some weird stuff. I can't think of it right now, the weird stuff that I'm into, but I'm sure. Oh, wait, no, here's a weird thing about me, all right? When I get turned on too fast, I one in chat if you relate to this at all, right? Because I don't know how, I think it's not like entirely uncommon, but if I get turned on too quickly, I sneeze, which is a very strange reaction to have in such a situation. It's a very inappropriate sort of reaction, right? It's like not the reaction that you would expect in such a situation, but there is something about the wiring of my nervous system that causes a sneeze response. And it's not just when I get turned on, right? It's like if it happens all of a sudden, then, and the more all of a sudden, the harder I sneeze. Anime characters get nosebleeds when they're turned on too fast. So this is a thing? I mean, I don't ever get a nosebleed. I just get like the twinge in my nose and I have to sneeze. And it's like automatic. Like, and it hurts too. It's like painful. Like if the more intense it is, like, cause the more quickly it happens, then the more intense the sneeze is and the more it kind of like hurts. So it's not exactly a sexy thing. It's just a weird thing. It's a thing if you're an anime character. Irene probably blushes too, I'm sure. That sounds really unpleasant. I mean, only for a second. It's understandable the anime nosebleed thing is based on reality. I didn't know that it was based on reality. Erectile tissue in your nose? There's erectile. Oh my God, chat. Now we got foot people. We're going to have nose people. And I feel like nose people would be into me. They would hear this about me and they'd be like, ha ha ha. They'd be like, I'd be like their favorite person. I know I'll write part. That's kind of tempting too, right? To be with a fetish person that is literally like, there's something about you that they're bonkers for, right? And it's like, you got them, right? Because you're the turned on sneeze girl and they can't find that anywhere. You got a monopoly on turned on sneezes. Maybe not a monopoly. There's got to be other people. Like, I've read that this is not entirely uncommon. I've read that, like, I've looked this up online and other people report the same thing. So it's not just a weird thing. I'm not making it up. I'm not just trying to get, clout off of being turned on. No, like, this will get turned around. Somebody's going to clip me and they're going to make it sound like I get turned on by sneezing. They're like, every time she sneezes. Oh no, they'll say that every time I sneeze that I'm turned on. Then they'll clip me sneezing and they'll be like, oh, she was turned on by, something inappropriate. I don't know. Something weird. And then they'll start to speculate. Chat, I only say this because I've had this happen before, right? When the internet took an interest in me after the whole Dylan Burns thing, right? I had some people making some weird speculations about me. This is why I don't talk to Lady Raincloud anymore. Like, above, the other weirdness that I experienced before, right? Is that, like, Lady Raincloud was one of these people that goes on another, like a Destiny Orbiter's stream and starts saying, yeah, Irene, she's got multiple personalities is the thing. Different personalities. And I'm just like, where did you get that? Why are you talking about me? Why are you still thinking about me? Why are you still thinking about me 3 years after I stopped talking to you? Like, right? I don't know, right? It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. This is why I don't deal with her anymore. Like, best wishes to her. I hope she's, okay and stuff. I know she was like a victim of, Poppy during the whole Poppy and Xena thing. So, but yeah, I can't deal. She's got a weird thing with me. I can't deal with her. Right. I just don't. In fact, I shouldn't be saying this. I shouldn't even be saying this. Chat, you're getting me all, you're getting me into drama. That's the last drama in the world I want, is drama with somebody that I literally should have like nothing against, right? The whole deal is that she came on my stream as a guest and I enjoyed talking to her. I thought she was very smart. I thought she was an interesting person to talk to. We didn't exactly agree on all the political issues, but that's fine. That's whatever it is. And then the next week, she expected to come on again. I don't know if somehow she thought that this was like a podcast or something like that, but obviously I've got a ton of content to get to and I couldn't bring her back on, and she took that as being, some kind of a slight against her, and then it just got weirder from then, and that's why she's blocked. I don't, she was DMing me with weird stuff, and I don't know, chat. I'm not trying to talk about that. Like I said, I wish her the best. I honestly do. I wish her the best. And, hopefully she doesn't deal with those issues with other people. So, but anyway, yeah, we got so much to talk about today. You don't know who I'm talking about. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not trying to talk shit on anybody. All right. For the record, just like, but yeah, I have had people speculate, let's just say, in some strange ways about me that make me sound a lot more interesting than I actually am, honestly. I'm just trying to remember what all I've got to cover today. Oh God, no, there's more Destiny. So apparently Hassan did an interview with Wired, and he told them that Destiny says the N-word, which he does. But there's this video that's like, Hassan tells the Wired Destiny says the N-word. Lamau. What are you talking about? You do. You literally do. I've been getting what is it about Destiny fans? Why am I always getting gaslit by these people? First, they told me that I was wrong when I said that he was inductively reasoning his support for Israel. That he starts off from a place of, having a very, he picks his, what he thinks is the truth before doing any of the research, does a bunch of research specifically to arm himself, specifically to give himself ammo to, to side with Israel in every single way. And they were telling me I was wrong. I was wrong. Actually, he was pro-Palestine. Actually, the research made him pro-Israel. It's the opposite. He was deductively reasoning. He was all ready to say free Palestine, and he did the research, and he was like, "Oh, looks like that's a really bad idea. Looks like it's actually the Palestinians that are horrible." And I don't know. It's not true. It's not true. The only thing that I can come up with that's close to true is if you go back to like 2017, 2018. If you go back to like way in the past, right? Before the breakup, before the bridge burning with Hassan, you can find clips of Destiny arguing with alt-right people and, more or less supporting Palestine on some level, right? If you go way back, but I'm talking about since he started doing the research, I'm talking about since October 7th, right? Mr. Octoberelli is known as Mr. Octoberelli for a reason, and it's not because he's a baseball player who shines in the postseason, okay? That is not why. It is because he went from not knowing where any of these places were on the map on October 7th to thinking that he can take down some great academics that have written books about this issue, right? So that was the first thing that Destiny fans started gaslighting me on. Let me show you the second thing. Chat, we are going to get into drama. Is that okay with you? Is that okay? We're going to get into drama. I'm sure that this won't go badly at all right? With Mr. Octoberelli's fan base. That is what we're doing today, all right? To start off the stream, we're going to get to Peterson. Don't worry. Don't worry. He's the main attraction. He's the main issue. I will spend most of my time talking about Dr. Mr. Jordan B. Peterson the third. No, wait, he doesn't have a honorific like that. That's not an honorific. What do you call the thing that's like the third, the second, the junior, the senior? What is that called? Is there a name for that? What team does Destiny play for? Probably the California Angels, if I'm guessing. No, the Nebraska. The Nebraska Cornhuskers. That's it. He pretends to be. Is it a suffix? Thank you, Karen Hall. Yeah, suffix makes sense. It's a suffix? Suffix. Okay, I'll take that. I got secondhand embarrassment from what? What did I give you secondhand embarrassment with? Oh, Tammy Peterson is Jordan B. Peterson's wife. Yeah, I got accused of talking about Keffel's life and stuff. I was like, I don't really like to talk about people's lives, and the Keffel's fan is like, yes, you do. You're talking about Keffel's life right now. I'm talking about her as a content creator. Please recognize the difference. Andrew, please read what Sarah said. Wait, dudes in chat are bugging? That's what you're talking about. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Well, I mean, listen, here's the deal. All right. You generally don't get banned for disagreeing with me on having a different opinion, right? You don't get banned for anything silly, but if you make the chat a less fun place for other chatters, you might catch a ban. So any chatters that are maybe doing that or maybe bordering on doing that, just check yourself before you wreck yourself. That is the aphorism that is applicable in this particular situation. So that's all I can say right now. I stand behind my mods. Okay, mods will take care of this. And then I trust their judgment. On Shorts it does? Shorts is built different. Oh, you mean just the people that are in Shorts? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It is definitely a thing with Shorts. I can't really explain it. I can't really explain it. I used to think that Shorts was like overall like more conservative than the regular YouTube non-Shorts, but it's weird. It's weird. It's not necessarily so. I have found some cool people. There's some cool people that have found this channel through Shorts, so. But yeah, I'm the one that is instigating today, BCatK, right after I mentioned that at the top of every hour on Twitch, not on YouTube, at the top of every hour, there is a 30 minute, it feels like 30 minutes, but it's actually 3 minutes. There's a 3-minute ad break, an ad break that you can skip, possibly even for free. You can skip it for free. You can skip it for $5. If you have a Twitch Prime, that's when you skip it for free. I get paid less from that, but I actually don't mind, because if you have a Twitch Prime and you give it to me, you can only give it to one streamer, and that actually means a lot to me. So like, we're cool if you use a Twitch Prime to get out of the top of the hour ad break. We are also cool if you use $5 to get out of the top of the hour ad break. The other way that you can become cool is if you get gifted a sub, which can happen, which does happen, but which is more likely to happen when you're active in the chat. All right, so now that we've got that out of the way, let us get to bothering Destiny. That's what I do best. No, like, honestly, it's his fans. I don't blame me. I don't think it's my fault. I think this is a him problem. I don't think this is an Irene problem. I think this is a Destiny's community problem. All right, we're gonna get into the problems with Destiny's community. Listen, okay? Like I said, you're allowed to, chat. You're allowed to share your opinion. You're allowed to disagree with me. All of that is cool. All of that is Gucci. But if you disagree with me in an annoying way over and over again, and you're like not the only one in the comment section who does this, I reserve the right to make fun of you on stream and or on Twitter, right? Just like Sam Cedar can make fun of people on the internet, so can I. So let's take a look at the comment section of a recent video that I put out. A video that seems to have attracted Destiny fans like flies on shit. And I don't think it's a shitty video. I don't think it's because it's a shitty video, right? I'm not entirely sure why this is, but we got a lot of Destiny fans in. And look, I can't go through and answer all of your comments in the comment section. I feel like I replied to some people, but I can't individually go through and reply to everyone's comment. So I thought I would just reply to them on stream. Okay, Mr. Divorcelli is the first comment. Yeah, I think that's true. That's true. Some people read this in Norman's voice as well, right? Saying a word versus calling someone the word is the difference, I think. That's a weird thing, because what are we talking about here? We're talking about the difference here. Let me just like reload this so that we can see the thumbnail. I want to see the thumbnail. No, I want to see the thumbnail. I need to see the thumbnail. Show me the thumbnail. Give me the thumbnail. You suck, YouTube. YouTube, you suck for not showing me the thumbnail. So saying the word versus calling somebody the word is the difference, I think. Okay, so what are we talking about here, though? We're talking about Destiny getting drunk on stream, getting drunk on his own podcast, and getting mad at Dan for not talking towards the mic, right? Dan, like right now I'm talking towards the mic. If I turned over here, this is what Dan was doing. So Dan was turning around and Destiny said, nobody can hear what you're saying. You're not talking to the mic. Dan was being obnoxious. So Destiny gets mad and he says, I'm going to say the N-word. And Dan's like, please don't. And Destiny says, Dan says something like, "What's up?" And then Destiny completes the sentence, "My N-word," with the soft A. Okay, just so I'm not accused of being bad faith, I wasn't trying to say that Destiny was saying the hard R. That obviously would be even worse, but a white dude saying the N-word is kind of fucked up, and it doesn't matter what kind of ending we're dealing with. If the antiquated academic ending, the feminine, and like any version of the N-word, right, is something that you should think twice about saying if you're white. Like, it's just not, it hits differently, right? It's not the same word coming out of your mouth as you know, the anyway. So saying the word versus calling somebody the word. So we're talking about the Destiny, who said, the soft A as, I don't know, a vice signal to literally be a white dude saying the N-word, right? That's why he said it, to show that he is not afraid to say the N-word, and apparently he is very cool, just like Chud Logic is very cool for saying the R slur, for using a playground taunt used by middle schoolers as a 40-year-old man. That is fucking cool, I guess. That makes him zaddy, I guess. I don't know. But like, same thing with Destiny. He's trying to be zaddy, and he's saying the N-word to do it, right? So that's, yeah, he did like say that. I will agree with this commenter that it would be worse if he called somebody the word, right? But it's still bad, right? Also, if they're trying, like, the situation was that Destiny and his community were criticizing one of Hassan's friends, Frogan, for using the word cracker, saying that a take that Ludwig had was a cracker take. So again, Frogan not calling somebody the word. If you pay attention to what Frogan said, Frogan did not say, "Ludwig, you are a..." Frogan said, "That is a cracker take." All right. So again, I don't know what point you're trying to make, but you failed, penguin person. Anyway, I think the C word is not the same as the N word, mostly because the N word happens. It's a very different dynamic of projective judgment that is based on a worldview. Okay, so I don't think I necessarily disagree with this one. It sounds like I'm not, unless I'm misinterpreting what this person is saying. I don't disagree. Obviously, wow is an appropriate reaction lexical. Hello is, I'm okay with that too. I don't know why anybody cares. Saying racist slurs towards somebody is different than just saying the slur. Okay. Yeah, it's different. Does it, like, I just, what I don't get is, like, how does this make Destiny any better? We got another question in comment in the wait, am I on new comments? Newest first, right? Okay, there we go. Because I want to see all the comments that they have to offer. Are you Christian? Good question. Answer? No, but I did fuck your mom. So there we go. You're lucky you didn't get a Sonichu medallion shoved up your butt for that. Anyway, nice question. Let's move on. You obviously have not spent an extended time with Black people. Sorry, let me see if this makes sense. You obviously have not spent an extended amount of time with Black people to know how saying the N-word is not the same as calling someone the hard R N-word. Yeah, no, I do know that there's a difference. I still think it's cringe to be a white person saying the N-word, especially when you're doing so as a freaking vice signal to make yourself cool, to your, like, to somehow try to relate to the Zoomers in your audience, as if, like, yeah, no, that's what Zoomers do. They say the N-word. If they told you that you can't say either of them, well, then that tells me exactly what kind of person you are in front of them. Oh, so you're saying that if I was cool, I would get the pass, right? I would get the pass. And if one Black person tells you that you are cool and you can say the N-word, obviously with the soft A, that then you just say the N-word because you're cool, and it's actually insulting to Black people if you don't. They're offering you They're offering you the pass, and if you aren't going to take the pass, you're actually really bad. You aren't just in the circle, dog. You just aren't in the circle. I'm not in the circle. I'm not in the circle. No, actually, get over it. Oh my God. Okay, so here's the deal. I have been told by black people that even if I am given the pass by one black person, that does not mean that I'm fucking cool to say that shit. That does not mean that I'm cool to say that shit. But yeah, thanks for calling me dog, I guess. Anyway, it isn't about people actually saying it. The issue is if you care about racism so much, why are you engaging in your own racist actions? So that's what they're saying. They're saying that if you don't want people saying the N-word, then you can't use the C word. So you're, again, putting them on equal levels. You're putting them on, that's what the thumbnail is, by the way. Is like, you know, Destiny sitting in between the C slur and the N word, or the C word and the N word, and he's saying, you know, it's the meme from The Office where it's like they're the same, right? So you're saying you're you know, agreeing with that. Anyway, why are you calling someone else a racial slur? Well, I'm not, but I also don't think cracker is a racial slur. Why did Hassan allow? It would be meaningless for me to call somebody a cracker, by the way, if that's what they're asking. Like, it's not something that I do. I just don't have a problem with Frogan saying that Ludwig offered a cracker take. I think that is a, you know, fine statement. All right. I also don't hate Ludwig either, or I don't know. Anyway, chat. Why did Hassan allow his Discord and his chat to use the racial slur against Destiny? You are acting like cracker is a fucking offensive, harmful way of you know, just pulling the rug on somebody, putting somebody in their place. And like I said before, when we're talking about a white supremacist society, the place of the cracker is actually on the top of the fucking hierarchy. So I don't know what kind of argument you think you're making, but you're not making it well. That's my point. That is a hypocrisy. Okay, thank you. Well, you know, you're the hypocrisy experts here, DGG. You can't say that you are anti-racism and then turn around and say racist things. We got to reply to this. Yeah, people keep saying it's not the same, as if people are claiming it is the same. The point is that it's hypocrisy. The point is that you're the hypocrite. The point that you're missing is you are the freaking hypocrite. You're mad at Frogan for saying something that's not actually fucking hurtful, that doesn't have that history, that doesn't have that power dynamic behind it, and then you fucking, you know, use a word that does have that power dynamic behind it as a fucking vice signal. It just means to virtue signal? I'm sorry, I'm not going to hear about virtue signals from vice signalers. All right, next comment. People defending Destiny and arguing, well, actually, or just being openly transphobic without any arguments. Yeah, I think the mods deleted some of the transphobic stuff, so hopefully we won't see that. But yeah, I mean, good point, Michael S. I think the C word is not the same as the N word, mostly because when the N word happens, it's just a different dynamic of projective judgment that is based on the worldview stereotypes. I think I agree with this one too, right? Destiny is based. No, he's not. Your definition of based is racist, capitalist, pro-genocidal freak. More okay. I don't think you need to call them a moron. All right. They're not being great in this thread, but I'm not trying to call them a moron. I'm not trying to call anybody a moron. I don't know why anyone cares. Saying racial slurs towards somebody is different than just saying the slur. Yeah, I would agree that, like, probably calling somebody the N-word with a hard R is worse. That doesn't make this better, though. That doesn't make this okay. And my main point is that Destiny is fucking cringe for doing this. He's doing this for social points, right? He's doing this to make himself cool, and it's not cool. That's why it's so cringe, okay? Anyway, calling anyone a racial slur is racist. It's not about the word. It's not about a word. It's just calling somebody a word. It's not about oh, poor white people. It's hypocrisy of the Frogan woman. Okay, the Frogan woman is a hypocrite, apparently, according to this one. Okay, so there we go. I feel like I've dealt with your comments Don't say that I didn't reply to your comments, because I did. I just did. And I feel okay with that. I feel okay. Are we okay with that, chat? Is that an okay response? I just wanted to make sure to get that all out of the way so that I don't have to actually respond to them in the comments. Those comments are very telling. Yes, those comments are very telling of what D stands for. Those comments are kind of an own on him and his community, and it's proof that nobody watched the video. Nobody got what I was actually saying, right? These are the kind of people, they see Destiny on the thumbnail, they read the thumbnail, and it says, yes, I did get a little immature, chat. I will admit, okay. I did call him Divorcedany. Okay? So, but they see, they see the thumbnail, it's got Destiny, I'm calling him Divorcedany, and they just jump into the comments without watching the video. And if they watch the video, they might actually learn something. If they watch Hassan's video, they might actually learn something, but they're not going to. They're missing the point entirely, right? And they're just resigned to staying ignorant. So there you go. That's Destiny's community. You know what time it is now, chat? It is just enough time. It is just about time to open up a whole new front in this war. Okay, are you ready? Are you with me? And also, yeah, I mean, like, look, if you want to engage with people, if you want to try to enlighten people, if you want to try to argue with people in that video, feel free to, because I feel like what happened is that a bunch of his people jumped on the video. YouTube, the algorithm took that as an example of like, this is the kind of person, this is the kind of watch history that I need to serve this video to. And as a result, they're not serving it to, like, how many of you saw this video? How many of you even got notified for this video, right? I feel like it's just like what I don't want happening is for every video that I do about Destiny to only get served to Destiny people, because then it's just like they get in the comments and they reinforce each other's ignorance. And I don't think that's helpful. So, if you want to help them out, you're welcome to. I am not, asking you to. If you think that engaging with Mr. Divorcelli's fans is probably not great for your own mental health, that is something that I think is completely valid and I totally understand. However, I know that there are probably some of you who have some ideas about who is the hypocrite in this situation. And spoiler, it's not Frogan. So if you're one of those people, feel free to jump in the comments. Feel free to watch that video if you haven't already. Yeah, it's just this weird thing where when a certain kind of person starts clicking on the video more than other people, then YouTube tries to serve the video more and more to that kind of person. And that means that even people that are following me, even people that are subbed to me, don't end up seeing the video. And that's frustrating. That's frustrating because the main thing that I was doing in that video is having a good laugh at Divorcedany's expense. So let's move on. But yeah, I'm willing to try to teach them. It's just like, I don't feel like they're learning. They're not watching my video. So if you want to watch the video and you want to enlighten them on what they're missing, be my guest. That is, but as always, do not harass anyone. Don't take it off platform. Don't do anything messy, especially not on my behalf. I'm messy enough as it is. I'm engaging in drama, chat. I'm up to my nose in drama. I'm up to my ass in drama. Which is implying that my ass and my nose are on the same level. No, we're not doing news and politics today, are we? We're doing people and blogs. Wait. This is more people and blogs, I think. I feel like YouTube's category system needs like a rehash. Like there are categories, there are niches in YouTube, but they're not really reflected in they're not really reflected that well in the category system of YouTube itself. Let's see, got Dr. P in there, and then can we get a poll going? Look, I want to know what your favorite name for Destiny is, okay? Because I'm not done with this drama yet, all right? What is your favorite name for Mr. Bonarelli? Okay, so we got Divorceny. We got Divorcelli. Mr. Octoberelli. What else should we put in there? Dishitty? Hasbarelli? I haven't heard that one before. Density? Mr. Wikipedia, thank you. Mr. Wikipedia. We can't forget that one. That one's strong. Oh, I only have 4 choices, not 5. I thought I could do 5 choices. Nope, only 4 choices. All right, we're good. There we go. Vote, chat. I thought, okay. I feel like I'm gonna get like report that for hate speech. Wait, really? Are you a Destiny fan? Jordan Peterson, I thought that you had some issues with Mr. Octoberelli. Divorcelli. Chat likes Divorcelli. That's what I've been using. I like to bone the bone jokes. Oh yeah, like Bonarelli. All of these are anti-Italian slurs, kind of. I'm supposed to save that for Keffels, right? Since fascism runs in her blood. Anyway, just kidding, chat. That's a parody satire. But you know what's not parody satire, sadly? The fact that this stream only exists by means of your support. And you can support me in any number of ways, right? On Twitch, your support through subs gets you out of the ad break. Your support through donating to me on Stream Elements gets you the ASMR sound that happened a couple nights ago, and I'm kind of hurting for that. I'm kind of hurting for that, right? It's the one thing that gives me ASMR tingles up the spine. I don't get the tingles down the head, right? I guess that's what you're supposed to get with ASMR. I don't quite get that. We're not quite. Maybe a larger donation would. Maybe somebody donates the 1337 amount. Maybe that would be different. You can support me through bits on Twitch as well. If you want to get my attention, you can support another way to get my attention. A great way to get my attention is through super chats and super stickers, which generally stop the stream and I stop and attend to your question and answer your question or gaze in awe at your awesome sticker. Right. There's also ways down in the description that you can help me out. Thank you to everybody who's been donating to me on CashApp or PayPal. That actually really helps because it is immediate and it gets beyond the platforms taking a cut out of it. I will say though that I wasn't aware that CashApp you have to accept somebody's like cash, right? It kept on giving me an email being like, so and so donated to you. Did you know that you got a donation? Did you know that you got money? I'm like, yeah, thanks. I saw that. That's great. Right. I didn't realize that the reason it was doing that is because you have to hit accept or else it's like, okay, it expired. So now I know that. So if anybody sent me money and it expired, I guess I'm sorry. I mean, sorry, but not sorry because you did get your money back. I think that's how that works, is that like it just reverts to you if I don't hit accept. But I now realize that that's actually how Cash App works. So Also, Throne, we are 81%. I checked this morning, and it says that we are 81% of the way towards having a new microphone for Waluigi to sit on, and I'm massively excited about that. Headphone users, you should be as excited about that too, because it'll make my sound way better. It'll make my voice less annoying. If you want my voice to be less annoying, then you can help to crowdfund a new microphone. That's really and again, Waluigi, we're worried about this guy's posture. See, that is some tech neck right there. This guy's got tech neck. We're hoping that the new microphone will be better on his back. So if you if you care about Waluigi, if you care about helping the stream sound better and raising the production value, you can do through that. Also, patron, I still haven't added those. I haven't added those tiers yet, so it's probably a good time to get in because once you become a patron, when I institute the tiers, I think you'll be folded into one of those tiers, and I'll try to like round you up so that you're actually getting more than. So this is a good time to join the Patreon for kind of a deal for your first month. So yeah, you can help me out on Patreon as well. And as always, Thumb Gang, it's the backbone of the stream. We don't get anywhere. Speaking of Thumb Gang, let me get started on the whatchamacallit stream. On the short stream. And then do a little poll here to ask people on shorts. The all-important, all-encompassing question. Have you liked the stream yet? Question mark, right? Answers yes or Thumb Gang. Those are your two options. Only two options, right? I make it easy for you. I make it easier for you to choose by limiting your options. So there we go. Yes and Thumb Gang, and start poll and switch to live chat so I can see everybody's chat, even the toxic chatters. I'll be able to see your chat as well, and then do a little mainstream. I keep forgetting to do this, but I should put a link to the what the fuck is that? Oh no. Oh no. I'm trying to add the mainstream and the Twitch stream so that people that are in shorts, if they want to see it in a non-shorts kind of view, they know where to go. Hopefully this is okay with YouTube and they don't get mad at me for this. Mainstream. Wait. Twitch stream. There we go. I feel like that is everything that we need to be able to get going. Let me pin the message. There we go. Message is pinned. Thumb Gang, engage. All right, we're ready. We're ready. Do we want to follow up with this drama? I feel like we kind of do. I feel like we low-key do. I want to watch the What If Alt Hist. I want to watch the Tim Pool drama because I'm a messy bitch just like you, chat. Just like you, besties. I'm a messy bitch too. Oh no. I feel like we gotta watch this first. I hope you're ready for this.
We have Hassan, Frogan and Ludwig. Now starting with Ludwig and Frogan, Ludwig did a live stream where he shared with the community that he donated 10k to the Palestinian charity, saying it's worthwhile, and he said that he would not pressure his audience to do the same. Ludwig states in the following, so
just to give you some background about the Cracker video, right? This is what the background is.
I personally donated 10k because I think it's worthwhile. If you guys got some bread, I would recommend you donate, but I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks. Some people are going to say that. You know what I mean? Then Frogan was reacting to Ludwig's live stream using the C word, stating that Ludwig...
Why do you have to blur your, this is, I feel like this is, what is it called? Oh my god, I know this game. It's the car soccer game. It's Rocket League, yeah, why is it blurred?
Take is C word take. Here is the clip.
And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate, but I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks.
Okay, so do you see what's going on here, right? Ludwig is not a political streamer. Ludwig is a, you know, just kind of like, right, that's not what his stream is about. But he is a conscious individual and he wants to support a good cause, and he's donating money to Creators for Palestine. So, you know, he's saying, I'm donating $10,000 of my own money to Creators for Palestine, but he feels like that he has to say, hey, if you don't want to do that, that's fine. That's just what I'm doing, right? And it's just kind of like, at this point, you don't need to say that. You don't need to give that caveat, but he's giving it anyway for anybody in his community that's like, fucking, you know, negative on Palestinians, then they don't have to give it. So, you know, Frogan sees this. She gets kind of annoyed, right? Because it's a charity. Like, why should anybody have to give a caveat on a charity? This is not a bad thing that you're doing here, Ludwig. And, but you can see that, you know, she gets, you know, a little pissed off, and
some people are going to say that, you know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
Between
you muted, you fucking, what? That's not a slur. And especially if you're describing his take. So yeah, that was the other thing, is that like people were implying that Frogan was calling Ludwig a salty snack that goes good with what the fuck is it called? That soup. You know what I'm talking about? The oyster soup. Clam chowder. Okay, it's not oyster soup, it's clam chowder. Yeah, the cracker that goes good with oh my god. I just fucked it up. She called him a salty snack that goes good with clam chowder, right? Or no, sorry, she didn't call him that. She said his take was a, you know, that's the kind of take it was.
Between like, hey, I can put my money where my mouth is, but I don't need to put your.
Chat, is freaking me out that word got bleeped on YouTube.
There, I don't need it.
Right, but by the creator, right? By the person making this video.
Debate.
Hey, I know Arabs are dying, but you know, I'm not gonna tell you to donate. Do whatever you want. Interesting. I don't know. Like I said, thinking about it, like think of the Twitch streamers that haven't said Palestine. Think about the Twitch streamers that haven't, or like streamers in general. We're gonna go to YouTube as well. YouTube.
Like, who else would have to, like, you know, if they're mentioning they're donating for a charity, then usually they're like also suggesting, you know, you could donate too, right? I'm Ludwig. I'm a huge streamer. I believe in this. I put 10K on it. So Ludwig did a good thing, right? I'm not mad at the 10K. I'm just, and I'm not really mad at Ludwig. I'm just mad that he felt like it was necessary to put that sort of caveat. It does kind of irk me, right?
Streamers that haven't said Palestine until engagement was threatened. But the ones that got the most for talking about Palestine since October 7th have been me, Caroline, Hassan. What were we talking about? Streamers that actually deserve to be talked. Okay? Streamers that actually deserve to be talked. White
shit talked, okay.
Saviors is like, oh yeah, you know, me, I donated $10,000, but I'm not gonna promote it. Just don't say you donated $10,000. Look, if you're not actively believing, if you don't believe in the cause, and if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep the money. Keep your
Look, I'm glad that he mentioned it. I'm glad that some people in his audience are probably gonna donate too. It does irk me. I'm there with you, Frogan, as far as being irked that for this particular cause that people, you know, feel like they're gonna get they're gonna have to deal with the debater, people wanting to debate them about their choice of charity to support.
$1,000. Keep your little chump change. Like, the fuck? Do you want me to say like congratulations?
After Frogan's reaction, she ends up getting called out on Twitter in the following tweet. This race
J-Stalk, like, now that this guy, did he get banned from YouTube? I don't know what's up with this. Like, he had like a channel where he would mainly bring other Destiny orbiters on stream to talk. We watched the J-Stalk stream about Fresh and Fit versus Daisy. But yeah, now that he's been banned from YouTube, it feels like he's everywhere on Twitter. It feels like he's just, you know, he's gotten invested into Twitter. I feel like that's not a great habit, J-Stalk. Like, Twitter's not good for you. But anyway, he's on Twitter making these posts, making these virtue signals. She's not exactly going after Ludwig. I wouldn't call this trying to cancel Ludwig. I would say that she seems annoyed And I understand why she's annoyed. She didn't call him a salty snack that goes good with clam chowder. She just said that the take had that flavor that he was giving.
This dipshit is actually going after Ludwig for donating 10k to the
He
Palestinian
was giving Zesta, chat. He was giving Zesta.
charity. Why attack him on the basis of race at all? We all know that Ludwig is corny and performative. Just say that next time. Hassan then reacts to a
Still gotta shit on Ludwig, don't we? We still gotta shit on Ludwig. If you're a true DGG soldier, you know that we still gotta shit on Ludwig.
comment in his chat saying that Frogan shouldn't have called Ludwig that, and Hassan states, no, I don't give a shiz about like someone being called a C word, okay? And as someone who is white and is like use that word myself, I think that people are using that to be like this is a racial slur against white people, like it's f***ing ridiculous. Asmongold also shares his take on Hassan saying that you can't be racist towards white people. Here is Asmongold's response.
Oh my god, get ready to be enlightened by the one true Zesta.
I do think that, again,
You know that K could stand for another word too, but I'm not gonna say it because I don't know how Twitch will. Twitch in the past has gone after people for calling others that word. Now, for the record, I've never called anyone that word. There's no point in me calling anyone that word, right? I just don't think it's a slur. I don't think it's a problem if somebody does. And also, for the record, Frogan did not call Ludwig that word. So,
like, this mindset, I think it alienates more people than almost any other mindset. It is probably the most toxic and most corrosive, like online leftist mantra. It is super, super, super bad. And I think it alienates a lot of white people.
it's super, super bad. It's super, super bad. I know I'm alienated whenever somebody says the C word.
Like myself, for example.
You get alienated. It feels like maybe you're not so hard to alienate then.
Like, to me, this is massively alienating.
It feels like you're a little bit fragile there, Asmongold.
Like,
Do you want to talk about this?
never support somebody like that, just out of self-respect. So yeah, and it doesn't mean that like I wouldn't like. It's not like
I mean, I'm sure Frogan's really sad that she will not have you in her audience.
like, for example, like I don't hate Bruce, but like he's racist, right?
He's racist. Oh, he's being racist. He did a racism.
That's it. I don't hate Hassan, but like it is what it is. I said again, Frogan's a f***ing idiot. Like it's not even a question.
The funny thing is that Frogan didn't even insult Ludwig, and now we're insulting Frogan.
He's a moron. Like, okay, like that's pretty easy to say, right? Yeah, it was stupid for her to say that. I don't know why she said.
Yeah, Variant Sigma. It's almost like they fall apart, just like a salty snack.
That's dumb.
Just like a saltine.
And by the way,
They crumble. They crumble.
why Hassan makes excuses for it. It's so counterproductive. It helps no one.
They crumble into the clam chowder of their whiteness.
And all it does is, in my opinion, radicalize people against you.
Moving on to some other news.
Radicalized. Okay, so anyway, that's the story that we kind of covered it. We kind of missed it. I just felt like I didn't entirely, go over what exactly happened. But there you have it. Oh no, why? Really? Is Destiny talking about this again? Chat, I really don't want to spend too much time on this guy, but I am, because I'm messy.
Hassan thinks some swords are okay. What is this? Is this about the cracker?
What is the one drop rule? I'm going to be honest, I don't actually know. I just see it said so much. I think that the one drop, this is my assumption. The one drop.
It's that when you're using Mio, which is a delicious flavor enhancer, a drink enhancer, a water enhancer, you don't really need a lot of it. It's very powerful. It's got a lot of caffeine. It's got a lot of, B vitamins, and you only need one drop in there to make your drink pop. Any more than that, and you might be over caffeinated. Is that the one drop rule? Have I got that right?
Rule is that like if you have any black in you whatsoever,
Mio, sponsor me.
you're too black to be considered white. Every person with any amount of black in them is black. The one drop of blood, you're black. And then that's enough for like a far right person or a Nazi or whatever to hate you. But then their movements are also like super multicultural now as well. So I don't know.
Hassan thinks some swords are okay. What is this? Is this about the cracker thing? Holy shit.
Context.
So I personally donated 10K because
Again, I want to remind people that fascism arises in different ways in different cultures. Different fascist movements have different priorities about the groups that they want to liquidate first. And they will use the idea that maybe they're not actually against this group, or they're not actually against that group, or you're okay if you're in this group as long as you are for Western civilization, as long as you believe in the values, as long as you believe in the mission, right? So yeah, like we need to get our minds out of this idea that all fascism is Nazi Germany. It's not. It arises in different ways, in different. Dugin writes about this, right? His Russian kind of weird third position fascist offshoot is different than Hitler's priorities.
I think it is worthwhile. And if you guys got some extra bread, I would recommend you donate. But I won't throw it on you. You know what I mean? No thanks. And some people are gonna say that. You know what I mean? That's why it's the difference.
This is a cracker take.
About whether that's
Cracker-ass
worthwhile?
take. And if you're not against genocide at this point, like, keep your fucking money. Keep your $10,000.
Ludwig donates $10,000 to the cause that she agrees with, and she calls him a cracker.
Is that my Discord?
Come on, man. What the fuck are you doing?
Two wrongs don't make it right. He was bad and trying to appeal to everyone and not take a real solid stance, but Frogan should.
Hi, oh, hey, what's up? I got limited time because I got to leave pretty soon because I'm going to Vegas tonight, but what's up?
No, I just wanted to come and say hi. I fucking saw you got into shit over the weekend.
Oh, yeah, I'm just fine with people, but don't worry, I got saved by the cheese balls in the end for my unhinged Twitter rant, so.
Weasel!
Somehow we just made it out. Made it alive. How's your, did you like your Keppel's video? I saw you did a big one on her.
Bro,
Oh, this is Turkey Tom.
I'm the CEO of transphobia these days, man. What the fuck?
Really? I feel like even the trans communities don't like Keppel's anymore. I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but...
Yeah, that's true. Trans people do not like Keffels anymore. Oh, and it's Mudahar. It's Mudahar. I'm sorry. I thought it was going to be... Turkey Tom's in here somewhere, but...
Wasn't there a bunch of stuff leaked? Hold on, wait.
That was another transgender activist who did their own analysis into her GoFundMe stuff, too, which was a really good thread.
I don't...
Did I just hear Tim Allen? I did. People of color might want to be one Igor for vampire? Thank you for the super chat, Thomas Jerome.
Wait, has anything leaked about any of the money that she spent? I don't know how much of this is public or not. About her 100K?
Well, yeah, we've got communications between her internal, I guess, team that does her work, where it's just like, man, if people found out where the fuck this money went, it would just be...
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Jesus.
So that's about what's come out, which, yeah, that's a big concern. And then there was some, like, again, please take these with a grain of salt, because I got these from people in our community, dissidents. So I don't know, because I don't have access to those server messages to refresh myself, but...
Look, I gotta say, all right, I've followed this controversy for several days. I'm pretty tired of it. I don't really want to get, caught up in it anymore. But the fact that Mudahar does not have more support in his video from the trans community is 100% a skill issue on his part. He made mistakes. If he wanted that video to have maximum reach, if he wanted to warn people about a person that, that a lot of people feel scammed them, then he needed to do it in a way that's not going to fucking alienate trans people, right? There's just no fucking, I don't see what the benefit is. The only benefit to adding like that picture of Keffels, right? Because here's my deal. Keffels looks bad enough in the screenshots. Keffels looks bad enough in the receipts. You don't also need to add a Just a Worm picture like on top of that to make sure that people know that Keffels is the fucking villain. Yes, Keffels is the villain. Anyway.
There was also a doxing situation where another creator, Bad Empanada, got doxed. His information just freely being shared around in a private Discord communication. So it's an all-around pretty shitty look.
Damn.
But
That bad
no,
empanada guy does need to be fucking axed, though. He's probably one of the
Bro,
worst.
that
human
guy,
beings.
that guy was like, oh, the reaching out I did was one message. I'm like, first off, it's on Instagram, and I'm not gonna have a whole staff on hire to keep messaging you.
Yeah.
And then it turns into like fucking harassment.
Yeah. That guy legitimately like.
No, but seriously, the whole like I'm not trying to defend Bad Empanada. I've had my own issues with Bad Empanada. Destiny, you had a chance to debate Bad Empanada. You didn't seem to want to debate Bad Empanada because you didn't know the subject matter. You sat there and got schooled by Bad Empanada. So I don't know what you're fucking complaining. If you think he's a bad dude, you could have told him to his face if you wanted to, but whatever. This is Mudahar messaged Bad Empanada on Instagram. If you I think it went to like his, I don't know Instagram. I don't know what how Instagram DMs work, but I think it went to some kind of spam folder because Mudahar had just like made a new account and it got read as spam. There's just like, yeah, Bad Empanada just didn't get the message. That's all it is. Like, right? He reached out, but not in a way that would actually get Bad Empanada's attention. Whatever.
Will dox and like call for people to get like assassinated and shit. He is unhinged and crazy. He's been banned.
He is that. He is unhinged. Yeah.
Like 20 different accounts.
Dude, I saw like the criticisms like, why didn't you reach out to an email? I'm like, I don't even think this guy has any form of like salient contact. Like everything is just a banned account or like some tertiary account or whatever.
Pretty sure he does have an email, but
like,
whatever.
You can even reach out to that dude.
Yeah.
But yeah, I finally got it out of the way. That autistic itch in my head, which had like Keffels basically taking over, is gone. So I can actually do other stuff that isn't so overly controversial.
Nice.
But it's actually sounds.
See, I don't think it had to be controversial. I don't think that the fact that Keffels is generally a bad person is that controversial at this point. There are very few defenders of Keffels.
Saying like fucking Gem.
Again, Muda, skill issue.
She's like, they branded her a neo-Nazi on this one like Reddit board, which is insanity.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're like, apparently Muda is like Indian. Indians are the original Aryan, therefore Muda is also a Nazi. I'm like, bro, this is some fucking...
Yeah, we went over that yesterday. I couldn't make heads or tails of it.
You did. You guys did organize by race probably before the Nazis did, right? That's, I think, is older
probably,
than.
Dude.
Yeah, there you go.
Probably, I guess.
Right,
Shit.
yeah.
But yeah, no, it was overall.
Look, like I said, fascist movements can arise out of any culture, and they're gonna look different. Their priorities on who the groups they're targeting are going to be different depending on which version of fascism it is. But yeah, it can still be fascism. That being said, I didn't see anything to like pin that on Muda or his wife.
Fucking interesting dive to go down into. I know that one of the complaints was like, I fucking laundered Destiny and the Kiwi farms, and I'm like, well, first off, I openly condemned what the farms did, but it's such a weird thing having to sit down and explain like facts. Like I felt like what you have to do in like a debate where it's like, yeah, this is a scummy organization, but this is actually the facts of the case. Now, if you don't like,
I am so sick of hearing about this. I honestly, chat, one in chat if you're sick of this too. I'll look what. Let's get. Oh yeah, I did a poll already, right? Wait, where's my poll? Divorcelli is winning. Okay, so we got Divorcelli in first place, followed by Wikipedia in second place. Divorcedany. Wait, what? You like Divorcelli more than Divorcedany? I was trying to get away from the anti-Italian slander by making it Divorcedany instead of Divorcelli. But I guess chat chose violence. Chat chose violence. Look, Keffels is a recent memory, so we're gonna go with the Divorcelli. I guess that's what we're doing. So yeah, so far you can still got some time to vote in that poll. But what I want to know is like one, Shaxby tired of this. Anybody else tired of this? I'm fucking so tired of the Keffels shit. I'm so tired of it. Can I skip forward? Am I okay with skipping forward, chat? One in chat. If you would not mind me skipping forward, because like I feel like this, like we've heard this stuff. This is just Muda saying what he said in his video to Destiny. I'm more interested in what they have to say about the C word, the awful racist microaggression towards white people that is the C word. What do you think, chat? Can I skip past this? I've got some votes for skipping past this. What did the Wiggler do now? Oh my god. Wait, Mr. Garrick, have you been under a rock? I'm sorry. No, I shouldn't say that. That's mean. Look, if you're, there is a connection between Aryan and Indian. I am honestly not sure how the Nazis ended up. So we're talking about like Indo-Europeans or something like that, right? There's like that is true, but like that doesn't imply, like that should never like go to, and therefore Muda is like maybe a Nazi. Like, all right, that should never be like proof, like like, you know, there's a fascist movement in India right now, but like, you know, hanging that on Mudahar would be fucking racist. All right. Like just randomly pinning that on Mudahar, apropos of nothing. That's fucking racist. That's fucking, I'm sorry, but that's, but anyway, that's not the argument that anybody here is making. It's something that happened on Reddit, and you know how Reddit is. So yeah, I'm not entertaining any like randomly pinning that on Mudahar.
Those facts. Then that's kind of on you.
I've got a few ones. I've got very little other numbers that are not one, so I'm gonna try to go forward here and get out of this Keffels morass.
Yeah. What's up? What do you want, Tom?
Hi. Sorry to derail. Are you guys done with that little
yeah, we are.
Conversation?
What do you want?
You better be.
So I've been looking into this Ludwig stuff. I've been doing a video, and
chat, we'll do Jordan Peterson after that. We'll make the how about this? We'll make the Hassan did an interview with Wired. Destiny is reacting to it and kind of freaking out, kind of coping and seething. Oh my god. Oh wait, chat. Wait, can I do this? Look, I know that this stream is already filled with enough tipster references as it is, but I kind of wanted to throw more into the mix, right? Yeah, Destiny is coping and seething when it comes to Hassan's interview with Wired. Destiny is literally
coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping and seething. The truth is scalding, and now you are molding and coping so hard.
There we go. We got the tipster reference in, so
everything seems to make sense.
There's your daily tip tent.
Me from your perspective, except for one thing.
Hold on, wait, real quick. Where the fuck are you? Why are you in? Why is you so echoey?
Wait, is it? Hold on.
You might be using the wrong microphone.
This happens, chat.
Is that better?
Yeah. Okay, what's up?
Okay. All right. So, what can you tell me about Will Neff? Because I noticed you leaked something about Will Neff there, and from my perspective, it didn't really seem necessary to leak that, regardless if he is cheating on his girl or whatever. I just didn't really see the.
I just hate the Caroline
but
person so fucking much, and all these people talk about me so fucking much, and it's annoying, like knowing shit about them. That it's just I hate.
Did Will Neff do that?
Do what? I don't think Will Neff talks about me much at all, but he was like fairly close friends with Melina, so maybe that's why not. But I don't know. Honest to God, it's funny because like going back and everything, honest to God, of all the stuff, because through other parties,
I feel like a lot of people were fairly good friends with Melina, right? She's just I
know of Will quite a bit.
Kind of a social butterfly, if you will.
He seems like an okay guy.
Speaking of butterflies,
weird or fucked, I guess, except cheating. But I don't give a fuck about that. But yeah, otherwise it doesn't seem like it is weird or crazy shit. So
I guess from my perspective, it just seems weird to leak that when it didn't really seem necessary. I guess.
Oh no, yeah, I just hate all those fucking people. So kind of like
all those people. Wait. Oh my god, this is so sad, Chad. I told you before that when like Destiny was talking about Ludwig and Slime and these people that are on the Yard podcast. I don't know much about this, but these are friends of Hassan's. These are people that are very connected in Twitch. And, some people call them the Twitch aristocracy. Some people are like kind of miffed about the fact that, Twitch is very much a kingmaker system in terms of views, that it tends to aggregate views towards the top rather than, giving a lot of ways other than kissing the right asses to, increase your Twitch following, but I don't like to spend time with that kind of coping and seething. Right? I feel like there's more productive things I could do with my time than like being mad at the Twitch aristocracy. Right? That's aristocracy with an A, not to be confused with aristocracy with an E, not to be confused with apartheid anime girl. But this is Destiny is just spending his time like so mad at these people. Will Neff, I guess, is another one of these people. That Destiny's just decided. I don't think that Will Neff necessarily has an opinion. Like, he's a friend of Hassan. I don't think. Yeah, RIP hosting on Twitch, right? I don't think that Will Neff has, necessarily like a negative opinion or any opinion at all on Destiny. But there you go. If you keep talking shit, you're going to alienate yourself from more people unnecessarily. But again, none of this had to happen, right? As far as even his perception of all these people on Twitch being against him, it is a factor of him burning Hassan for content, which he did back in the day. Before Hassan was a much bigger streamer than Mr. Destiny will ever be. Wait, what am I supposed to call him? Let me look at the current poll numbers. Mr. Divorcelli, I'm sorry, Mr. Divorcelli is his the name that chat has chosen for him. I'm sorry, Destiny, I was trying to take the Italian slander out of the name, but the chat has put it back for me.
Complex, you get some civilians. Sometimes you just want to watch the people scream.
Fuck.
And I hate
feel like
that
that's not
Caroline
really.
person.
I feel like that's not really a good justification for that. Come on.
Probably not. No, I just hate the Caroline person. I'm not giving you a job. I'm just telling you why. I'm not saying it was like justified. I just really fucking hate. Somebody said Caroline.
He hates Caroline Kwan. He hates Will Neff. He hates everybody.
I made fun of my divorce. There you go. Boom.
Oh no! Oh no! Chat, did you hear what he said? Why do I hate her? Why do I hate them? They made fun of my divorce. Oh no, chat. I think we found a nerve.
Okay.
We've hit a nerve.
Okay, well, I guess at least I got an explanation for that, so I don't have to.
Yeah.
Also, Destiny, which divorce? Like, which divorce are they making fun of? Is it your first divorce or is it your second divorce? Which divorce are we talking about?
Wasn't like a.
I'm just not clear. I'm not up on the Destiny lore. I'm not sure which divorce is even relevant.
Sophisticated plan of like, yeah, this blah blah blah. Like, I don't think he's actually ever said anything fucked up to me in public. So that's we call those collateral damage.
Chat, I think we're on the blacklist. We're not going to talk to Destiny.
I'm actually so glad you decided.
I'm not going to have a third conversation with Destiny because I said something about the divorce.
Do that the same weekend I dropped the Scuffles video because it kind of like fucking split the internet attention. Where it wasn't entirely focused on that. Like, it just kind of came out of nowhere. But I don't know, man. I mean, that whole like Twitch side of the community, it just it seems. I've always said it. It always feels like some high school clique. If you're in it, you're in it. If you're
that's fair.
Not, then you're always going to be. Like,
I wouldn't spend time coping and seething about it, but yeah, it's definitely got some cliquish aspects.
An observer, and I don't really think there's ever really a reason to keep trying to be friends with people that will never let you in there.
I just don't think there's a reason to be like a hater. Like they're not going to be predisposed to doing like content with you, but at the same time, I don't think they hate you. I don't know what you gotta like. They're not mean girls, okay? It's not like that. Like, there is like a social clique on Twitch of popular streamers. That's true. I don't think I don't see the utility in assuming that you were like locked out of that. Because literally, Muda is a almost 4 million strong YouTube channel. There is no reason why one of those people would not want to maybe do content with you. Why one of those people would not want to maybe collaborate with you, right? It's entirely possible unless you shit on them. I don't know. I don't see what the...
Click. Like this one crazy chick, Frogan or whatever, like fucking Ludwig goes out and gets like 10K to Palestinian charity, like a specific charity. And what was the whole fucking complaint there? Like, she brings this cracker discourse. Like, it's such a weird poison situation.
Frogan person is unironically like an internet terrorist. Like, she's just a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. And her takes and everything are stupid. And she's just a terrible person. But like, Hassan will defend it because she's like part of that Orbiter network. Like,
hoping so hard.
Bro, I cannot stand denims. Like, she looked at the thumbnail for the Scuffles video, and it's like, well, that's just transphobic. And I'm like,
yeah, she is also a horrible, terrible person. Her, Mike, and Frogan all share.
It's weird. I can remember when Denims was a Destiny Orbiter.
Like the worst of like how you can be as people, yeah. And they're all dumb, and they're all like very confident, and they're all like very judgmental, and yeah.
Yeah, the whole community can go. But like, anyways, aside from all that, what are you doing up in Vegas?
It's weird, chat, because I've got all the reason in the world to say fuck Twitch, right? The way that I was treated by a lot of people in Twitch politics was terrible, right? Like the number of people that burned me for content was atrocious. But at what point would there be to putting that on everyone on the platform? It was a limited group of people. I can name them, right? I can count them on one hand, the people that burned me for content, right? I'm not going to put that on the rest of Twitch. I'm not expecting to get like collabs from Denims or Will Neff or anybody, big on Twitch, but it just like I don't see the point in shitting on them. I don't see it at all. Dude. Just consider what they're on the same platform as people that shit on me. It doesn't make sense.
Just doing a couple shows. So,
oh, nice.
And then the Hodge twins. Hopefully they don't kill me, and then
the conservative twins.
We'll come back tomorrow. Yeah.
You're going to the Hodge twins?
Yeah, we'll see.
I can't believe they're still around.
Heard that name in fucking forever. I had the guy I started my channel out with fucking over a decade ago was like their biggest fan, and they were like different dudes. And,
oh yeah, they didn't used to be right wing, or they didn't talk about right wing stuff.
I only saw them like when COVID started. I was like, bro, they're still here and kicking. And then I saw what they were making. I'm like, oh shit, they're in that side of the internet. Fucking insanity, dude.
Yeah.
But anyways, I just wanted to type and say hi. Fucking, keep it up with you. But yeah, man, take care and safe flights to Vegas.
Yeah, love you, buddy. Careful.
Yeah, love you, man.
What else do you want, Tom? Anything else?
I guess is there any like big through line for this drama? I guess you said it wasn't like a calculated thing. But do you think like long term what you've revealed, I guess, or exposed a little bit will have consequences for these people, or do you think they'll be just fine?
No.
What people for Ludwig?
Oh, they'll be just fine.
Yeah, I think he'll be just fine.
Okay. The through line is basically that as Hassan started to get more popular, after he left my community or we split or whatever the fuck, whatever you want to call that. Hassan is very networking focused. Like he's very good at like making progressively larger friends and like getting involved in those networks of people. But part of him being involved in those networks, there were two huge parts. One is kind of like the spreading of his political message, which these communities are already receptive to because it's kind of like those in our communities who are very online. So that was a big part of it. And then the second part was like the exclusion of me or anything relating of me to me from these communities, which was very frustrating because that meant that basically any large event now, even when I wasn't banned on Twitch, I'm like never getting invited to. So even though personally I might have a lot of decent relationships with people like Mizkif or really like any of these other big streamers, I mean generally like okay-ish terms with most people, or good terms with a lot of them. S-Fan, these other people.
XQC.
As that happened, like those two things happened. So the spread of the crazy political views throughout that whole Twitch community. So now you've got people like, that Caroline Kwan or all these people talking about politics that have no idea what they're talking about. They give the most unhinged takes. It's all repeating stuff that Hassan has said. And then Hassan kind of controls like the social tendrils of these communities. And then as a result of that, a lot of the people in those communities they either have weird ideas about me or they repeat them to kind of like be part of the clique that Hassan kind of tries to control. And Ludwig is probably the most guilty of that. And he's just said some wild things about me, like accused me of doxing Hassan, accused me of like my community as like being the progenitors of like some weird hate death threats or whatever that wasn't true. Like just like a lot of random like weird like side comments. But then all of Ludwig's friends develop that shit, and then it also gets spread. And seeing that slime dipshit start talking about me I didn't even care about the comment on the show. Like I saw it, I don't even think I said anything. I was like, whatever. And then I saw him talking about me on Reddit, and I was like, okay, that's weird, whatever. But then he made the Twitter thread, so then I responded with the like, really, did this need a whole Twitter thread? And then he instantly goes into the cuck jokes. Like at that point, my brain is just broken. It was like, okay, well, fuck all of these people. Let's just start like bombing everybody. That was basically my mind.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that I've kind of hated about Ludwig, that it kind of took me a while to realize because I just never really watched his stuff for a while. I started watching him on stream, and I just noticed that I feel like there's nothing wrong with being impartial in videos if you're doing commentary stuff. Like there's nothing wrong with being kind of impartial. But I think the problem is that he's truly not impartial. He aims to be. His public facing thing is that he is, and he's like kind of a fence sitter guy. But then he'll also like take Hassan's side and kind of protect like certain people on Twitch that he likes, and he'll step outside of that to make weird comments. So that breaks his journalistic integrity, right? That's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
So I hate that, and I also hate the moral effing about stuff like
the moral effing
fun of Ludwig.
Do you know what this is, chat? Moral effing? It's a 4chan term. There was a point at 4chan where, like I said, it used to be like what Muda said about being an old school 4chan head. Like, to a lot of people, that was just like, okay, well, that confirmed, like, you're not beating the allegations now, right? That's not what you want to say if you want to, like, distance yourself from, like, racist right-wingers. But I kind of got what he was saying, is that, you know, he was there, like, before, and there were like, there was a point where 4chan went after, or part of 4chan went after Scientology, right? I mean, like, you know about Scientology, I don't have to repeat anything about that. I don't want to really get into that. I don't want to get the attention of any Scientology fans or anything like that, right? But obviously, you know, there's some problems with the with Scientology as an organization. 4chan tried to take them on, and there were people in 4chan that were like, wait, what is this moral? And the F is for the F slur, right? That's what the F, the, you know, moral F slurring, right? That's what they would call it when anybody was like, yeah, like, I kind of hate how people are getting disconnected from their families by the Church of Scientology. Let's do some kind of, you know, hacktivism or activism or whatever they were doing. I don't know. I think they actually showed up at the church, and some of it was like IRL stuff. But the other half of 4chan was like laughing at these people and making fun of these people and hating on these people because they cared about something like morals, and that there was a side of 4chan that very much did not, and that's the side that kind of became poll. That's the side that became like what we know today as 4chan and 8chan, is the side that would use that as a like as an insult. You know, you're a moral F slur.
Wife or whatever, when they are, you know, willing to throw pot shots at people, as long as it's the most socially acceptable people to go after, right? And then you have their communities who are like, oh, Destiny went too far, when, you know, people like Hassan have gone too far, you know, hundreds, who knows how many fucking times, not just, you know, against you, but like laughing at cops dying, or the whole, you know, the thing about like laughing at Kyle Rittenhouse crying on the stand, and stuff like that. Or,
are we not allowed to laugh at cops freaking out over acorns either?
Laughing about cops.
We're not allowed to laugh at Kyle Rittenhouse.
Innocent,
questioning
you know,
the rape
cops
accounts.
Innocent cops.
Come from people they don't agree with and all that. Yeah, that's
Innocent cops.
like, I don't think I would ever get upset at like Nick Fuentes' community for calling me a cuck or like making fun of my divorce, because it's like, okay, yeah, you guys are, yeah, I know where you guys are, of course. But then when I see these people who, yeah, moral.
I think he mixed up Hassan. Let me try to do this for you in the right voice. I think Thomas Jerome super chats. I think he mixed up Hassan and Finkelstein in his head. There you go.
F or whatever over like every little.
Thank you, Thomas Jerome.
Itty bitty fucking thing, but like when it's the right target, they can go unhinged. It's like, fuck you guys. Like, this is, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, but
yeah.
Well, look, I mean, like, you know, don't be a hypocrite, right? I guess, you know.
Yeah. It's definitely
like for instance, like Blair White, horrible person, absolute bully, absolute monster. Blair White. You are never gonna see me misgender Blair White though, because it's just like I'm not a fucking hypocrite. Like, I'm not gonna turn transphobic just because Blair White is transphobic, right? It's not, you know.
Another part of it that's like harder to articulate from like I guess like a points perspective, like evidence perspective, is just like the appeal to like content creation to me has always been like that it's not mainstream. It's not like, you know, all that kind of cringe shit that goes on in Hollywood. And then now,
all that cringe shit that goes on in Hollyweird.
All the state of Twitch is like there's 10 fucking Jimmy Kimmels basically who are running the website and are the most popular people.
10 Jimmy Kimmels running the website.
And they literally created their own
I mean, I guess Jimmy Kimmel's not particularly funny.
Award show for it where they just jerk each other off. And, you know, not to get transphobic here, but the fucking
what
featured creator was Dylan Mulvaney, who is somebody who's not really a creator and was just like fucking bolstered by
what? Dylan Mulvaney is not a creator? What is this? Why are we jealous of Dylan Mulvaney, Tom? God, there's so much fucking hate. You two are haters. Like, these two are like best friends now, and they're just haters. They're just like massive haters. And look, I can be a hater too, but goddamn, I will never stop laughing at the cop on the slide. Wait, did I miss the cop on the? That sounds familiar. Destiny having such a good time, having his poor fragile feelings validated by whoever this nerd is. This nerd is Turkey Tom, aka Tom Dark. He's, you know, kind of, it's funny too, because like, look, I could look at commentary the way that Tom is looking at Twitch, right? If I wanted to talk about like a commentary aristocracy, I would say that like people like Tom and Nick are probably part of it. And if I wanted to, you know, say that it's unfair because, you know, they're not like me and they're not going to like let me in. They're not going to do, not that I'm trying to do a collab with, I don't know what we'd even talk about, right, with any of these people, right? But it's just so weird because somebody else, like from my perspective, I can look like, I feel like my perspective of people like Turkey Tom is similar to his perspective of people like on Twitch that are huge, right? And I don't feel the necessity to cope and seethe about his success. I'm happy for you for your success. I'm happy if you're, you know, able to, you know, afford what you can and, you know, maybe put a little retirement money away, right? You know, good for you, right?
You know, powers that be, literally astroturfed into fame, and now nobody's ever even fucking heard of Dylan Mulvaney.
One of the funniest things is that for that Frogan girl, she won the Rising Star.
AstroTurfed, what are you talking about? Okay, it's TikTok. It's not AstroTurfed. It's TikTok. Dylan doesn't make content? Yeah, I mean, he's saying that Dylan does not make content when she doesn't make the same content that he's making, right? She doesn't make she's not a commentary channel, but she does TikToks, right? I don't know. Are we calling TikTok people? Are we calling like shorts format people like not comment? Are we taking away their commentary creator or their content creator card?
Like up and coming star 2 years in a row. Like she was never up and coming and she never up and came. Like she just
but like how many fucking viewers?
It is weird for Dylan Mulvaney to get an award on Twitch though, because I mean, like, unless I'm missing something, does she stream on Twitch?
Even have like she's not like a famous person.
No, she's not. She's just a Hassan mod, literally. That's it.
Yeah.
What, Frogan?
But once again, this is like, it's like Hollywood. It's just about who you know. It's about who you're friends with, which is why I've always hated that kind of group of people.
You're talking to Destiny. You're talking to somebody who has orbiters that are fucking Homegalol nobodies that he pulls up and says, you are useful for my content strategy. Mr. Girl, let us talk to Mr. Girl. Mr. Girl's a fucking creep who thinks the movie Cuties is hot. But he's great for Destiny's content, so let's turn him into a somebody. Oops, he's biting the hand that feeds him. All right, let's turn him back into a nobody again. You're talking to Destiny. What the hell?
People. Not that they're all necessarily even like terrible people on their own, but just in the position they're in, they act very silly with their audience, I think. And
Yo, these two are Nixon pilled. Like, this is Richard Nixon shit. This is like, oh, I'm such an outsider. Nobody will ever, like, what kind of fucking outsider like makes a 6-figure income? Like, what the hell?
I really don't like that. And the thing about Ludwig is I do like some of the things he's done. Like, he is like a pretty impressively business-minded person.
Yep.
You know, he's built a bunch of cool brands. He's built off-brand, which I don't think is making a lot of money. I think he talked about that in Colin and Samir. I think they brought in like 12 million and spent 10 million on it, so they, you know, made 2, but then they have to pay everyone.
Yeah,
so,
and he supported
but
like
I still
game
think it's
scenes
cool
and like tournaments with like prize purses. Like he donates. Like, yeah, it seems like yeah,
like all that shit is really cool. But then it's just like you throw this one friend into the mix who has hatred for you, and then it seems to kind of question their integrity as a whole. And ultimately, I think it's like if you want to watch Ludwig's content, I think that's fine, but you just shouldn't see him as like a particularly good or honest person. Another thing I really hate that he makes comments like this. Maybe I'm just a genuinely bad person or something. Maybe I'm fucking.
I mean, you are striking me as a hater. I will say.
Comments like, I don't hate anyone. I hope everybody does well in life. Hope everybody succeeds. Like, nobody actually thinks that way. Obviously,
it sounds like jealousy.
It's nice to say that sometimes. You know, sometimes in your best moments, you'll have a boogie moment. You'll be like, I love everyone. But generally, like somebody fucks you over. There's somebody you don't like. You're gonna be preying on their downfall a little bit. You're gonna be like, fuck that guy, right? It's human nature. So I just don't like the idea that it's just like a very fake positivity. Once again, like Jimmy Kimmel, like I love everyone, I hope everyone does well, and I think it's
an aesthetic right now. It's an aesthetic, right? Yeah, it's like the liking everybody or being nice to everybody. Like if you actually did that, that'd be fine. like I said, like my issue is only like I don't care if any of these people like me. Just don't talk about me. But then when you greenlight these like weird attacks on me, and then you're like, oh, but we love everybody. It's like, then why not tell people not to like shit on me or make random jokes about me? Right?
Why? What is this greenlighting thing? Like they've got such an idea of people like controlling everything. And look, yeah, there's like a truth to that, right? There is a truth to the fact that if you have more viewers, you're gonna tend to have more clout. If you're connected to people that have a lot of viewers, you have a lot of, you know what I mean? So like there is, being having clout does give you some level of control, but the idea of greenlighting, right? If you're involved in anything where your opinion, your content has to be greenlit, you got to run it past somebody. You got to ask Vosh, hey, I want to like say this about Xander Hall. Is this okay? White Nervosa, is this going to be okay? Right? Can I do this? Like, right? If you have to greenlight your shit, you are in a bad relationship. You are in a hierarchical relationship, and you are not your own person. I don't know.
Like, where were you when that guy on your show?
But I doubt that Hassan is greenlighting anything.
It's like spam posting that black chick getting railed on Twitter. Like, where was your love for everybody then, right? It only comes out when they want a virtue signal. To their audience is annoying, but whatever.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't understand that. That I guess it was supposed to be like an emote or something, but
that's what I want to talk about. Take it easy, buddy.
I love you. Be careful. Bye.
All right, so like if you don't know, these two are kind of they're trying to do their own thing. They're trying to make their own gang. This is Destiny doing Bridges. He had Tom on Bridges. He had Tom do a sleepover. I think they slept in bunk beds together. I think it was kind of like a stepbrothers sort of thing going on between Destiny and Turkey Tom. And, trying to have their own little clout validation gang, I guess, is sort of what's going on here. Anyway, it's just kind of pathetic. So, yeah, I feel like I've kind of edged you for long enough. I've edged you for so long that I forgot that at the top of the hour, there's an ad break on Twitch. And I let you go into that ad break with no warning whatsoever. So I'll warn you now. That if you no longer want to see those ads, you can stop them. You can put a stop to them by using your Twitch Prime to sub to me for free, by subbing to me for $5, or possibly by the generous kind gift of somebody else giving gift subs. That can happen. That does happen, but it's more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat. And now for the main event. So here's what we're gonna do. We got this Jordan Peterson content, okay? We've also got this Hassan tells the Daily Wired Destiny says the N-word content that seems kind of juicy. I will do this Jordan Peterson thing because like it's on the schedule for me to talk about today. But I will only do the N-word Andy content. I will only poke the bear of DGG one more time for fun if we hit a sub goal. If we can get to like 10 memberships, 10 subs, or the equivalent thereof, you'll get a little extra content. You'll extend the show for longer than it otherwise would be. Other than that, let's go on. So just keep that in mind. Keep in mind that the stream does run on your contributions. It's the only way I'm able to come to you with content day after day, week after week. And that I appreciate it a lot. And even if the only contribution you can give is your thumbs are important too. Okay, so Thumb Gang, I see you out there. And thank you for your thumbs. Anybody else, if you want to help Thumb Gang and those who can't afford to contribute to earn a little bit of extra content, a little bit of extra juiciness, a little bit of extra drama, maybe even, then you can do that by helping us hit that sub goal. So that's both with Twitch, that's both with YouTube. You can do it. I'll count super chats. I'll count anything. I'll try to do the math and round it up and all that good stuff to give you the best chance possible in earning that little extra content nugget that's available if you want.
Of butter in hot water.
Yeah.
Butter?
And then I think she needs to cut out the milk.
Okay.
below. God bless. So yeah, 7 months.
Good for her.
And yeah, it's wild. Because
that's
if
for
you
sure.
had have told me,
I think that he's saying that his wife did the carnivore diet for 7 months.
when we got married that one day you'll just be eating meat, I think you'd die from that. You need vegetables, you need fruits.
Yeah,
you need all
right.
sorts
No,
of-
That's what they say. They say you need vegetables. They say you need fruits. They say there's different food groups and that you need all 4 of them. But maybe, just maybe, you only need meat. Maybe meat's the best food that there is. And the more of the meat that we eat and the less of the other kinds of food, the more healthy we are. I don't know.
I know. It's weird. It's hard to believe.
So she was on a ton of medication,
Yeah.
like hospitalized all the time, couldn't figure it out. And then, after about
When in doubt, just go to an all meat diet.
months, it was like no more meds at all.
Look, I've got some experience with dietary extremist. Okay, I've been like I probably mentioned this before. I'm on a plant-based diet, so I'm kind of the opposite. I eat no meat, which is not to say that I eat no protein. I do get protein, and some of the stuff that would be in meat otherwise. But I'm a vegan, right? And it's just I just kind of happened into it. I never like really was like super like moralistic about it or tried to push it on other people. I just like it was a weird situation where my sister went vegetarian. She failed massively because she just cut the meat out of her diet and she didn't replace it with anything. And she was eating like half the calories that she normally eats. Of course, she feels like shit, right? And my mom makes her some chicken noodle soup, and now she's better, right? So I made fun of her because she's my sister and we make fun of each other. We were born really close together, so we got to be shitty to each other. We're incredibly shitty to each other. If she liked Pepsi, I would like Coke. It's that kind of relationship that we have. So when she failed at the diet, I went, ha ha, ha ha. I was Nelson. I was making fun of her. I was bullying her for that, right? Then there was a kid in my high school that decided he was going to go vegetarian too. And I made fun of him because I knew you can't do that. You got to eat meat. You got to have your 4 food groups. One of them is meat. You got to have that. And you're not going to be healthy. You're going to crash and burn, kid. You're going to crash and burn. And he didn't crash and burn. He was fine. He was healthy. And his food looks better than mine. Right. So when I had a chance, I tried it out myself and I just kind of never looked back. But again, Chad, I'm not trying to push this on anybody else. I mean, diet is a very personal thing, and I am not a diet and nutrition channel. I'm not a vegan channel. So we're not really going to get into that too deep. But what I'm trying to set up is the fact that I have tried out different variations of a vegan diet. And I spent some time watching YouTube videos from people that did a raw version of the diet. So this I would almost compare to, like, in terms of dietary extremism, like raw veganism, specifically like fruitarianism. You could sort of fruitarianism, right? You could sort of compare to this. It's like literally being like, yeah, this food is the best food and we should eat this food all the time. And anything that's not this food takes us away from our goals, right? Our goals are to be the most healthy human beings, to eat the natural diet that God intended. And obviously that's all fruit if you're a fruitarian, right? So, these fruitarians, sometimes they take it even further. They had an idea called like Banana Island or Grape Island or Peach Island, right? What the island is for a month, they would eat only bananas. They would find some food that they could afford to get all their calories from, which with fruit is not super easy. Maybe bananas might be the easiest version of that because they're usually pretty cheap, but they would eat only this fruit exclusively. And they thought that this was making them healthier. And I mean, I'm sure like some people like placeboed themselves into feeling better from going on whatever island, but it just, in general, you want some diversity in your diet. Different kinds of food have different kinds of nutrients, and you need a plethora of nutrients. So I'm just going to use this moment to say that I don't think that dietary extremism of any kind is necessarily healthy. Jordan Peterson's, this is a form of dietary extremism. I think some forms of the raw diet can be pretty extreme, and I just don't think it's necessary. It's probably a bad thing to get over focused on. Anyway.
Wow.
And I said this before we were recording, but she reassures me, like, I'm not doing this to be cool. I really don't want to eat like this. But when she does it,
trust me, it's not cool.
so she had a bit of chicken.
Not being able to shit. There's nothing cool about that.
Had a little bit of soy on it. She was sick for a week.
Oh no, the soy made you sick. Of course it was the soy. Of course it was the offending soy. And then, like, with soy, it's almost like you see, like, dietary, like, lifestyles start to take on a political aspect, right? I mean, like there's a lot of people, Shakespeare has pointed out to me, in the dissident right, who will avoid eating seed oils, right? What are the seed oils? Cottonseed, like, just anything that's an oil made from a seed, they're very much against, right?
Bed. Is that kind of like yourself, or
close enough?
Yeah,
close enough. A lot of things that were wrong with me have disappeared. Things that were very long-standing. Things that don't heal. I had gum disease, which never heals.
Wait, his gums disappeared? What?
100% gone, and it was very serious.
Oh.
And that's a marker for cardiovascular inflammation.
Wait. Gum disease. Wouldn't that be like a issue with your brushing and flossing and mouthwashing regimen?
Right. It's not just, some trivial problem with your teeth. Not that that's trivial, because it's not. But that's not curable, and it's gone 100%. Took about 3 years. Long time.
So how long have you been doing carnivore?
Oh, 7 years.
Here we go, chat. 7 years without a vegetable.
My goodness.
Yeah.
7 years. Look at this guy. Now, look, he's like, I don't know, he's pretty old, right? Aging is natural. Aging's going to happen probably no matter what diet you choose, but I don't know if he's... I don't know if he can sell himself as the paragon of health at this point.
Do you still miss food?
Of course.
Do you still miss food? Yeah, like actual food? Like,
yeah, it's very restricted. Yeah. Most things I don't miss. I miss dairy and
that's what,
like, sugar. Sweet. I miss sweet ice cream, for example, has been a real problem.
Ooh, Steve Jobs was a fruitarian.
She knows she needs to cut out now because she's been doing steak and...
Madison Snelling says that raw vegan can be done perfectly healthy. I guess that's possible. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not trying to shit on the raw diet, although I do think it's pretty hard to stick to. And I haven't really seen a version of it that's not extremely expensive. But if you have a lot of money and eating raw food, it makes you, feel better. I mean, I'm not necessarily against that as long as it's, like I said, a very diverse diet. So yeah, no, I'm not trying to shit on anybody's diet here. I used to get ice cream with mochi balls because it was the only way I could get green tea ice cream, but I hate mochi. Wait, you hate mochi? Oh my gosh, you'd eat the ice cream out of it and then you'd throw away the mochi? I mean, I'm trying not to be mad at that because I love mochi. There was I feel like Trader Joe's used to have like a mochi, like it was like, yeah, mochi with green tea ice cream in it. And it was like the mochi was green tea flavored. The ice cream was green tea flavored. And I almost like I don't know. I feel like I overate that stuff. I would get like 2 packs a week.
Sticks of butter in hot water.
Yeah.
And then I think she needs to cut out the milk because that's the...
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be the milk.
Just to an interesting point.
Maybe it's the milk.
That 10 years ago, if you had said this is a viable diet,
yeah,
no one would have believed you. Here's the point. In the internet,
just shows you what we know about nutrition. All the nutrition sciences.
Yeah, what the bleep do we know?
All of it. Partly because they don't ever do randomized trials. Like, so how can you can see what people eat.
These dumb nutrition and researchers, they don't do randomized trials. Don't they know that the randomized control trial is the preeminent form of research, and that you can only, if anything's not a randomized control trial, you need to like just completely throw it away? Oh my God, these silly researchers and their meta-analysis of correlation research, right? just for the gold standard for what he's talking about in a randomized controlled trial is also a double-blind randomized controlled trial. Now, I ask you, chat, how are you gonna blind your participants to what they're eating, right? Like a step down from that might be like assigning people to different diets, which is also going to be difficult, right? Because, you're just randomly like, okay, so you, the vegan, you're going to eat the all meat diet here. No, I'm not. I'm out of the study. I'm gone. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. I'm not eating that, right? You are going to give up dairy. I love cheese. What are you talking about? I'm not going to give up dairy. Yeah, no, it's harder to do. It's harder to do, and it's like not that there's a simple answer that he's just do a random. It's like Moonlord, mine the moon, mine the moon. Why doesn't anybody mine the moon? There's all these resources up there. There's all this stuff up there. We could mine the moon. We could make a great big elevator, so we don't have to take the space shuttle. We could take the elevator to the moon, mine the moon, come back like the seven dwarfs. Hi ho, hi ho. It's off to the moon we go. Right? It's simple. It's simple. Just one simple little answer that nobody's thinking of. And you, Moonlord, and you, Jordan Peterson, are the only one who's figured it out. God damn it. If these fucking scientists would only get with the program and do randomized controlled trials, right? Do the most expensive, painstaking kind of research possible at the exclusion of anything else, right? What he's really mad about is probably some of the research that has to do with saturated fat, some of the research that has to do with cholesterol, that despite whatever kind of coping and seething, people like Jordan Peterson who want to think that either an all meat or a Paleolithic or some other, weird like caveman diet is like the best thing, right? The one thing that gets in their way is like, actually there's an aspect of it that you might not be thinking of. There's some, there's a correlation between eating certain kinds of food and certain kinds of pathologies, right? Now, look, those studies, I will say, got overplayed, right? And to the detriment of everyone, right? Because if you think, oh, yeah, cool, I got the answer. It's a simple answer. Avoid saturated fat, avoid cholesterol. You're going to be healthy as fuck. No, you're not. No, you're not. If you're eating food that is made palatable by like sugar, by added sugar, you are not going to be healthy. It is actually more complicated than that. There are a multiplicity of factors that you got to look out for, that you got to watch out for. So yeah, the answer, everybody wants a simple answer. Eliminate the carbs, eliminate the fats, eliminate the, right? And then you're all good, right? No, you're not. It's more complicated than that. Come on. Anyway.
Correlate with an outcome. It's completely useless. It's completely misleading. You have no idea because there's nothing controlled. People who eat more beef have more heart disease. It's like, yeah, what else are they doing?
Yada, yada. Yeah, what else are they doing? So he's hypothesizing. Oh my God. Vodka just became a sponsor. That tells me that maybe there might have been a gift membership involved. I can't tell though. Yes, there was. Lexical. Thank you for the gift membership to Vodka. Vodka, you just got weaseled. Right? We got some cool things from members now. The premium streamium is up. I'm going to try to do one of those every month. And you are now getting, for a while, I feel like part of the promise of the membership, right? Like obviously like the membership above all, supports the stream. And I massively appreciate that. But there's some perks to it, right? Obviously the perks are you got weasels. That's the preeminent perk. But one perk that wasn't getting delivered on that well was early access to videos. And why was that? That was because I wasn't putting out videos. I was so busy on the grind that I was doing live streams. I was giving you a ton of content. I was giving you like 6 hours or more, like 5 days a week. And there were just no videos getting made. So there was like no like benefit. Now we got some of that early access stuff going in. There's 2 new videos this week and there should be more next week. But yeah, Mr. Garrick's got the emotes there. So yeah, we got you got access to exclusive content. There are some things that you just don't get. Premium Streamium is one of those. Although there are ways if you join the Discord to kind of get around that. But yeah, thank you so much, Lexical, for the gift membership to Vodka. Let's I wonder if Jordan Peterson's allowed to drink vodka. Right? Remember the apple cider thing? Apple cider fucked him up. apple cider caused all kinds of havoc for him. I wonder if he can drink vodka.
Doing well, 1,000 other things.
Yeah.
Well, how do you control for all 1,000? Well, you do random assignation to group. It's the only way to control it.
So, but anyway, what he's proposing is the idea that, like, you know what? I know the research. I know the correlation research correlates consumption of certain, like, overconsumption of certain animal products with certain pathologies, right? But did you ever consider that maybe everybody who eats a lot of animal products is also smoking? Did you maybe consider that everybody who also eats a lot of animal products is also breathing the fumes of their exhaust on their car? Did you ever consider that maybe people who eat excessive amounts of animal products also like to piss on electrical fences? That's why we need to make everything an RCT, I guess. Jules is on a 3-stream watch streak. Congratulations, Jules.
There's no other way. The correlational studies are useless. They're useless, and there's hundreds of them.
They're not useless. They are not the ideal, gold standard of studies, but that's why we have, things like meta-analysis. This is like what a college freshman in like some kind of research class would think. Well, why don't they just do all RCTs? And when you get into research, design, and analysis, and you set up some of these studies, and you see the logistics of the studies, then you figure out why not, right? I mean, like there case study, for instance, right? A case study is, like literally an anecdote, literally a single example, literally n equals 1. And you'd think that would be totally worthless. And yeah, it's not something that you want to go off on a limb and be like, this case study suggests that blah, 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 blah. Therefore, I should eat an all meat diet. Therefore, I should eat only bananas. Therefore, I should, drink agave syrup for all of my calories, right? You don't want to go off on something like that, but they have their place. There's a reason they are used.
And, the idea that you need fiber, it's like, no, you don't.
No, you don't.
Was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You need fiber? No, you don't. No, you don't. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Jordan Peterson, you could afford to get a colonic anytime you're stopped up.
That's wrong. And are plants necessary?
You just need to drink massive amounts of salt water and use laxatives. I don't know.
Doesn't appear to be. You can live on.
Doesn't appear to be.
Eat.
There's no particular reason to eat a plant.
Carbohydrates. There's no recommended daily life.
That's the question, Jules. Does he ever shit? Right? When's the last time he shitted by himself? Is he using enemas? Is he using colonics? Is he what is he using laxatives? Like what's his deal?
Allowance for carbohydrates.
Yeah, no fiber, no problem. Just wear a diaper.
0. There's no recommended daily allowance.
Oh, he's doing the okay symbol, chat. He's all right.
Don't need them. They're not vital. So can you run on protein metabolism? Yes. Does your brain prefer?
So yeah, your body can convert protein into. In fact, for most of you, your body is converting protein, dietary protein, into carbohydrates. That's why it's not. Why I say that, right, is because your actual protein requirement is a lot lower than what most people eating a Western diet eat. Like I said before, kwashiorkor is the pathology of not consuming enough protein, and it's absolutely correlated with a caloric insufficiency, right? So in other words, the people that have protein deficiencies, like in the West, are people that aren't eating enough calories, right? So yeah, I can almost guarantee all of you right now, in every meal that you eat, you're converting some of the protein that you eat into carbohydrates, into sugars for your body to run on. Now, is that necessarily a bad thing? No, it's not. I don't have any evidence, to say that that's a bad thing. But I will also say that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And he's talking about running your body exclusively on fat from animal products, which, like I said, some issues with overeating that, and protein, which most of which will be converted into carbohydrates. So then the whole idea of carbohydrates being evil is sort of undermined by the fact that your body is literally converting the excess protein you're eating into carbohydrates. Anyway.
Yes. Does it reduce seizure activity? That's been known for a century.
That is the one good, that is the one medicinal, that's the major utility of the keto diet, right? That it has been shown to reduce seizures. Like that part is real, right? It's
so
yeah,
I talked to a psychiatrist at McLean's Hospital, so that's the premier psychiatric institute in the U.S. He's starting a treatment center at McLean's based on essentially on a carnivore diet to treat endogenous depression, right? So that's.
But again, chat, like lycopene has been shown, which is in tomatoes, has been shown to reduce the incidence of prostate cancer. So should you go on an all tomato diet? I would say no. I would say that prostate cancer is bad. You don't want to get prostate cancer, but that there's other things that you need to worry about, and that the answer is not going to be so simple, right? So the idea of keto diet is a one size fits all superior diet for everyone. That's also not true. There is, a medicinal use for it. And for those that get benefit from going on a keto diet to deal with seizures, it's probably great that they have that. It doesn't mean that everyone should do it.
Depression that has no obvious stress-related cause, manic depressive disorder, and schizophrenia.
What is this suit? Like I said, he's got 12 suits for all the 12 rules. This one seems to be, there's it looks like, I can't tell. It's like paintings of saints and stuff. I know, I'm so.
I've never believed those were psychological diseases. I thought, no, there's something wrong, especially with schizophrenia and manic depressive disorder. Well, depression too, for that matter. We know that it's associated with inflammation. That's been known for a long time. So he thinks they're metabolic diseases, and he thinks he can treat them with the carnivore diet. So there are serious people taking a look at this. And then there's all the, people say, well, anecdotes aren't data. It's fair enough, but when you have
You just advocated for using all randomized control trials, right? And now you're talking about evidence that's below the level of a case study. So it's the anecdotes are good when anything that supports your daughter's diet that she's making money off of seems to be good, right? And if we got anecdotes for that, then that's good enough. We don't really need any RCT. We don't need RCTs for your diet. Only Ansel Keys should have to show RCTs.
2,000 or 3,000 of them.
Yeah,
they're suggestive of a hypothesis.
That's right.
You're going to derive your hypotheses from observation.
Yeah. When I interviewed my wife and we talked about her carnivore diet, you're used to getting people snarky and contradicting in the comment section. You know, that's where people go to do that sort of thing. But I'd say 99% of people who had the exact same story as her.
Yeah. Well, and I've met literally hundreds of people on my tour. They show me pictures. I lost 150 pounds in 1 year. They're shell shocked. Right?
Yeah.
Well,
I thought he was going to say they show me pictures of their toilets and they're I shit out an alien. Look at that. What the hell was that? What the hell was in my colon? Thanks to all meat diet.
When I started it, I lost 50 pounds in 7 months. And I had gone for a year before that. I ate no sugar and I didn't lose an ounce. Nothing, which was very disappointing. I didn't gain any weight, but I didn't lose it. And I'd gained weight. People gain weight as they age, pound a year, let's say. Well, over 40 years, I was about 50 pounds heavier than I am now. It all disappeared in 7 months. It was shocking. I have the same physique that I did when I was 25. It's that's pretty good. I'm 60. I gained muscle mass. It's ridiculous.
So I did it for the month of January and I gave up. Even though I felt better, I could recall things faster. I decided I don't need to do this. I don't want to do it. So I don't want to be optimal. was
Yeah.
basically what I concluded, because I would rather have a beer every now and again or something else.
Yeah.
But I actually got really sick of meat. In the beginning, I loved it. Absolutely. As
Yeah.
red as you can get it. And then I had this, I don't know what they call it, like meat phobia, meat fatigue. I don't know. I got to a point where the idea of eating meat was disgusting.
Up yours, woke moralist. That's one sound bite we don't have.
Go through that?
No, I wouldn't say so. I've been fortunate to not have that happen. That kind of happened to Michaela, my daughter, when she was pregnant.
Yeah.
But, people's food preferences tend to change dramatically when they're pregnant. So
Yes.
God only knows what that means. No, I don't get
Chat, we've got a lot of good stuff here. Look at this. We've got global warming, climate change, dealing with pride. I'm sure that he's not talking about Pride Month. Maybe he is. Best arguments for atheism and why celebrities are converting. There we go with a nice anecdote of this celebrity became Catholic. This celebrity became Orthodox. Celebrities are converting all over the place. Everyone's taking the trad pill, the God pill, defining God. Yeah, we've got some God stuff in here. We got some God stuff. We got some Catholicism. We got some Daily Wire dirt that he might be dishing. We got the suits. Oh, he talks about the suits. He asks the importance of men's fashion. What are you, Vosh? Is he gonna have like a short stack goblin moment here? Oh my God, chat! So much good stuff in here.
tired of meat. And
great.
The diet could be worse. I could be eating nothing but porridge.
Yes.
If you have to eat one.
I almost feel like we should do a President Sunday thing where when you donate through a sub or a membership or anything like that, you also say this one goes towards the drama jellyfish, or this one goes to the Peterson squid
thing.
Yeah, steak will do.
Well, right. And so
resorting to the Gish Gallop and hiding in the obscure. Like Jordan makes so many claims nowadays, I can't keep up. He's resorted to Gish Galloping and hiding in the obscure right-wing echo chamber. I think the dude realizes his time is almost up. Even a lot of his fans. Well, yeah, he's on the Daily Wire, and that is the losing team. Now, we went over some stuff from Bronze Age Pervert yesterday, who is one of the potential thought leaders to inherit what people like Peterson and Shapiro and the Daily Wire crew had, which was sort of a not a monopoly, but definitely they were at the top of their game, right? You got Nick Fuentes, you got Bronze Age Pervert, you've got Jay Dyer, all sort of vying with their own version of fascism to inherit the earth of conservative content.
I
was going to say this brings up a broader point, because I was talking about we in the internet age we're being funneled information constantly, but it feels like
information and lies,
and it's conflicting, and it's hard to discern what's true.
Yeah.
So I'm drinking this drink today, and it's talking about how recent science shows that we've misunderstood sodium.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to say we misunderstood the need for water or something.
Maybe that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear about the blind man that's suing the seafood restaurant? He claims he couldn't see any of the food. It was invisible shrimp.
But the point is, from little things to big things to religious things, when I'm online, I'm hearing from different people who both look credentialed, both seem as passionate.
Did he just say big things to little things to religious things? What the fuck?
As the other, and they're telling me something that's conflicting.
Yeah.
And I was listening to a fellow recently called John Eldridge, who's an author, and he said that we've become disciples of the internet, in that we're being tutored by the internet, and not necessarily the content, but the means by which we use it, and it has led us to be weary, skeptical pragmatists.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that? Because I meet people all the time who are so confident about political things, and I think, gosh, I wish I had your courage. I'd love to be that confident about things, but often I don't know how to be confident when I don't know how to assess.
One of the things that happens when you start...
Ooh, chat, I didn't notice this. I didn't notice this, but we got a change in the poll. Mr. Wikipedia has come out of nowhere to tie Divorcelli. You know what? I shouldn't have put Divorcelli and Dvorstiny in the same poll. They're kind of like the same thing. Yeah, tooted his horn. Sounds like a boomer take. There's a ton of boomer takes. The salt-only diet.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
To a wide range of conflicting facts as you actually start to understand how unsettled, for example, even the basic science is in most situations. Like most of what passes.
Oh my God, chat. I've got to farm you for likes again, don't I? Look, I'm looking at the concurrent viewership and I'm looking at the number of likes in chat and I'm noticing that these two things do not match. There are people in chat who have not hit like on the stream and I'm wondering why. It's making me a little bit nervous. Do I have Dvorstiny? Do I have DGG in here not liking the stream? Please like the stream just to convince me that you're not DGG. Okay, if you're not, or if you're not, if you are DGG, then unlike the stream. I don't know. I also got to mention for anybody watching me on Shorts, right? You might want to like the stream and you might be looking for the like button here and not finding it. Where is it? Where did it go? I will show you. It's right up here. ... Okay, for most of you, you should have a ... right up there, ... and you press that and it opens up a screen where you get to like the video. So if you want to like the video, if you want to dislike the video, that's where that is. I'm telling you, you know, even if you want to dislike the video, right, you could, it's the same place. You hit that ... right there, you open up a screen, you get to like and you get to unlike things. And so yeah, Thumb Gang, we are farming you for your likes, whether you're in the regular stream on YouTube or whether you're in the short stream.
For the settled science is nothing of the sort. Okay. In everywhere you look, if you're a scientist, everywhere you look into any given question deeply, you run into conundrums and profound sources of.
So we're gonna use this like, what the bleep do we know? And again, chat. When I say what the bleep do we know, I'm talking about a very old, I think it was on Netflix documentary that just basically questioned, I don't know, the veracity of science. Like, what do we actually know? Like, right, everything's up in the, and like, at the time, that was something that people on the left would watch. People that were into like New Age spirituality and, you know, stuff like that. You know, they loved that. Yeah, let's question science, right? Do you see where it's gone though? Do you see where that notion is now? Do you see where a lack of material analysis gets you? It gets you Dr. Peterson, unfortunately. It gets you QAnon. It gets you Comet Pizzeria. It gets you JFK Jr. is still alive and he's in Dallas and he's going to be Donald Trump's running mate. Yeah, it gets you all that shit.
Disagreement, even about.
It's really sick where like natural health is kind of gone in terms of. This is something that Naomi Klein talks about in her book Doppelganger. The natural health movement, unfortunately, has been largely co-opted by the right wing. And like I said before, there's like elements of so-called natural health that I can actually get behind, like the idea that like diet and exercise and your lifestyle, you know, could affect your health. Absolutely. But when you start talking about like, you know, you got to take colloidal silver and you got to, you know, before you know it, you're boofing ivermectin, right? It can go off rails really quickly, and it kind of has, right? The right wing is like the blob, right? It will absorb anything it possibly can, whether it be hippies or new age crystal mommies, live, laugh, love, chug millennials, right? It will eat you all.
What's hypothetically fundamental?
You know, I always feel like though, if I met the blob or if I met a blob, you know, I would have to ask like, hey, like, I just want to know, are you the blob? Like, are you the blob? Like, I just like, you know, because if you can, before you digest me, could you give me your autograph? You're kind of a celebrity. You're the blob from the movie The Blob.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the climate science is a good example of that. Yeah. That's an appalling scam.
How so?
Well, here's the simplest way to look at it. You can tell me what you make of this. Okay, so we're essentially in a carbon dioxide drought by...
We need more carbon dioxide? This is like a Trumpian tape. Didn't Trump like pledge to what, like to push climate change further or something like that? See if I can find that.
Historical standard. So if you look at the proportion of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere over the last number of hundreds of millions of years, like a pretty whopping time frame, we're at a very, very low level. We dropped to about 350 parts per million by, say, 1850, something like that. Plants start to die at 250, right? Because they need carbon dioxide. So we were almost at the point where the plants were going to start to die. That's how low the carbon dioxide levels are. Now they have been increasing. Why? Well, some of that's probably man-made. You know, that's not exactly settled, but we could give the devil his due and say some of that's man-made. Okay, so now we're up to something in the low 400s. And that's been increasing, and perhaps because of industrial output. So what's been the major consequence? The major consequence is that the planet is 20% greener than it was in the year 2000. 20%. This is NASA data. No one disputes this, by the way. The satellite imagery is absolutely clear.
Okay.
20% greener. An area the size of the continental US has greened since the year 2000. So the whole planet is 20% greener. That's a big effect. Crop yield has gone up 13%. Right, okay. Where's the planet getting greener? Because you heard climate, global warming. The deserts are going to grow. Well, then it wasn't global warming because that turned out to be a scam. Then it was climate change. The deserts are going to grow. It's like, no, the deserts are...
It's been proven that global warming isn't a thing because it was cold in my neighborhood last year. I had to call the snow plow man. I had to call Mr. Plow to come and plow my driveway for my car to get out. Obviously, climate change is bunk.
Shrinking. The deserts are shrinking because the planet is greening because there's more carbon dioxide. Okay, so why are the deserts shrinking? Well, because plants breathe, and they breathe through these pores called stomata. And when there isn't much carbon dioxide, the stomata have to be open, and then the water evaporates. And so if you increase the carbon dioxide, the stomata close, and that means plants don't need as much water, so they can invade the semi-arid areas around deserts. And that's what's happening. So I truly believe, I believe this to be the case. If you took a dispassionate look at the data, and you looked at the effects of carbon dioxide, the biggest effect clearly by likely an order of magnitude is the greening effect. It's like, well, is that good? Well, it's the opposite was what was predicted, and the opposite was regarded as a catastrophe. Okay, so the opposite of a catastrophe is good. There's more plants and crops grow better. Okay, so what's the problem exactly? Well, you could make the case that it's still a very rapid rate of change, and any rapid rate of change has a destabilizing effect on, let's say, a given ecosystem. And so that's a fair objection. But if you're kind of fond of plants, 20% is a lot. Like, I've never heard anyone make a credible case against that particular perspective. So I've talked to a lot of people now, a lot of very good scientists about climate change. And the last person I talked to was Patrick Moore, and he started Greenpeace, and then he left it when it got corrupt. And he's outlined the data pertaining to the levels of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere over very long periods of time. What the climate apocalypse mongers do is they take a very small section of time, like an arbitrarily small, and that's a big problem because when you're doing something like climate analysis, the time frame matters. You can't just pick the time frame that's suitable for your bloody hypothesis. That's not reasonable. And so you can say, well, carbon dioxide has been increasing over the last 100 years. It's like, okay, well, how about the last 500? How about the last 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 150,000, 2 million, 10 million? What's your time frame and why? well, I picked the time frame that's convenient for my hypothesis. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. Like, you seriously don't get to do that. And then
okay, so this is part of Project 2025, which you might have heard of. We probably need to talk about this more. It is a plan of not just with Trump, but I think the Heritage Foundation is behind this. It's with a lot of different components. The most notable is to replace civil servants who sometimes Trump might be what Trump's referring to when he says the deep state, right? These are people that are that have careers working as civil servants. He wants to replace these people with his sycophants to make sure that there's no checks and balances on what he can do. Sometimes the ability of the president to act like a king is hemmed in by the fact that we have this like army of civil servants that really is like the government proper, and that they're not beholden to a president. So that's the main thing. Got this article here from Scientific American. Former President Donald Trump's second term could begin with a clear direction on climate policy. Trash it. Dozens of conservative organizations have banded together to provide Trump a roadmap known as Project 2025 if he prevails in November. It outlines a series of steps that the former president could take to reverse the climate actions taken by the Biden administration. Trump has already said that boosting fossil fuels would be on the top of his priorities. A proposed executive order in Project 2025 offers him a path for that goal, laying out a total restructuring of the U.S. Global Climate Change Research Program to diminish its role across more than a dozen federal agencies. Project 2025 also calls for replacing the White House climate advisor with an energy/environment advisor who would pivot to serving the needs of the fossil fuel industry. The Biden administration, and meanwhile, China has done a lot, has really thrown themselves into clean energy, right? In some cases as a response for American foreign policy and the island chains that they're using to contain China, meaning that any conflict between the United States and China would probably, the U.S. would be able to effectively cut off a lot of energy imports to China, right? So China's trying to be independent in that regard by researching and really have kind of gotten a big head start in terms of researching clean energy. The Biden administration's climate fanaticism will need a whole of government unwinding, the plan states. With other federal departments and agencies, the Biden administration's leveraging of the federal government's resources to further the woke agenda should be reversed and scrubbed from all policy manuals, guidance documents, and agendas. Washington-based Heritage Foundation worked with the conservative organizations to produce Project 2025, which offers 920 pages of policy prescriptions to ensure the chaos of Trump's first term is not repeated. What they mean is to make sure that Trump can act more like a dictator, act more like a king, and less like a president if he gets a second term. The think tank did not respond to the request for comment. Yeah, surprise, surprise. Anyway.
If you combine that with the fact that we're in a carbon dioxide drought, Patrick Moore actually believes that if we wouldn't have started to burn fossil fuels, the plants would have started dying in about 500 years. So
what?
He actually believes that
we saved the planet, chat. Congratulations, everybody. Give yourself a massive pat on the back. Congratulations, humanity. We did it. We saved the planet by burning fossil fuels. The plants would have died. They would have died, and we saved them. And you did it by driving your car when you didn't need to drive your car. You could have walked, you could have biked, you could have done a lot of different things. You could have caught public transit, but instead you got in your car like a good American. You did the patriotic thing, and you saved the plants by driving your car like less than 1 mile.
The fossil fuel revolution saved the planet. Yeah, right. Now you think, well, no. It's like, well, wait a minute,
Well, wait a minute, no.
Where did all this climate apocalypse?
I mean, again, remember, chat, what the bleep do we know? So there we go.
Sense come from? Well, it was fundamentally pushed by
fuck the scientists, unless they're telling me that my all meat diet is the healthiest.
The Club of Rome types starting in the 1960s who said, there's too many people on the planet. We're all going to starve to death by the year 2000. Commodity prices are going to shoot through the roof because there's no.
Is this Peterson doing Peterson? What am I hearing?
Not enough of everything, right?
He's doing the Kermit voice, but he is Kermit. It's a hat on a hat. It's a Kermit on a Kermit. What's going on here?
That was, what the hell's his name? Paul Ehrlich wrote The Population Bomb, and he made a famous bet with Simon, Julian Simon. Sure, it's Julian. Might be Herbert.
It might be Herbert. I'm sorry. I'm sure it's Julian, but it might be Herbert.
Yeah, I think
he's closing his eyes trying to like get that use that photographic memory that his carnivore diet affords him.
I think it's Julian. Anyways, a polymath.
Can anybody tell me about this guy? This is called Pints with Aquinas. Shaxby, do you know about this dude? This Pints with Aquinas fellow? Who is this fellow? They got Catholic mugs that they're drinking from that they'll sell you at catholicmugs.com.
Brilliant man, an absolutely brilliant man. He bet Ehrlich that he was not only wrong, but opposite. He said to Ehrlich, you pick a bundle of commodities.
Yeah.
We'll bet 20 years in the future. It was something like 20 years. I bet the prices go down. You think
we had a question in chat about the Nick Fuentes outing. Question: what is the deal with the Nick Fuentes outing? What was the discussed on? Was that discussed on stream or at another point? That was actually in the premium streamium yesterday. I feel bad about this because so much of the stuff that I didn't get through, I ended up just kind of folding into the premium streamium. And so only the members got to see that. Now, of course, you can get yourself a membership, and the premium streamium is up now. I had to edit it to take out some of the. We ended up accidentally getting some copyrighted music on there, but it's up now for members if you want to see it. But I'm also willing to maybe go over that again if we hit the sub goal. We are like 9 subs. I have to check again. I think we are 9 subs, 9 memberships, or the equivalent thereof, away from hitting that goal. In which case, we'll be able to expand the stream for longer than it would normally go on, and cover a lot more stuff. But yeah, I would be willing to take a look at that. Look, the only thing is I can't look at the video from it because I remember he's got his chat is there, and he has got Thomas Aquinas was a nerd. Thomas Jerome says, doesn't CO2 affect animals? That's, yeah, well, generally like us. Yeah. I don't know if you know this, right? But, although there is going to be a certain level of carbon dioxide in the air that you breathe, if you're breathing pure carbon dioxide, you're not exactly going to go on living. You're not exactly going to go on living. But I mean, if that's what maybe living is overrated, according to Peterson.
Go through the stratosphere. They made a bet, famous bet, $200, not a lot. Well, Simon collected because by the year 2000, not only was there not mass starvation, there were far fewer hungry people in the world, and all the commodity prices went down because that zero-sum Malthusian view.
Wait, but does he know why there's less people starving? And this isn't necessarily anything I want to super endorse because there's some issues with this too. There's something called the Green Revolution, right? Which includes, more aggressive use of pesticides. And if you look at the modern day kind of where we've gotten from the Green Revolution, right? In terms of introducing more genetically modified products into the food system. Now, I'm not one of these people that thinks that genetically modified foods are necessarily the boogeyman. I just feel like they are pushed a lot by corporate interests. I think that's my main problem. And in a lot of cases, genetically modified foods are genetically modified to withstand more pesticides. Spicy take, but I think that pesticides are generally not good to eat. All right. Now that's not to say that like, I'm going to try to walk this back to like a more nuanced take than that, in that the overall agricultural policy has allowed more food production, has allowed the food prices to come down. And part of that strategy, was pesticides. I would also say, and this is important, chat, that if your choice is between eating less vegetables, okay, less fruits and vegetables versus that eating less fruits and vegetables and only buying organic, and eating more fruits and vegetables, but having some, non-organics, having stuff that might have some pesticides in it, I would say go for the more fruits and vegetables, right? I don't think that it's not quite the boogeyman that people want to make it out to be. But the funny thing about the Green Revolution is that it emphasized everything that Jordan Peterson stands against dietarily. When we're talking about increasing production, we're talking about monocrops, we're talking about grains, we're talking about the very opposite of the grass-fed meat sort of diet that Jordan Peterson eats. It's just funny that he's mentioning this without mentioning the part that contradicts his worldview.
That's like, you're an idiot biologist if you're a Malthusian. Why? So Malthus,
goddamn Malthus,
clergyman who proclaimed.
I feel like there's not a lot of people that are like, no, Malthus was cool, man. Fuck yeah, Malthus.
That unconstrained, a population will grow until it consumes more than the available resources, and then it will collapse.
Okay.
It's like, well, that works for yeast in a petri dish.
Okay.
We're not yeast.
A petri dish? Is it ever pronounced petri dish? Yeah, we're not yeast. Good point.
We learn.
Unlike yeast.
It's the wrong biological model. And
yeast never learns its lesson.
Not just a little bit. Like, it's seriously wrong. There's nothing more brutal than a zero-sum game ideology. There's not enough for everyone. Oh yeah, really? Is that a fact? There's not.
Wait, then what the fuck is your take on immigration other than a zero-sum gain? Other than the idea that letting immigrants in is going to necessarily take away from the lives of the people that are already here. He's such a fucking hypocrite. And nobody calls him on his shit. None of his sycophants ever call him on it.
Who doesn't get what they need? Well, the bloody Greens, though, nature worshippers, it's like, well, let's screw the poor. They don't need the wealth.
Let's screw the poor while we fuck a tree.
We have in the West. They don't get fossil fuels. It's inexcusable.
It's really funny that Peterson now does the Peterson voice to make fun of people.
So who's pushing it and what?
Did he just get tired of people? People were always doing it to him, so he decided like he's gonna get strike back.
Yeah, they pushing it.
It was so peaceful.
Yo! Now there are freaking communist invading radicals. Welcome.
Who's pushing it?
The climate change.
Cynical anti-humanists possessed by the resentful spirit of Cain.
Oh my God. The resentful spirit of Cain. You don't say. We're going to go biblical.
Socialists, communists, and...
We're going to say cultural Marxists, maybe? Can we go for... Is he going to infuse this with anti-Semitism too?
And people who worship nature.
Notice that he doesn't say the cultural Marxism thing anymore.
And I mean that in a very specific sense. I mean, look.
What, Druids?
Irish government is planning...
Is he talking about Druids?
Call 200,000 cows. Why? To change the weather. This is where we're at. The nature worshippers sacrifice cattle to change the weather. Right.
Oh, it's like an old school pagan sacrifice. I see.
We're right back in pagan times.
We're back in pagan times. Yes.
And they are definitely nature.
Any pagans in chat?
It's like this word, the environment. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
The environment. That's Gaia. That's the new female deity that we sacrifice.
What is the environment? What the fuck are we talking about? Is that air you're breathing, motherfucker? Is that air you're breathing? What do the cows that you eat? Is it grass? Or is it... Like, what are you talking about, Peterson?
Sacrifice children to the environment. You have to save the environment. What the hell is the environment? What does that mean? You know, I grew up in northern Alberta. What was the environment? You go out in the bush in the spring in northern Alberta, you'll run smack dab into the environment, all right. Clouds of mosquitoes and black flies.
Yeah.
You'll be one.
That's the environment. Fuck the environment.
Miserable little primate, no time
The
flat.
environment's there to suck your blood.
Isn't it beautiful?
Yeah.
It's like it is if it's a, what would you call it? An impressionist painting of the French countryside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
but-
from Australia. A lot of deadly animals.
Oh, yeah,
They're not fun.
Nature, right? Nobody lives in Australia, right? Except on the coast,
That's
like
right.
clinging to the edge of
That's
the
right.
continent because everything else is so formidable.
I've heard that in Ireland they have now forbidden people to build fireplaces in their house.
Oh no, we're going to talk about fireplaces and gas stoves. Is that what we're getting into? Is that what we're getting into? Burglar Smile, thank you for joining Weird Champs. Welcome. Welcome in. I'm not sure why you didn't get a you didn't trip the stream alert for that, but it should have been like that's what you should have gotten. Maybe it still will give you a wow. I don't know. But I'm giving you a wow manually.
There's lots of cities. There's lots of cities that are doing that.
We're getting there. We're getting there, chat.
Oh, they're trying to ban gas.
I'm gonna go grab some food really quick, and then I'll be back and I'll try to count up like where we're at as far as the stream goal, for memberships and donations. See if we can get a little bit of extra content today.
Gas appliances.
With the Hassan and Destiny Inward Andy, the continuation of Inward Andy saga. This is like some old school shit. If you've been around for a while, you know about the Inward Andy manifesto that Destiny wrote, and it continues with him just like straight up like it used to be he was like saying the N-word in private and being like,
So peaceful up here, but now there are
what's wrong with that?
invading radicals.
If an N-word falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, is it really racist after all? Maybe not. Maybe not. Now he's just straight up saying the N-word on his show for weird clout points from ultra online weirdos.
For the same reason. You know, Montreal and Canada, they were going to ban the wood burning.
There we go, the wood burning stoves.
Ovens that there's a Jewish community in Montreal that's very long standing, and they make excellent bagels. They're famous, like New York bagels. Montreal bagels are famous too. And they cook them in wood burning ovens. They did the same thing in New York with the pizza ovens. You can't have a wood burning fireplace. It's like,
he's doing it again. He's doing the Peterson voice to make fun of other people. And it's weird because he already has a Peterson voice. So when he does the Peterson voice, it's like twice as high. He's like unironically not able to do the voice that he's trying to do.
So
these bloody nature worshippers, they'll take everything from you. You know what?
I worship bloody nature.
Do you know what the C40 consortium is?
No, I've heard of it, but I don't know enough about it.
I can't get away long enough to like freaking eat some food because like I just want to grab my food and stuff, chat. But like,
yeah, well, there are a lot of
this man is too damn interesting.
Fun. You can look them up.
Yeah,
it's a consortium of municipalities.
They're a lot of fun. Let me tell you, they'll suck your blood right out of your body.
40 of the biggest.
Yo, I feel like okay. So here's what it is, right? Peterson equals Kermit the Frog, all right? But Peterson doing Peterson, in other words, Peterson doing Kermit the Frog, right? That's like Kermit the Frog times Kermit the Frog, or maybe it's Kermit the Frog to the power of Kermit the Frog. But anyway, whichever it is, it's like, you know, Kermit the Frog to the power of Kermit the Frog is actually Mickey Mouse. He's gotten himself to a Mickey Mouse voice, which is somehow weirder than his Kermit the Frog thing that he's been doing his whole career. And now he is Mickey the Mouse. Ha ha.
Cities in the world. They've all signed on to this. Okay. So what's their agenda? You can't even believe this is true.
Oh, I'm an environmentalist. Ha ha. I want to limit the amount of carbon released into the atmosphere.
Like it sounds like a conspiracy theory. Yeah. I've read the documents like 3 times.
Let's get off of fossil fuels, Goofy.
Because I read them.
I'll be right back.
Later, there's no bloody way that can be right.
There's no bloody way. He overuses bloody
every 3 years. Yeah. Right. 95.
I'll be right back, chat.
In private automobile ownership. You know this idea we're going to have electric cars? Yeah. Everyone knows the grid can't withstand that. So
the grid can't take it.
What's the plan? You don't need a car, buddy.
Yeah. Stay where
You
you are.
ordinary person, you don't need a car. That's way too much. You're cluttering up the planet. No meat consumption.
I know.
No meat consumption.
I'm in
right?
Europe right now, and everywhere we go, it feels like people are evangelizing veganism to us.
Yeah. Well, and finally, 3 items of clothing a year. That's their plan.
No.
Absolutely. 100%.
3 items of clothing.
C40. 3 items of clothing. How much bloody clothing do you need? The planet's at stake. And you need to drive? What makes you so special? What puts you above the rats and the weeds? Exactly.
Stay home, watch porn, and get Uber Eats from the electric car and just shut up, mate.
Yeah. Well, you get Uber Eats. What are you going to get? You're roasted what?
Mushrooms? Soy.
Yeah, so you can grow breasts as a man. Yeah, this is like the C40 consortium. It's so off the top. It's so off the charts. And what really there's a couple of things that really irritate me about the modern environmental movement, the Greens. I mean, the fundamental anti-humanism and the nature worshipping is bad enough. But this is really what pisses me off. The lefties, in principle, are for the oppressed, for the poor. Yeah, in principle. So what do? You restrict energy usage and you raise energy prices like they have in Germany.
Hey, let's be real for a second. When you say the lefties, who are you talking about? Because if you're talking about the liberals, they tend to not give a fuck about the poor. They want like a little bit of a kinder, gentler form of capitalism, but not a capitalism that that empowers working people, right? That's contradictory to their goals. So yeah, could somebody be liberal and be concerned about the environment, but not particularly concerned about poor people? Absolutely. Those people exist. You can find them in cities on the West Coast and the East Coast. This is the Anna Kasparian effect that I'm talking about, right? But like, I don't know, when you say lefty, like it makes me think more like leftist, and no, leftists care about the poor. Leftists want, policies that move away from fossil fuels and empower the poor and claw back leverage for the poor and seize the means of freaking production.
Okay, so who suffers?
We can have both.
Well, obviously the poor. Now, how does that work? The economy is a pyramid. The people at the top have virtually everything. That's a Pareto distribution. That law that a few have, that's a fundamental law. It's not due to...
He's saying this is natural. This is normal, natural, and necessary. This is always going to be. Always going to be like a concentration of wealth and power at the top.
Capitalism, it's way...
You see what he is? He's an authoritarian.
Deeper than that. So a few rivers have most of the water. A few of the blood vessels in your body have most of the blood. A few stars have most of the stellar mass. A few planets have most of the planetary mass. Like
Is that even true about stars? Like in the universe, do a few stars have the majority of the stellar mass? He's basically trying to talk about like trillionaires as a force of nature. So like that's going to happen.
It's an iron law of distribution, and it's related in some fundamental sense to the workings of entropy. It's been modeled with money, for example. So a few people end up with most, and that can be a social problem. Okay, now, so you have a pyramid.
I mean, just to be clear, this is a pseudo-scientific phenomenon that he's talking about. Like, he might as well be talking about the golden spiral and like, right? He might as well be talking about...
Few people at the top are hyper wealthy. It's not like they're sitting on sacks of cash, their money's distributed out in the economy. But then right at the bottom, you have a very large number of people who are barely hanging on. Right there, like one crisis away from catastrophe. 1% employment decline is a 5% increase in psychiatric hospitalization, right? Because these people at the bottom, they're just barely...
Are you going to cry?
On the margin.
Yeah.
Crank up energy prices?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the leftist solution. And so...
No, that's not the leftist solution. The leftist solution is that the workers at the bottom in that precarious position get to take home more of the value which they are producing, which is the actual prime driver of the economy. The people that are actually making things, the people that are actually doing things, the people that are actually working, rather than assholes who sit around on podcasts all day drinking who knows what, but I guess it's not apple cider. As long as it's not apple cider.
Observation with regard to that is, all right, so you bastards, when it comes down to it, you'll sacrifice the poor to facilitate your delusions of planetary messianism. That's
dickhead, you're sacrificing the poor right now through capitalism. They're not just flittering on the edge, Jordan. They are dropping off every second of the day in 1,000 ways. Look at the lifespan of people with money versus the lifespan of people without money. They are already being sacrificed by the capitalist system. You ass.
That's your plan. Mm-hmm. And then you think, well, that's a little harsh, Dr. Peterson. It's like, really, is it? Are they pro or anti-nuclear? Mm-hmm. Well, they're anti-nuclear. Well,
what? Another mistake. Liberals are anti-nuclear? Excuse me? Where are you drawing the stereotype from? What decade? Is it the 60s? Or is it the 70s? Or is it the 80s? Because it sure as fuck isn't the 2020s. And we're talking about, liberals. We're talking about the Kasparian effect. Like ask Anna Kasparian, for instance, right? Or somebody like with what? Oh my god. Yeah, in the 80s they were anti-nuclear.
Because nuclear power, especially with the new technology, actually happens to be quite safe. The small reactors can't even melt down. Plus, they produce 0 carbon dioxide. So what's the agenda here? Exactly. Is it like human beings shouldn't exist? Or is it we need to get rid of carbon dioxide? Well, if you want to get rid of carbon dioxide, why shut down the nuclear power plants? Especially when you're making energy more...
Okay, he is literally arguing with Strawman at this point. But, I mean, he's an old guy. On some level, I want to kind of like cut him a break on this one.
Thomas Jer, super chatted $5.84. People like that refer to Soviet statism rather than unionization. Also Chernobyl.
Yeah, people like that refer to Soviet statism rather than unionization. Also Chernobyl. So yeah, there are some issues with nuclear power that haven't exactly been solved. But I'm just saying that it's like he doesn't know who he's arguing with. He doesn't know who he's arguing with. Like, right? He's not even sure. He's got this vague idea of what a liberal is that is actually a compilation, an aggregation of different stereotypes that he had in all the decades of his life. He's lived a long life, this guy. He's been around for quite a while. He's an Omega boomer. And the target keeps moving. He knows he doesn't like liberals. He knows he doesn't like lefties. He knows he doesn't like Greens, but he's not exactly sure who these people are. And he's kind of got this idea that's not like really tracking along with the, march of time, right? If I were to say like the natural health movement in the 80s, I would be talking about left-wing people. If I were to say the natural health movement in the 70s, I would almost be talking about like radical people. If I was trying to say it in the 60s, yeah, they were talking about like revolutionaries there, right? But if I say natural health movement in the 2020s, I am talking about QAnon for the most part. And that's just, demographically speaking, I'm not trying to shit on anybody for, like, right, there's a lot that is encompassed in that. Like, but that's just an example of the swift arrow of time. Time marches on. Things change. Cultural trends change. People change. Look at the fucking hippies from the 60s that are voting for Trump now. They had Grateful Dead t-shirts on back in the day. They were following the dead around. All right. Now they got their MAGA hat. And they might even have I'm just waiting to see like a Grateful Dead, like what is it called? The skull, with the whole, and it's going to be like a Trump inside of it. Right. It's like, that's who they are now. Yeah, time marches on. Time marches on. And Peterson fanboys fucking cope and seethe. I'm sorry, I gotta give you I got to give you a shout out, Peterson fanboys, since you found me on Twitch. Let's look. We're doing a lot of tipster content without even doing tipster content today. I don't even know what this is. Wait, can I find the? Oh wait, yeah, it's over here. We got to give one more round. You are coping and seething. Coping in my Twitch chat. Anyway, I feel like we've had enough tip tent for today. Again, chat, everything in moderation, including tip tent. I don't want to overdo it.
Expensive, and that hurts the poor. And then there's something even more pathological about that, because you might say, well, what happens when you make energy expensive? And the answer is you make the environment worse, not better. So why? Well, poor people discount the future, so they live for the moment, and they'll burn up the future. That's what happens in the developing world. I mean, part of
Says the guy advocating for burning up the future, for literally burning up the future. You are touring.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals.
the reason it's environmentally devastated in the developing world is.
Okay, chat, let's I don't want to get too stuck in, I don't know, like the climate change stuff is kind of.
It's because people don't have the luxury to think more than past lunchtime. They don't have the wealth. Mm-hmm. If you bring people up to $5,000 a year GDP.
But here's the deal. This is a conservative arguing that his policies are going to empower the poor. The liberal policies, and granted, like the liberal policies are not to empower you, but part of what liberalism tends to do, and especially in the United States, is be slightly less supply side than conservative philosophy, right? Conservative philosophy, starting with Reagan, was heavily supply side, favoring the capitalist, and so they're both bad. They're both forms of conservatism. They're both forms of capitalism. They're both stuck in capitalist realism. But this is a guy that is advocating for policies, and I'm talking about supply side economics here, which have been shown to not do what they were supposed to do. The idea of supply side economics is that if you put the inputs, if you lower the taxes, if you allow rich people to keep more of their money, they're going to make more jobs. That's good for the poor people. The idea is that like the Reagan-esque tax policies overall are going to make the pie bigger. So yeah, no, the poor people don't get a bigger piece of the pie. They don't get a bigger percentage, but the pie gets bigger. And so therefore their lot in life is better. This has been shown. This has been tried. This kind of fucking austerity hurts the poor. It demonstrably hurts the poor. Liberalism is not great because it does not allow for the poor to claw back any leverage from the capitalist. But his shit is even worse. And yet he's trying to claim that like, oh no, they want this they want to raise the taxes on the rich to make the poor the lot in life of the poor worse, to make it so there's more poor people because poor people don't think of the future and they'll burn up the future. Meanwhile, he's fucking burning up a cigar he's smoking the future. Rich assholes like this piece of shit are literally rolling up and smoking the future as we speak. I don't know, chat.
They start being concerned about the environment. So what's the solution?
You didn't know that Jordan B. Peterson fanboys still exist, right? Yeah, it does seem like a throwback.
Drive energy costs down.
Yeah.
You would think that they would be Groypers by now, right? Groypers or BAP fanboys or...
Eradicate poverty. Everyone will become concerned
with
bros and grandchildren. They'll start taking local action with regard to the environment. Everybody has enough. Children have opportunity. And local activity that's devoted to environmental sustainability will spread. So what the hell's wrong with that as a vision?
It's so weird that this guy occupies the space of an intellectual. Like, talk about yapping. Talk about meaningless fucking drivel. Let's see. What else do we really want to get to? Free speech. Let's see what he has to say about free speech.
200 hours of lectures online, which really saved me, right? Because people came after me when I opposed idiot Trudeau's idiot legislation. You have to use pronouns. It's like, fuck you, buddy.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Say it in the Mickey Mouse voice.
You try to get control of my tongue and see what the hell happens. So I knew what that meant. Anyways, you know, I got pilloried for that, for my meanness, even though I could see what.
You fucking lied, dude. It's been proven. You got famous talking about Bill 16, which you said was going to put people in jail for not using the right pronouns. Who's in jail for not using pronouns? Nobody. You lying sack of dog shit. You weaselly little liar. That nobody's ever going to hold him accountable for this, right? His whole claim to fame in the first place was lying about a Canadian bill that just added like LGBT people to a list of people whose civil rights you couldn't infringe, and like at work.
Happened. I told that bloody Senate in Canada in 2016 that they were going to produce a psychological epidemic among young women. I knew that. I thought, okay, what are you doing? You're confusing people about their sexual identity. Okay.
I was hoping that he was going to talk about the protests, right? This is about free speech. The biggest free speech of our time is actually on college campuses. This is like things coming full circle, right? He came to fame as one of these free speech assholes that said that like there's no free speech on college campus because fucking Milo Yiannopoulos is not allowed to invade your college campus, dox your fucking DACA students and harass like trans people, right? There's no free speech. What the fuck? And now there's no free speech for these students to actually protest when they don't like the fact that their tuition money is going to kill people in fucking Gaza.
Most confused.
Are you going to say anything like that about that? Are you completely under a rock? Do you even know that this is happening? You free speech asshole. You free speech weasel.
Young women who are sensitive to
No, he's going to talk about rapid onset gender dysphoria. He's going to talk about irreversible fucking damage. That's what he's going to talk about instead.
Genic epidemics. Oh, young women. Oh, I see. So we're going to confuse adolescent girls.
Addled with what?
About their sex.
Usually when you say something addled, it's like, drug addled.
How's that going to work? Oh, we'll have a
He's just going to say addled.
Epidemic.
I don't know. They're addled, chat, whatever that means.
Well, that's exactly what happened. And I could see that. I knew the literature. There's a literature on psychological epidemics going back 300 years, outlined in a book called The Discovery of the Unconscious, which is a bloody classic.
A bloody classic.
Book. Yeah, it's a great book.
A great bloody classic.
And so I told the Senate that. Anyways, people came after me for being mean. Can't you just, call the poor victims what they want? It's like, not if they're going to force me.
I don't even know what he's talking about. Call the poor victims what they... Oh, he's talking about, like, pronouns.
Thank you very much.
Did you have to learn how to handle that level of criticism? I mean, it seems like you've grown into it. You're okay with it now. But in the beginning, do you remember
got to be
being...
afraid of the right things.
Yeah.
So you learn to handle it. It's like...
Yeah, pronoun addled, I guess.
In the 1980s that totalitarian states depend on the lie. I spent my whole life studying atrocity, Nazi atrocities.
And now in the United States, we got the big lie. We got the big lie of the 2020 election that Trump has refused to let go of.
Soviet atrocity, Maoist atrocity, North Korean atrocity, Japanese atrocity, serial killers, sexual slayers, like you name it.
Sexual slayers?
A fair number of pretty dark.
What are sexual slayers? Are we talking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Like what? What? Accidentally had some animated music play in the background while JP was talking. He sounded like he belonged in the song. He is like kind of an anime villain, isn't he? Coping and sorrow. Okay. Sorry, Jeff. I thought we were done with the tipster content. I thought we were done with tipster.
People in my clinical practice too. And what did I learn? Lies lead to hell. And I learned that. It's not some hypothesis. It's like
it's not a hypothesis. Lies lead to hell.
Of lies. Just like Maoist China, just like bloody communist China now. That's hell. So,
just like dingus China now. Yeah. Yeah. What the fuck?
Dingus Gambit.
Exactly.
How do you get to hell? You lie. How do you stay
okay, I guess you're going to hell, bro.
away? You tell the truth. Okay, so what am I afraid of?
Pinocchio, your nose is growing.
Like politicians? Journalists? No. Hell. Right. So
yeah,
you got to have your fears in order, man.
Yeah.
And I know you don't lose control of your tongue. You sacrifice your soul and the state and everyone you love. You don't know it. You know, you're maintaining yourself.
I am so pissed off.
It's like, yeah.
There's a whole section on free speech, and it's nothing pertinent to 2024.
Good luck with that.
He's like half immersed in 2016, 2017. He's half immersed in, I don't know, the 70s and 80s and like the what did they call it? Stop the nukes. What was the anti-nuclear movement right after 3 Mile Island? What was that called?
Never worked. That's the moral of the story of Jonah. When God comes,
Jonah got swallowed by a gigantic whale, just like Pinocchio.
Knocking and says that you have something to say. It's time to open your mouth. So I knew that.
What's it been like having tens of thousands more tell you how much you've helped them?
Well, it's great.
And how have you not, I don't know, fallen into, or how do you struggle with the sin of pride when everyone's telling you how wonderful you are constantly?
Okay, so now we're into pride. I don't know if this is going to be productive. Fear of death, overcoming bad habits, best arguments for atheism. Okay. This is apparently the most watched part of the of this presentation here.
Okay.
You have something important to do. It's no game. The price of life is death. It's not a game, right? There's even.
Oh, speaking of games, I did say something about a sub goal, a membership goal. Let's see how we're doing on that. Let's see how close we are to possibly winning the game of unlocking extra inward Andy content from Destiny, from Divorcedity, his whole his whole cope and seethe session on Hassan and the the Wired. I'm sorry, excuse me, I almost called it Daily Wire. The Wired interview that Hassan did.
Not easy. In fact, it'll take everything you have, everything. Right. That's why you're to consecrate everything to God. This isn't. You're not.
How was this man ever an academic?
Not an infant.
But
you're
not good question.
Being treated by God like an infant. You're being treated by God like
responsible
someone
moral agent. He's not. He doesn't just want comfortable little.
Someone to be.
Hey, look. The only pronoun that they insist on getting right apparently is God's pronouns.
God is to be someone who wrestles with potential. To genuinely
wrestle with potential.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, that's the tohu vabohu that exists at the
tohu vabohu.
Right, the potential, the watery chaos. Okay. The Spirit of God sits above the chaos, the primordial.
Wait, did he just mispronounce some Hebrew? Did he just? What is that? I feel like he's mispronouncing like biblical Hebrew here.
And extracts order out of that. That's what you do as a conscious agent. And you do that. You do that in a way that is aimed towards hell or aimed towards heaven. Really.
But you wouldn't think people who claim to be atheists are necessarily irrational? Because
they're perfectly rational if you accept the initial axiom, but I don't accept the initial axiom.
What's the initial?
Oh yeah, Shakespeare donated to the microphone fund $15 off stream. Thank you for the donation to that, Shakespeare. Let me give you an update on where we're at. I think I looked at it and it was 81% there. Yeah, it says 81% funded. So we're 81% towards that that microphone, that new professional microphone for Waluigi to sit on. Thank you, Shakespeare.
original.
Like I said, it's something
now back to God.
Like a materialist determinism.
Yeah.
No. First of all, whatever matter is, and we certainly don't understand it, it doesn't look at all.
I feel like this guy, not only would he get dunked on in any kind of like academic discussion amongst other professors, but if you even put this guy in a freshman smoke session, you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about freshmen, you know, they're getting together on the weekends. They're having a little sesh. They're rolling up some blunts and stuff like that. I feel like he'd get dunked on there too. I feel like undergrads would dunk on this guy. Undergrads chat would bully this guy because he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's a mishmash.
Something determined
of half remembered, half facts.
At the highest level of resolution, there's something very weird going on down there at the quantum level. You know, and what the philosophical implications of that are, you know, God only knows. But there's no easy determinism in the physical realm. So anybody who claims that is like stuck in in the world of Newton. They're like in 1830. We're way past that.
I feel like we got to invoke time cube here if we're going to talk about Newton versus, you know, if we're going to talk about like classical mechanics versus quantum mechanics. We might as well invoke time cube at this point.
Person just says, all right, I'm open to believing in God or not believing in God, and I've seen no good evidence or arguments for God's existence.
It's like I said, it's
evidence schmevidence.
It has nothing to do with. See, the problem with that argument is that it's an atheist argument right from the beginning. Well, what's the evidence? It's like,
okay, chat. I'm tabulating things up. I'm tabulating things up.
Propositional acceptance of
where are we at?
Descriptive facts. That's not what it is.
We got one.
It's commitment. Right? So what does it mean to follow in the footsteps of Christ?
Three.
It means to hoist your cross.
So yeah, we're six memberships or subs or the equivalent thereof from hitting from unlocking that extra content and finding out about Divorce Ellie's inward Andy arc, which continues.
Walk up the
Wait,
hill.
is there? Let me just check really quick and see if
what does Christ
see if I'm missing anything.
Not all those who say Lord, Lord will enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah.
Well, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What? It's not. It's the religious doctrine is not a scientific theory. It's not something you believe like you believe a description of a set of facts.
Okay.
It's a mode of being. It's a mode of apprehension. It's a mode of perception. It's a mode of action.
Jules says he appeals to the fears of boomers and people who still buy into. Oh my God! Wait, Shakespeare, were you saying? Wait, oh, Michael S. Thank you for donating to the. Thank you for donating to the microphone fund.
Pushing back to see if I can understand what you're getting at. Like, in order for me to marry my wife, I need to know she exists, and I need to know she's interested in me, and I need to be able to pursue her, right?
To marry
No, I'm all right with marrying a deep fake wife. We're at 82%. Nice.
Wife, you need to take a leap of faith.
But I need to know she exists first in order to.
Oh, true.
Yeah, we got to make sure you exist. And so, just so I can make sure you exist, chat, make sure you hit that like button so I know that you exist. I need to know. It's really important to me to make sure that you exist in my chat before, just so I know that there's no like dream characters taking over my chat, because that's, believe it or not, that's been a problem in the past. Sometimes dream characters, they slip into chat. I don't really know the difference. I start responding to the dream characters. Things get a little weird. Things take a little bit of a psychedelic turn at that point. So just if you want me to know that you are real, make sure to hit that like button, whether you are in the normal chat or the abnormal chat, aka the shorts chat, which again, your like button is a little bit different. You'd expect to find it right there. Nope, it's not right there. Where is it? It's actually up here. It's actually, this is for shorts only. Don't pay no attention to where I'm pointing if you're not on shorts, right? But right up here, ... there's 3 little dots right hit there. That's where you open up to get the like button.
That's what I'm saying with God's existence. If God does exist, surely I need some kind of reason to think this isn't just a story I'm telling myself.
Conscience.
Jiminy Cricket.
Where does that pesky little thing come from?
It comes from the cricket swamps of Disney.
I think there's 3 options.
Okay.
One might be...
Literally, Jordan B. Peterson is... is talking. Oh, what the word that he was saying is darkness. Does she think that we're all as dumb as her? No, I think you're dumber. Actually, you're dumber than Jordan Peterson. You're less intelligent than Jordan Peterson, and that is why you love him so much, because he is your example of an intellectual. He talks over your head, but just enough to make you feel challenged, just enough to give you the illusion that you've engaged in some sort of an intellectual exercise, when really all you've engaged in is intellectual masturbation. Right? You're gooning to Dr. P. There you go. There you go. And you're coping and seething. Wait, what was I supposed to do? I was like in the middle of something. Oh, wait, I was trying to read somebody's chat. Shaxby said something interesting. Okay, literally Jordan B. Peterson is, yeah, I asked earlier, like I thought he was maybe mispronouncing some Hebrew, some biblical Hebrew there. Literally Jordan B. Peterson is saying that the darkness before the let there be light is a chaos, the dragon of chaos, which it isn't, because Jewish thought does not believe in creation ex nihilo totalum. Well, I mean, like, there we go. He's bastardizing scripture once again. Bastardizing the Torah.
That's fine. I'm perfectly happy
but
with that.
But here's my problem with that. Yeah, because if you say, okay, if we were...
He's literally saying bad Hebrew. I thought so. I thought that's what that was. I was like, what is he even saying there? Is that supposed to be Hebrew?
Raping and pillaging, we would have never gotten this far as a species. Therefore, these things have become taboo or something like that, which is a far cry from saying they're somehow objectively wrong or mind independently evil.
I don't know. It's not so far. It's not so far. No, I think the evolutionary biology and the religious will dovetail perfectly.
Well, okay, but then here's the thing.
God is the deepest instinct.
The evolutionary oh my God, you're just like, you don't realize this, but you're discrediting evolutionary biology even more than it's already kind of like the laughing stock of academia, right? There's already a lot of cringe that's associated with evolutionary biology. You know, students of that, majors in that are kind of, that's a great way to, make yourself the laughing stock at a party, right? But you're making it worse somehow. And I want to think that there's some kind of form of evolutionary biology that's not like that. I want to think that I can't paint it with a broad brush and say it's all bogus, because I'm sure at some places maybe there's.
Know that it's evolution that's wired me thus.
You had to pull out the Torah just to make sure.
I can choose to disobey it. It's lower than me. I could be Raskolnikov, presumably. I could go against it.
Of course,
and another source would be individuals. Like, you could tell me I'm a bad person to do X, Y, or Z, or praise me if I do other things, and I might feel good.
So he's using the darkness, like in the very beginning of the Bible, to invoke his chaos theory, his which is not like the Ian Malcolm. It's not like the Jurassic Park chaos theory. It's like a bastardized version where we got the dragon of chaos, who is evil, the devouring mother, who wants to consume us all through forcing us into a rebirth in her, forcing us back into her womb, the grandmother that forces you to feel the pubic hair. Oh my God, this guy.
Bad. Or collectively as society, you can say this.
Yeah.
But just as you have no right, it seems to me, to determine how I ought to live, collectively, why would you have any more authority?
That's Raskolnikov.
Wait, Mooncat did a takedown of what? Of Peterson?
Argument too.
So it seems, okay. So
or the Marquis de Sade.
So this objective morality could come from beneath us in evolution, from outside of us on our level.
Yeah.
Maybe it comes from above us. And then it's like, okay, if it comes from above us, is it in some sort of platonic form? And if it is a platonic form, is there a commandment being issued? And why do I need to be obedient to a platonic form?
So you don't end up in hell.
Jewish theology doesn't think there was nothing. Yeah, that's ex nihilo totalum.
That's why.
Right, so I could...
the darkness is in his mind, yeah.
No, I see.
It's like,
this is sort of like
violate the moral order and watch what happens. Go right ahead.
I'm with you. This is the sort of Aristotelian Nicomachean.
Oh, I see what you're talking about, chat. Yeah, Mooncat has a new video on evolutionary biology. Another, nice.
Is just flourishing. And so it's like, there is a way to act.
You put yourself in alignment with the cosmic order.
Yeah, but I could choose not. Yeah, I could choose not to do that. I
Sure.
guess. Which is, you can choose to go to hell. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And you might think, well, it'll be a fine ride on the way, and maybe it will, but that's where you're headed.
We're on that highway to hell.
Everything has to be put in proper order. That's why Christ says that he calls upon his followers to be perfect. Why? Because everything has to be put in the proper order. Why? Because otherwise it falls into disorder. It's like, is that good? Well, if you want disorder, but
there's order and there's chaos, and order is good and chaos is bad. And
what are you going to do? You're going to heap burning coals of fire on your own head? Well, you can.
Does he understand entropy or doesn't he?
That's hell. Every devil shoveling the burning coal on his own head. Right.
I'm still trying to get at this. All right, so what if I just say, all right, I can't believe in some invisible sugar daddy up in the... this is not what I think. Invisible sugar daddy up in the clouds who's going to give me a theme park.
You're thinking of the Sky Daddy.
Just quit masturbating, all right? I can't believe that anymore. It just seems like it's bullshit and it's a fairy tale that people tell themselves.
Well, it is and it isn't. It's a concretized representation, but it's not without its wisdom. Like, there isn't anything more...
Invisible sugar daddies. That's what we need, chat.
More complex in the cosmos.
Invisible sugar daddies in the sky.
Than a human psyche. And to think of the psyche, let's say the father, as a representation of the highest spirit,
Wait,
it's not.
Matt writes so much about masturbation. Is this the Aquinas guy?
It's not prima facie absurd. It's not a bad metaphor. So here, I'll give you an example of that. So imagine all the admirable men you've ever known.
Doing it now.
Okay. Well, they have a unity.
Now, when he says the admirable men that you've ever known, should I give him the benefit of the doubt?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Should I give him the benefit of the doubt and say that maybe he's using man in the literary sense to talk about humanity, that he's not being a sexist creep? Or should I actually apply what I know about Dr. Peterson to him and not give him that benefit of the doubt? What do you think, chat? Remember, women are chaos. Women are the dragon of chaos, and men symbolize order. When he's talking about order, he's talking about patriarchy. Probably above all else. I mean, he's talking about white supremacy. He's talking about this Western civilization, sort of white supremacist notions. But but he's also talking about patriarchy.
Right? It's the unity.
No benefit of the doubt, says Jules.
Of whatever makes them admirable.
Yeah.
Right. So they all reflect the same spirit. Seriously, they're all approximations to the same spirit. Well, what's that spirit?
It's tipster. Obviously, it's tipster. Tipster symbolizes order.
What's the God of Abraham?
Tipster.
That's what it is. This is a definition.
Yeah, all right.
So God is the benevolence that shines through the good Father. It's a definition. Just like God is the call to adventure.
Look. God is the.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
Okay.
Or just like God is conscience. And you think, well, that's not God. It's like, well, have it your way. Like, you're playing games.
Chat, I believe in tipster. Do you believe in tipster? Do you think that if we all clap our hands, tipster's career can be alive again? Can we bring tipster back?
But surely it's not playing a game to just be curious and say, okay, maybe there is no such being as God. Maybe Jesus wasn't the second person of the Blessed Trinity. Maybe heaven is a myth. And yet these stories help me flourish for some unknown reason. And so I'm back.
Is that the God pill? Are we talking about the God pill here? I feel like we're stumbling on the God pill.
But it's hard.
You know what the God pill is? It is the Ouroboros of atheism swallowing its own tail. The whole point of atheism was to oppose the sort of dominant narrative of Christian cosmology, right? To be like, no, I don't fucking believe in a sky daddy, right? And we know what happened with the new atheists, right? They chased the New Earth creationist off of the YouTube, and then afterwards they had no enemies. So where did they go? Oh, feminists, yeah. We're against the irrational. The New Earth creationists were irrational, so we're going to find somebody else irrational. There's Anita Sarkeesian. Let's go after her, right? And they just became chuds after that. And they've been chuds for so long that they got nothing else to do but convince themselves that even if nothing is rational about Christianity, that they somehow view Western civilization as rational and see Christianity as symbolic of this Western civilization see Western civilization as what used to be called Christendom. And they swallow that God pill, never realizing that that is the tail of their own Ouroboros. They are swallowing their own fucking tail. They are turning their whole movement into a pointless exercise of intellectual masturbation, which some would argue it always has been.
To really get on board with something.
Well, you can't commit to that. No.
Yeah.
This is an all-in enterprise.
Okay.
It's an all-in enterprise. So in the story of Cain and Abel, for example,
So his problem with the God pill is like he wants you to not swallow the God pill. He wants you to swallow God.
Abel offers his best.
And he has come.
And God accepts it. And Cain doesn't. Cain offers what's second best. And God rejects it. And that's life. And
so what is atheism like? Is this sort of like this sort of idealization of Western civilization and the performative acceptance of Christianity as a way of acknowledging the superiority of Western civilization? Is that second best? Is that Cain's offering, right? Is that like you need the offering of the meat, not the offering of the crops?
Everyone knows that. It's like
God wants meat.
Life is
God wants meat.
A fatal game. And it's gonna require everything you have, and everyone knows that.
Look, we're having too much fun with Peterson, but I don't want to lose track of this Destiny content that we could watch. We could extend the stream a little bit longer to watch this, right? This is an interview with Hassan with Wired Magazine. Apparently, he talks about Destiny. Apparently, he says that, let me give you a little preview of what you might be missing if we don't end up hitting that goal. We are, I think, 6 membership subs or the equivalent thereof away from that. So it's, it's entirely possible, but that possibility is in your hands, chat, if we're going to hit it or not today. Let's see what it is that like we're going to be watching or missing in the first place.
Destiny, is that what
Yeah, I was about to say. Like,
Destiny, that's a woman's name, right?
Like said the N-word on a podcast.
And then 2024.
Said the N-word on a like, bro. Oh my.
You did. What are you talking about?
Destiny, is that what
Yeah, I was about to say.
We saw it. We watched that. That's in my video.
Like said the N-word on a podcast.
And then 2024.
Said the.
Do you think it only counts as the N-word if it's a hard R? What the fuck is your problem?
N-word on a like.
Do you know how this sounds to anyone who's not terminally online? You being like fucking saying the N-word is no big deal at all.
Bro, oh my.
I know it works on your audience, but it works on like nobody else, Destiny.
Debates are just purely for entertainment. I think it can have an educational component to it for sure, but overall it's not about
Wow.
like whose facts are solid. It's more so about who says them in a more solid way, and also
saying those solid facts in a solid way.
It's the theatrics. It's a good way to maybe bring some people over to your side in the margins, but overall it's not activism. It's not
So he's saying streaming's not activism.
Doing something meaningful. It's not even like
it's not activism or doing something meaningful, like convincing people that you're correct about a thing. By the way, that's all of politics, you retard.
There's something Petersonian in this man, isn't there?
Right? Like if you look at the founding of the country, if you look at like any big...
He feels personally attacked.
Like people arguing in Congress over amendments that you're trying to pass, like the founding fathers, like literally, right?
Like Hassan's trying to be a little bit humble by saying that, what I do is not activism. And it's true. Like it can change people's minds. It can inspire people. It can change the way that people look at the world. But at the end of the day, the direct action that needs to be done to make the world a materially different place, right? To improve our material conditions, it comes down to you and me and stuff that we have to do in the real world. It's stuff that cannot be done online. It's stuff that cannot be, it's not a fucking petition that you just got to click a little box and be like, yes, I agree with this petition, right? There's shit in the real world that needs to happen. That's all he's fucking saying, okay? But this Jackassony takes this shit so personally.
Pamphlets and shit to try to debate people into like, hey, here's why you should support the federalization of our...
What are you, Thomas Paine?
Country. Here's why you should support it. Like writing pamphlets and shit. The Federalist Papers, writing pamphlets is literally debating people on...
I feel like he overdid the Vyvanse. Here's
my political opinion. Here's why I think it's right.
Communist invading radicals.
Please support it so we can have a country. Now, debate isn't real politics. What real politics actually is me driving home from Starbucks in my $300,000 car so that I can get in my $3 million house so that I can come into my $5,000 or...
Which is only bad. Like, let me remind you, Destiny does the same thing. But what Hassan does is only bad because he's a socialist.
$50,000 or $150,000 a month job to tell you about why socialism is the best thing ever. Like, that's real politics.
You can do this as a capitalist. You can't do this as a socialist. That's what. That's the point that Destiny's making. Good thinking, Destiny. Let me check and see what's going on here. It looks like, oh my God, a random topic just got a gift sub. I'm sure a random topic will be glad to receive those weasels. Thank you, Jules. Midnight Null Night also just got a sub. Ron Stoppable 22222. You just got a gift sub from Jules. Jules, thank you for the 3 gift subs to people over on the Twitch side. Let me see if I can. I gotta keep the tabs on this. I gotta keep doing the math in my head. Soul Life, thank you for the gift sub to AJ. AJ, you just got weaseled. 3 plus 1 is 4, and 6 minus 4 is 2. We're 2 away. We're 2 away. So we're within striking distance, chat, of getting to this Destiny content. But I just wanted to let you know, like, you know, what this is all about and why you may or may not want to watch this content. Okay, do I get to read this one? Oh, Morbius Dragon, thank you. Morbius, here, let me give you the simulation for what it would be like. Morbius Dragon super chats $2. Hello, Irene. There we go. I think that's a pretty good estimation. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But yeah. I mean, I'm kind of surprised at how livid Destiny got over Hassan just saying that streaming is not the same thing as activism. It should be. I don't think it's that. Is this a spicy take? Is this really that controversial? He didn't say it's worthless. Anyway,
it's like you can offer your second best and be accepted. No,
your second best. You gotta offer the meat. God wants meat. Remember, chat. God wants meat.
First of all, you won't even accept yourself under those circumstances because you'll take no pride in your not pride.
Oh, yeah, pride is bad. Don't forget. We're Christian now. We're Christian. We're 7 deadly sins Catholics, I guess. And pride is bad. Pride is what gay people have. Gay people like Nick Fuentes.
Wrong word.
Chat, I gotta figure out a way to cover the Fuentes thing. The only problem with it is, like, I've looked at the footage. People in his chat are saying slurs. He finishes the stream, and then it immediately pulls up like gay sex. I think what it looks like is that he is watching gay porn on his computer. Like, after he gets done with his stream talking about how bad gay people are and how bad black people are and whatever the hell else Nick Fuentes gets up to. Probably some anti-Semitism too, if I know Nick Fuentes right. And then immediately afterwards, he pulls up the gay porn. But he doesn't realize his OBS, he forgot to hit in stream. So it's still showing it. So what this clip does is they kind of make it high pitched and stuff. And they blur it out. So you're not seeing the porn in the clip, but you're hearing the porn. And I'm just not sure if Twitch is okay with that and if YouTube is okay with that. It was on Twitter is where I saw it. So, like, I mean, I kind of want to show you the Nick Fuentes thing. We already read his excuse for why it wasn't really gay porn, or I don't know.
You'll take no solace in your accomplishments if they're of second-rate quality.
Yeah.
Right? You can't
if
fool
you could
yourself.
have done better, yeah.
That's for sure. And the times when you're somewhat satisfied with your miserable existence, well, that's when you know you've put something on the line. Right. And
like a shrimp on the Barbie.
That's what you're called to do by your wife and by your children.
You got to serve meat. Meat to God. God wants meat.
By your community, by your conscience. Well, that's all a reflection of something real. And you might say, well, not transcendently real. It's like, well, why not? Okay. Why not transcendentally real?
Yeah.
What do you think? We're made in opposition to the spirit of the natural order? Is that your theory?
Spirit of the natural order.
Or we're random? Really? Random. That's your theory, is it? That's not a very smart theory.
Okay.
Yeah, but You're right. You're right. Whatever kind of theory of everything that you try to propose is going to be you jumping off on a limb. And Jordan, yours is no less random. Do you realize that by thinking that somehow basing your idea on God rather than, I don't know, random chance, it's like you might as well say the spaghetti monster. I hate to go atheist. I hate to go new atheist on you, but the new atheist had it right. When they said, okay, you know, fucking your answer is God. My answer is the spaghetti monster. I'm going to put a colander on my head and I'm going to worship that giant flying spaghetti monster.
There's nothing random. There's
nothing random about the spaghetti monster, God damn it.
Mutation, and even that's not true. You know, there's a hierarchy of mutational repair.
No.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, well, I guess you didn't know that, you fucking liberal.
This has been discovered quite recently. Mutation is random. No, turns out that's not true.
God does it. God mutates you. God is giving you the forced evolutionary virus.
But now there are freaking communists invading.
God is forcing that evolution, that mutation on you because God is the master from Fallout, literally.
Because mutations that occur to genes that are crucial for survival are repaired with 100% accuracy. There's some room for experimentation out in the margins, but not at the center, just like in life itself. It's like, and whatever shaped us isn't random. The mutation process, part of it is random. And I suppose we capitalize on chance, but as an explanation for the nature of being.
It's not random, Chad. If you're dipped into the forced evolutionary virus, you're going to become a Gen 1 mutant, right? If you are given it through an aerosolized form, then you're going to be a Gen 2 mutant.
It's like no one knows how life arose. No one knows anything about consciousness.
Yeah.
Not the least. It's a byproduct.
And if you're given a stealth boy and you overuse that stealth boy, then you're going to become a night. Wait, what are they called? Nightkin. Yeah, you're going to become a Nightkin.
Activity. It's why isn't your solar plexus conscious then?
Yeah.
Why isn't your solar plexus what is bro yapping about?
Right, you've got neurons galore. There's more neurons.
This is the king of the yappers right here.
Autonomic nervous system than there in our.
He can yap on basically nothing. He can yap completely. Wow. This guy. This guy and his yapping. Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift one, the tier 1 membership to Isaiah. Isaiah, you just got weaseled. We are like one away, chat. We're making it happen. What about the solar anus? I know. When do we get to the solar anus? Does he even understand the body without organs?
In your central nervous system, it's not conscious. It's not neural activity per se. And most neural activity in your cerebral cortex isn't conscious.
It's a fucking ghost, god damn it. Haven't you seen Ghostbusters? You spray the slime on the Statue of Liberty and it gets up and walks around and it knocks a giant hole into the shell made by Vigo the Carpathian to allow the Ghostbusters to go inside and duel with Vigo and the... Wait.
What the hell's consciousness?
Is that even Ghostbusters?
It's the spirit of God that what would you say, broods upon the
face of
the... What am I mixing this up? I thought Ghostbusters was Gozer.
That's right. That's what consciousness is.
Yeah.
That's as good a definition as any. In fact, it's the best definition I've ever seen.
I want to tell you about
Consciousness chat. Okay, so this is the reason this is the most replayed, because this is the ad read right here. I want to tell you about consciousness and how consciousness is actually Billy Joel. Just like America.
Seems like more bigger name folks are becoming Christian.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
Like Candace Owens.
Christian clout.
Who's that? Rog?
Was she actually saying she wasn't Christian before, or was she just not Catholic before? Does this guy, he's pints with Aquinas, so maybe he thinks that like the Catholic Church is the one true church. Then again, maybe he's not even talking about the Catholic Church. Maybe he's talking about some splinter church that doesn't accept Vatican II because it's not anti-Semitic enough. She was not Catholic, but was she Christian? I assumed that she was Christian. I've never heard of Candace Owens saying that she's atheist. Oh, Chris. Okay. Matt is the guy doing the interview. Thank you, Calvin Hobbes. Thank you. Okay, I'm not. So he's the that is reactor. That this reactor called. I didn't call him a liberal. Calvin Hobbes. Good point. Good point. I could see how you would say that. I would see how you would take that way. Okay. For the record, I am not calling him a liberal. I just was reacting to the way that Jordan Peterson spoke to him as if he was part of the problem, right? Which Jordan Peterson largely would, say is being a liberal. That's what. So you missed my point just slightly, but I totally understand why. I totally understand why. Hopefully that helps you out, though. Because I'm not, unlike Dr. Peterson, I'm not trying to mystify you, right? I want to talk to you about material conditions. I want to talk to you about real stuff. I am not trying to inculcate you with any kind of ideological bullshit. I'm not Dr. Peterson. I'm worried about the here and now, which, if you've noticed, is not going so great. So yeah, talking about gods and demons and all that other shit, I will leave that to when I play Persona. And let's talk about material reality now.
Your bride.
Yeah. Ian Hersey, Neil Ferguson, Russell Brand, Joe Rogan, Douglas Murray.
Rogan. What are you doing with Joe Rogan?
Yeah, well, Joe's already he's got a foot in the camp.
How many of these people were already Christian? Is it just that they don't regard you as Christian unless you're part of some kind of tradcon, tradcath or ortho bro? Like what do they think is Christian?
A lot less disparaging of Christianity than he once was, which we all really appreciate. Thank you,
well,
Joe.
Joe figured it out. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because he went low carb and he could no longer do the Pastafarian thing. Yeah, it makes sense.
Because here's why.
He knows Joe Rogan understands that God wants meat. God needs meat. God does not accept the sacrifice of grains and plants. God accepts only the sacrifice of meat. God is made of meat. It's a meat God that we worship here on Peterson.com.
Here's the answer to that. Sacrifice is the basis of the community.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
Is it? What does that mean?
Well, of course it is. Well, it's all...
When he pops his eyes open like that, it reminds me of the guy from Heaven's Gate. It reminds me of Marshall... What's his name? Marshall Applewhite?
About you.
Right, no.
Well, then you're not in a community.
Right.
Right? Then you're a grizzly bear.
I'm a grizzly bear! Yo! Motherfucker just called me a grizzly bear.
Right, it's all about you.
I'm a mama grizzly, protecting my cubs.
Community. So what do you do?
And chat, you're my cubs.
To join a community. You sacrifice. Obviously.
Yeah.
What?
We got to eat God because he's meat. He's made of meat.
Well, that's the Christian offer. Is that the basis of community? Well, why do we put the crucifix at the center of our communities?
Okay.
Because we know that voluntary self-sacrifice is the basis of the stable psyche and state. We know that. Even though we don't know, we know it. That's why we worship it. It's like, well, what did Christ do? Took the sins of the world upon himself and offered everything. Well, is that the basis of community? Yeah. It's your responsibility, buddy.
So
get at it.
So is the idea that as people kind of understand this and begin to live this way, they become a lot more open to the Christian?
Like seriously, can we go down that list and like figure out like who was already Christian? And also, I want to figure out what do they mean by Christian? Because like, there's one of two options. Either they're just like not aware, like they're assuming that nobody's Christian unless they're like on fucking social media being like, I believe in God and Christ is King or whatever, right? They either they have like that sort of idea. They're just missing. They're just being ignorant, right? Because I feel like a lot of the people they mentioned were already Christian. Were raised Christian. It's a weird kind of thing to say because what they're trying to claim is that there's like a big movement towards Christianity, when in actuality, if you look at polling, the movement is away from Christianity and religion in general.
Message and find it more persuasive? Is that what's happening?
I know that's something that some people don't like to hear, but honestly, you can either accept this or chat, or you're just coping and seething.
You just can't accept what you're seeing.
Sorry.
Coping and seething.
Sorry, Christians. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Look, I don't really have an axe to grind against Christianity or anything like that. I just don't like it when it's weaponized. When it's weaponized to make people ignorant and hold them in that ignorance, right?
Well, I think they're increasingly apprehensive about.
But again, like I said, I don't know what they mean. Like, I get the feeling that maybe they mean something different. Maybe they have a more restrictive definition of what Christianity is. In other words, like, my sister's like a Methodist, right? She's a part of a church that does a lot of activism, that feeds the poor, that does a lot of the things that like Jesus, you would have heard about Jesus doing in the Bible, right? That actually like kind of walks the walk instead of just talking the talk, instead of standing in judgment of people and talking about like how bad gay people is. Her church invites gay people in. Her church takes care of gay people. Her church tells gay people that Jesus loves them too. And they're not just involved in like spiritual activities. They do a lot of real world help in terms of providing people without food, without shelter, without clothes, providing those things for those people. So when I'm saying Christianity, understand that this is what I'm trying to interrogate. Does he not regard my sister as being a Christian? Because I would say that if we're going to use Jesus as an example, my sister's a lot more like, living a life a lot more like Jesus than these assholes, okay? I don't know.
Of the alternative. And this is true. Dawkins called himself a cultural Christian like 2 weeks ago.
There we go. That's the God pill. That's the God pill. That's it right there. That's the fucking Ouroboros of atheism swallowing its own tail. It means nothing now. When Richard Dawkins calls himself a fucking cultural Christian, you realize that this entire trashy movement meant nothing from the start.
Well, how about because he's terrified of the Islamic fundamentalists?
Yes.
How about that?
Chat, he has swallowed the tail of the Ouroboros of atheism, which looks a lot like Sky Daddy's dick, okay? That's what Dawkins is doing. He is glazing it the fuck up.
So afraid that he won't speak against them in public. Right, well, there's something to think about. Oh, you mean the Christians had something right? I guess so. What? Exactly. Oh, well, they had something right. It's like
Western civilization, racism, like white supremacy. Yeah, that's what they had right, according to Dawkins, according to this fucking asshole.
Yeah, they had something right. What is it?
Patriarchy.
Exactly, that they had right. Principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's the central motif. Why else?
Yeah, they worship a god of meat.
Well, the humanists aren't doing such a great job, are they? They seem to fall into the camp of hedonism or totalitarianism at the drop of a bloody hat. And that's happened. It's happening now. It sweeps the campuses. Where
we go. He is talking about the campuses. Okay. See, I was looking for it back here at Free Speech. And it turns out it was, he is going to talk about this. He's going to talk about the student protests.
Hamas.
Oh my God, Hamas. What did he say? What did he say?
Totalitarianism at the drop of a bloody hat. And that's happened. It's happening now. It sweeps the campuses. That's
totalitarianism, chat. People wanting their money not to be spent on genocide. That's totalitarianism.
Of Hamas. Brutal.
Yeah.
The sweep of hedonistic pride. The clarion call of the Marxists. It's like there's the human.
I wonder what he said there.
For you.
But see, Dawkins would say even a blind hog is going to find an acorn occasionally. And
blind hog. What was blind hog?
Hey, man, he's the one who called himself a cultural Christian.
Yeah, you're not putting that on him. But his point is, it's false. It's false.
Yeah,
just
whatever.
accept the good that came from it, like the things you're.
So that's what he's saying, right? He doesn't believe in literal Sky Daddy. He doesn't believe in Jesus walking on water or any of that stuff. But he does believe in racism. He does believe in misogyny. He does believe in patriarchy. He believes in all the good values of Western civilization, just not God, just not the literal existence of a Sky Daddy, of a serpent that talks and offers fruit and all that other stuff, right?
You can't do that. No, that's the thing is that's not. It isn't. Judeo-Christian doctrine is not a scientific hypothesis. The people who came up with the stories weren't scientists 3,000 years ago. It's not a scientific theory. What is it? It's a story. We see the world through a story.
Yeah.
We inhabit a story. What's the story?
The story is that at the top of every hour on Twitch, there's a 3-minute ad break. Oh my God, and I already missed another one. You might have just experienced it through my fault. Very much my fault that happened. And apologies, Chad. Apologies if you missed that. But yeah, at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You can get out of it for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime subscription if you have Prime, or by paying $5 to Twitch if you don't have Prime. There's also a chance that you might be gifted a sub, but again, more likely to happen if you're active in chat. If people actually see your name in there and see that you don't have a sub, you're more likely to be gifted a sub. So that's a possibility too. Anyway, back to the content.
Reflects the fundamental spirit of being itself.
The biblical literalist would hate this part of Jordan B. Peterson. The meat and the... Oh my God. I feel like Christ is like Vitas Carne or something. Do y'all know Vita Carnis? One in chat if you know what I'm talking about when I say Vita Carnis. Or like, I think that's how it's pronounced. Anybody... I'm not going to show you because it's like super gruesome, but... Maybe I'll show you. We are really close to hitting that sub goal, so...
Why can't it be a story and there be no historical Jesus?
Yeah. So Vita's Carne. So Vita Carnis is living meat. Living meat.
Like, why can't it just be a made-up story that's really helpful?
The simplest explanation for Christ involves his historicity. I think that's just a non-starter. It's just simplest to assume that he existed.
There was definitely a guy named, like, Jesus or the, equivalent thereof in Nazareth. That's true. There was actually quite a few guys named Jesus or the equivalent thereof in Nazareth. There was also a few guys who got nailed to the cross. There was a few guys who had weird religious beliefs that were not accepted by the religious hierarchy at the time, and were probably referred to the Romans for capital punishment. So yes, not only Jordan Peterson, you don't know how right you are, because I'm about to blow your mind. Okay, biblical literalists, get ready, buckle in. Okay, I'm gonna tell you how right Jordan Peterson is about Jesus. He thought he was 100% right. I'm gonna say he's like multiple hundreds of % right, because there is not Jesus, chat. There are Jesus. There's many people who match the description of what I was just saying, right? There have been many Jesuses. And just like any tall tale, they get wrapped together into a giant story, and they get embellished. And we had the rock was rolled away. And we had this, and we had that, and we had that. We got the disciples, yeah. And the story, we're making stone soup out of myth, which is not to say that I'm fucking shitting on your religion by any means, right? Joseph Campbell himself, who Dr. Peterson loves, said that myth, wait, was it Joseph Campbell who said myth is that which is most true, right? And what he meant is that there is a truth about the myths that resonate with human beings that speaks to our consciousness, right? And that at its best, religion is an exploration of that consciousness. So yes, he doesn't realize how right he is. There's not just Jesus. There are Jesus. There are multiples. There are many. There's a plethora of Jesuses out there, right?
Partly too, because the gospel story is insanely complicated. It's insanely, no one...
Is it? Well, okay, here's what's complicated about it. There's many different accounts and they don't exactly agree with each other. And some of them emphasize the more like anti-Semitic interpretations of that story. Some of them not so much. Josephus was propagandizing in Rome. Yeah. There was radical Jesus. Radical Jesus follows you on Twitter.
You tell me if you think someone could have thought this up.
All right.
Okay. When Moses is leading the Israelites through the desert, near the end of the story, they get all bitchy and whiny and pining for the tyranny and complaining about Moses and faithless about God and hopeless about the promised land.
Zachary Wilbur says Jesus wasn't even the first virgin birth reported.
You know, they're a whiny pack of slavish hedonists.
Okay.
And so they have a little...
Yo, did you know that in Mormonism, though, Mary was not actually a virgin? Mormonism's a funny religion, right? In Mormonism, God came down to earth in physical form and literally got down and dirty with Mary.
Like they always do.
Yeah.
And God's pretty tired.
So yeah, it depends on the Jesus you're talking about. Are we talking about the Mormon Jesus here? Which Jesus are we talking? Like I said, there's not Jesus, there's Jesus. There's multiple.
They're bitching and
there's
whining.
many Jesuses.
And so he sends a bunch of poisonous snakes in there to bite them. And you think, well, that's a hell of a good God
If
to
I
do.
did
It's
that
like,
to my kids, that'd be...
yeah, well, it's like, no, it's
Did he snort? I feel like he snorted.
Absolutely straightforward.
Is that an effect of the all meat diet?
If you're in a rough situation and you start pining for the tyranny and calling yourself a victim and bitching about...
Wait, are we talking about like during the Exodus? What are we even... I've lost where we are.
Everything and losing your faith in forward movement, things are going to get a hell of a lot worse. Right. So that's the snakes. So you can blame that on God if you want, but that's not very smart. So it's like... I
mean, like God did technically send the snakes. You just said God sent the snakes poisonous snakes to bite you. So, but I get what you're saying. If God is all powerful, maybe even though it is God's doing, maybe though it is God's fault, we should pretend like we're totally cool with it. Because otherwise he might send more snakes. Now you're using your head.
Such a slavish weasel?
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 Chat. Weasel. He said weasel. 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 What a weasel.
Snakes wouldn't be there. Okay, so the Israelites are getting bitten up pretty good, and
they're getting bit up pretty good.
On the repenting side, but mostly
they're getting bitten by poisonous weasels.
Pragmatism, and they go to Moses. And they say, well, we hear you've got a pipeline to God.
I thought he was going to have a pipe.
You know, there's a lot of snakes.
It's actually the alt-right pipeline to God.
And we're not very happy about that. And so maybe you could ask God if he just call off the snakes. And Moses says, I'll see what
I'll see about that. Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
And has a chat with God. And God says,
oh, is this on the burning bush?
Yeah, I don't think I'll call those snakes off. Although I could, because like I
am God. I could do that if I wanted to, but I just don't want to.
Well, I put them there.
I put them there. I fucked you up with the snakes. I killed your children and stuff. You know, just like God. I'm sorry, chat. If I'm not careful, I'm gonna veer too far towards sacrilegion, and my sister would be sad.
Imagine a story where
she's a nice person. She's a nice person, and she does good things. And I really do think that her religion is a good thing for her. Okay. And I think that there's people out there like that, where their religion is if your religion tells you to feed the poor and clothe the naked and, you know, all the other stuff, right? Like some of that stuff is not bad.
The Israelites repent. They go to Moses. Moses has a chat with God, and the snakes go away.
Right.
That's not what happens. Right. Something really weird happens instead. It's really weird. God says, here's what I want you to do. I want you to take all the bronze that the Israelites have with them, and I want you to cast a staff. Yeah. Okay, now that's the staff of Moses' tradition, right? That's the staff that turns into the serpent that devours all other serpents. Yeah.
Is that the God pill? Is that the serpent of new atheism right there?
It's the pole at the center of the world. That's the
pole. It's like the phallus. It's a phallus. He's talking about the fucking phallus. He's talking about the dream that Carl Jung had when he went down. He was taken down into a cave, a subterranean cave, brought to an immense chamber. And in the middle of this giant chamber, there was a phallus. There was an erect phallus sitting there, a huge erect phallus in the cave. And they said to Jung in the dream characters in Jung's dream, because just like me, Jung had dream characters in his chat occasionally, right? From time to time, there would be dream characters there. The dream character said, "Behold the Lord Jesus Christ." That's it's funny that how into Jung he is, considering Jung's. Let me tell you another story about Jung, right? Jung had a book called what is it, like Memories, Dreams, Reflections, or something like that, right? He writes about a lot of different dreams. He writes about a lot of different reveries. A reverie is like a sort of a daydream that you have, right? Sort of an intrusive thought. And Jung had a really bad intrusive thought. It was debilitating. Every time he would start to think of this thing, he would get physically sick. He would get ill. It would hurt him, right? And he would never let it come forth. So he didn't know what the intrusive thought was. He just knew that it was a horrible, horrible, terrible thought, and he could never let himself think that. So one day, he did. He went through with the thought. He let it happen. He let the thought out. And he looked at it for what it was. And it was a vision of God in his holy throne, up in the sky, literal freaking sky daddy, sitting on his throne above the church. This beautiful Christian vision of God sitting on his throne above his church on earth. And then Jung looked up to the throne and saw a small brown object fall from out from under the throne, fall to the ground, crash upon the church and destroy it. Chat, his daydream was God taking a giant shit on the church and destroying it.
Cosmic
Jung is an interesting guy. Jung is a really I mean, he's a problematic guy for sure. He's a very problematic guy, but
it's earth and heaven. It's all of that. It's the tree of life. Right?
It's just weird that Peterson, of all the people to pick, that's who Peterson, gravitates towards.
All of that. Make a staff. That's the staff Moses wields. That's what gives him his authority, right? That's the crook that guides the sheep, right? It's
spare the rod, spoil the child, spoil the sheep. Do you know what spare the rod, spoil the child actually meant? It wasn't about spanking your kid. Christians will use this to justify child abuse. And it's not what that was about. The rod was never used to punish a kid. The rod was used on predators of the sheep. So spare the rod, spoil the child means protect your children from like wolves and stuff, or else they'll get eaten just like sheep.
It's the magic wand of the wizard. It's all of that. It's the pole that the serpent of Asclepius wraps itself around. It's the symbol of healing itself, right? It's all of that. This is no trivial story.
It's the phallus. Yeah, don't diss the phallus, right?
Make a staff of bronze. Wrap a serpent around it.
You got to wrap a serpent around your dick.
And then bring all the Israelites to look at it.
Yeah, make them look at it. Just like grandma made you look at her pubic hair. Just like Jordan Peterson's grandma made him look at her pubic hair in a dream. That's what you do.
Okay, so what does that mean? Well, we know what that means.
Yo! That's 2 in a row. That's 2 in a row. Can we get 3?
Means from a psychotherapeutic perspective, it's a pharmacon. A little of the poison that kills you will redeem you. Look upon that which you fear and grow.
Oh.
That's the definition of growth. That's how you learn.
So in addition to being a fan of Sky Daddy and Jesus and all of that stuff, we should also take a little bit of satanic practice. And is that what you're saying? No?
Go out on the edge and you look at something poisonous and you get stronger, right? And so God thinks, well, I'm not going to get rid of the snakes, but I'll make the Israelites stronger. And you asked why we have a challenge in front of it. It's like, we're here to become stronger. We're not here to be
We're here to become snakes.
Protected. And you get strong.
Yeah, you become the snake and then you're resistant to the poison.
In proportion.
You become the phallus.
To your willingness to look at what terrifies you. Okay, so that's fine. So the Israelites go look at the...
Well, I mean, definitely like a phallus with a snake wrapped around it. I would say that's pretty terrifying right there.
The serpent and the snakes can't poison them. So that's cool, but that's not what's really cool, although that's enough.
That's pretty cool. It's just not really cool.
Like that's a major league bringing together of ideas. A massive bringing together of ideas. It's deep beyond anything I've ever seen.
And it proves to us that They discovered DNA. No, just kidding. Didn't he say something like that? Didn't he say that some culture having like a double helix, maybe it was the Asclepius, right? Didn't he say that some culture, like, having the double helix represented was evidence that that they understood DNA?
The literary realm. And so you can say, well, that's the opium of the people or the figment of the imagination. It's like, yeah, you come up with something like that. Just try it. Like that. You defy Shakespeare himself to manage that. Right?
Shakespeare, you just got a shout out from Peterson.
Even Milton. It's deep. That's
even Milton. Yeah, forget Shakespeare. Let's talk about Milton.
The end of it. Christ says to his followers that people cannot be redeemed unless he's lifted up like the serpent in the desert.
And people cannot be redeemed unless they follow the 12 rules for life.
Okay, it's like, what the hell does that mean? It's 3,000 years later, and Christ is comparing himself to a serpent?
I would think he'd want to compare himself to a cracker, right? Isn't that what the whole communion was about? That he's basically like, look, dudes, like, I'm basically a cracker, and if you eat this cracker, you can remember me. You can also drink some wine with it. It goes really good with wine. The wine's kind of like my blood. The cracker's kind of like my body. Do this in remembrance of me.
Hole in the desert.
Have a little snack. It's good for you, right? Take a break. Have a snack.
Well, there's a crucifixion motif there, obviously. Okay, so what does it mean? You look upon what poisons you voluntarily. That's what cures you. Okay, what poisons you? Here's what poisons you. Threatened birth, right?
What?
The religious hypocrites, the scribes, the lawyers.
The goddamn lawyers.
The betrayers, right? The iniquity of the...
Of the top of the hour ad... No, just kidding.
Of your friends.
It would have been such a good debate, chat. It would have been such a good debate.
Death. Right. Young, undeserved, to the most innocent, right? In front of his mother.
Oh my God. Right. Peterson's talking about this shit while people are like, there's innocent young people dying in Palestine. And yet he calls like the students who are concerned about that. What? Like, what did he say? Authoritarianism. The one group of people that's standing up and making noise about the wholesale slaughter that's going on right now, those are the authoritarians. God damn. This guy is worse than useless, right? Like I said, I can get with people that are religious. I can like, I can see good coming out of that with certain people, right? I'm not like against like the idea of, religion for being against the idea of religion's sake, but it's got to do something. It's got to have some positive effect on the material plane. It's got to give you a reason to care for each other. It's got to physically to intervene with people that are hungry, with people that are in harm's way, right? That's a religion that I got no problem with, honestly. Honest to God. It's just this shit. This is the hypocrisy. This is the weaponization of stories. Because, like, let's get down to it. Religion is about stories. People have told each other stories since, language existed. And those stories are a map of meaning. If you're willing to read them, if you're willing to listen, and if you're willing to become a storyteller, all stories have meaning. But that meaning can be turned against itself in the cruelest way imaginable. And Dr. Peterson is a prime example of this kind of cruelty, of this twisted nature, of something that I think can be beautiful. I'm not religious myself, but again, like, just don't mistake what I'm saying about Peterson as like applying to. I'm getting a little silly. I'm getting a little profane, but It's not religion itself. It's not, traditions and stories that I actually have a problem with.
Right. Even though everyone knows he's innocent. Not only innocent, but positively good. Right. And then that's not all, because there's the harrowing of hell as well. Well, that's the full serpent with all of its possible heads. Right.
All of it's possible.
That's the equation. And the fact that the crucifix is at the center of our culture is us gazing on the ultimate serpent. Exactly that, in the hopes of redemption. And you tell me how that came together.
Yeah.
You tell me. Because that's what that's.
So just to just to get us back on track. God damn it, I hit the wrong button.
That's the staff of.
Just like, what is Peterson talking about? What is bro yapping about? Bro is yapping about why celebrities are converting to Christianity, and yet we still don't have an answer of what he thinks Christianity is, because some of the celebrities that he mentioned are celebrities that were raised Christian, right? So the question is, like, are these people inventing a new meaning of Christianity? Is a Christianity like my sister's, which I said, like, I think that it causes her to do good things. I think that it makes her, a better person. And if that's the, answer that she's found, I'm totally fine with that. Because the feeling that I'm getting is the only thing that he's going to accept as Christianity is something truly cruel. Something that twists human nature against itself. Something that justifies monstrosity. Something that justifies injustice. That's what I think his definition of Christianity actually is.
To the most innocent, right? In front of his mother. Right. Right. Even though everyone knows he's innocent. Not only innocent, but positively good. Right. And then that's not all, because there's the harrowing of hell as well. Well, that's the full serpent with all of its possible heads. Right. And that's the equation. And the fact that the crucifix is at the center of our culture is us gazing on the ultimate serpent.
Okay, look, let's go forward and look at his, like, socialist. Okay, let's look at, he's got 12 suits. I told you about this before. When he wrote 12 Rules for Life, he inspired a suit maker, a tailor, right? And this tailor designed 12 suits for life, just like the 12 Rules for Life. He's wearing one of these suits right now. If you ever see him wearing, a weird outfit, there's a good chance it's part of this wardrobe. He was gifted a lion, a witch, and a wardrobe. And the wardrobe is 12 suits, each of them embodying a different rule. So kind of curious about this. This is one of the more interesting aspects of Petersonian lore. Let's take a look and see what this is all about. Again, chat, we are one, probably even less than one, like membership sub or the equivalent thereof in super chat away from switching over to the story of Destiny, whose nose grows Destiny was a wooden boy whose nose grew longer every time he said the N-word, right? He was swallowed by a whale, and that,
tasteless it might be, but it's not hypocritical.
Well, I want to ask about it. Who gave it to you?
Well,
suit company, LGFG.
Okay.
LGFG. So that's that's the suit maker. That's the tailor. Poe in a ditch just became a weasel. Just got weaseled. Shakespeare, thank you for the gifted membership to Poe in a Ditch. Poe in a Ditch, you just got weaseled. And with that, look, chat, okay, so I want to finish the suit thing, and then we'll go right to Inward Andy himself.
Okay.
This guy.
That's your company? Or
It's your company. No, it's not. It's somebody that was inspired. He's inspired people, chat. He's changed lives through his 12 Rules for Life, through his weird all-meat diet, through his Kermit the Frog-like voice, chat. He's touched people.
They came to me 2 years ago with an offer. They sent it to me by PDF.
Sorry, I'll try not to laugh. It's not funny.
I said, we want to make you a dozen suits, one for each of your rules. They printed the rules underneath the collar in the back. And they
I
made
bet it's itchy. Do you think it's an itchy collar?
these suits, each of which was tailor-made for a rule with a lining that reflected it. Very creatively done. A lot of work went into it.
Yeah.
It wasn't a casual offer.
Right.
And I looked at it, I thought, well, that's fun. Crazy suits, like very, well, like
I saw
this
the
one.
blue and red.
Yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
I mean, this is like one of the more normal suits that he has, honestly.
Yeah. Sheep, wool on one side, goat on the other. Yeah, so that's
do you get it, chat?
It's fun.
Were you
Heaven
shocked
on one
at
side.
how much effort they put into it when they arrived?
I was playfully surprised. Dimitri, the guy who runs the company, he's a lot of fun. He's daring, and he has an eye for what he's doing. There's a marketing element to this, and it's successful. But that's fine. He doesn't push it. He plays nice, and he's been fun. He doesn't push his luck. He made an offer to me, which was...
What would pushing your luck be in this? I wonder I just don't know what he's talking about half the time.
Playful, and it's been a very good thing.
Good.
It's been fun. And he makes me these like crazy suits, and he sends them to me, and I think there's no way I'll ever wear that. And then I wear it and I think,
I kind of like it.
Oh yeah, well, you don't know yourself, eh?
Yeah.
You don't know yourself until you put on a weird suit.
You don't know
what does Tammy
yourself.
think of the suits? What was her first reaction?
She's on board. Michaela was kind of skeptical of Dimitri because there are people who come around who are looking for things, and so Michaela's got kind of a snake eye.
Michaela being the first one of those, right? She's gotten a lot of promotion out of Peterson, and she definitely doesn't want too many piglets suckling off the teats of Daddy Peterson.
That sort of thing. But she's come on board, and the thing is, it also was appropriate because when I went on tour the first time, I bought some very expensive suits, and I thought I'd always dressed formally when I was a professor, compared to most professors, anyways. Not as formally
With
as
those liberal professors with the leather patches on their elbows.
I dress now, but in that vein. And when I went on tour, I thought,
and like a black turtleneck instead of a tie. Those fucking liberal professors.
Effort into this, right? Because, well, I'm going to talk to 350,000 people, and let's not take that for granted, even a little bit. We're going to put everything we have behind this, and
I would love it if he just went over his fucking suits. I want to know about each and every one of them.
Sure, it works. So I bought these suits, and then people started showing.
Oh shit! Here's the
shows
men's fashion.
Of the audience,
Thank
they're
you
all
for
dressed up.
thank you for doing that. It's so important that men take themselves seriously.
Oh my god, it's all about men. There's so many young men I see. They come to me and they're so sad and they can't get a girlfriend because they nobody wants to listen to 12 Rules from Life.
It's the first suit I've ever
They've
bought.
turned themselves into incels by becoming absolutely obsessed with me. And I just feel so bad for them. And I say, here are 12 suits that you can use to become an alpha Chad to go out there and slay the puss like the Dragon of Chaos.
And they're standing up and they look.
I mean, that's literally what he means by the Dragon of Chaos, by the way.
Instead of 10-year-olds that have been inflated.
You want to understand what Peterson is saying? Every time he says Dragon of Chaos, say substitute women. That's what he means.
With a bicycle pump. And so
it's good.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Talk about the importance of a man dressing as well as he can.
This is Peterson and Vosh coming together they agree.
Because I mean, I live in a pretty depressed area here, and it's quite sad to see so many people.
Are we gonna get some short stack goblins?
The grocery store.
Look, Nick Fuentes kind of did a Vosh, right? He kind of did the same thing as Vosh. His short stack goblins were actually gay porn. What is Peterson's short stack goblin gonna be?
Wearing pajamas.
Pajama boys. Pajama boys.
I gotta presume they have
Do
something
you not understand that the era of the pajama boy is over?
else to wear, but they think it's acceptable to wear pajamas. Pajamas to the airport.
It's the pajama boys.
Why is that a bad idea?
It's immature.
Oh my god, you're so immature yourself. What are you talking about?
Social.
It's antisocial, you damn antisocial fucker wearing your pajamas.
Really, literally, it's antisocial.
It's antisocial. You're telling me you hate me. You hate society.
It's like, your clothes aren't exactly for you.
Yeah.
They're more
Right.
for other people, right? I mean, they're
It's
a
like what you-
symbol of
yeah.
respect.
Yeah,
That's why
I brush my teeth, right? For the sake of not just me and my dental
exactly.
hygiene, but
That's why I shave my pubes.
Yeah, it's a gesture of respect. I mean, my father, who's still alive, he was an elementary school teacher, and in the 60s and the 70s, and he always wore a suit. And I asked him one day, why do you wear a suit? He said, to show respect to my students. And so when I began my work as a junior professor, I started dressing rather formally when I was a graduate student. It kind of put a distinction line between me and the undergraduates who were, not much younger than me. And plus I was experimenting, I knew there was something to
So just like the same reason that some kids take up smoking to seem more mature, or
formality, because formality has been dispensed with.
Or makeup, which he famously, women make their cheeks blush to simulate sexual arousal. They paint their lips red.
In our culture, and so that's a value that's been left on the table to be despoiled, and so you can just pick it up and carry it away. And then I wore suits, like I said, as a professor, which was also very helpful. It was a nice demarcation line. And I had no behavioral problems at the university ever with my students, ever. Because they knew.
You weren't a peer, right?
Well,
Like
they
you
also
weren't-
knew, like, I had zero tolerance.
If you'd worn the leather patched jacket along with the turtleneck, mock turtleneck shirt underneath, right? Then they would have never respected you.
That cause any trouble in my class, you're gone. And if I never see you,
You ask me to use your pronouns, you're gone.
No problem.
I'll be
This is
fine.
not the high school.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And even with grading, like many professors were overwhelmed with requests to upgrade grades. Very seldom happened to me. And it was partly because I announced in class, I said, look, if you have a complaint about an essay grade, I'll remark your essay.
But I might grade it harder.
But I tend to err in the initial grading on the side of generosity. And you can be very sure that the next time I grade your paper, it will be with a very critical eye. And so that was usually enough to dissuade the
What an asshole.
From coming back.
narcissists who like to leverage.
I mean, think about grading and what that is like, right? It's actually probably the hardest thing to do as a teacher, because you want to challenge. I mean, I don't know. The idea is to challenge your students. The idea is to encourage them to, learn at the very least enough of the subject so that they'll retain most of it, and that if they ever have to refresh their knowledge in their career, that it won't take long. They'll know where to start from. They'll know what chapter of what book to turn to kind of, oh yeah, that's how that works. Okay, cool. Right, that's the idea. I mean, I'm not sure, like overall you could make an argument that maybe grading is, there's different ways that we could go about things, but generally most universities are going to require as a professor that you turn in grades. That means that you've got to sort of, set your, you got to calibrate your tests so that the people that do try and do learn enough of the subject to be competent and will at least be able to attain a passing grade. And I've had lots of professors who have failed, especially new professors often fail. They often have just come out of their own, if you're a new professor, you've kind of come out of your own program, you've been dealing with some high level stuff. You're not used to these straightforward questions that you might ask an undergrad. You're used to questions that have layers, right? Where it's like, that if you go at them in the most obvious way, you will fail. And so, but if you apply that to your undergrad students, you're going to fail your undergrad students. And then you end up in a situation where you're halfway through the quarter and you are failing 90% of the kids. And what invariably happens is that maybe the tests change a little bit. Maybe there's more extra credit available, right? Somehow, before those grades are submitted, the professors will generally do this themselves. They'll usually recalibrate, their grading themselves if they've miscalculated. So I don't know what he's complaining about. Like, it's like he sounds like a nightmare as a prof.
That happens a lot in universities. So professors face a lot of pressure now from the kids with whom they're peers to, well, I just need another 3%, because of some goal.
Yeah.
It's like not helpful.
So
not helpful.
Men dressing well takes themselves seriously, helps other people take them seriously.
That's what made Vosh such a success.
Well, there's also some like, well, you want to look like a 2-bit slob? What are you announcing your moral superiority? I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
That's your announcement.
Yeah, that's what it says. That's what it says. Not caring about how you dress is announcing your moral superiority.
I'm above it all. Really? That's why you're dressed in tracksuit, because you're.
No, you could say the same thing about somebody who overdresses. What is his point?
Crocs.
Yeah, you really look above it all, buddy.
Yeah.
You know, so no, and I think the tide will turn in that regard because we've taken idiot casual to its ultimate degree. And so the aristocrats.
The era of the pajama boy is very much over.
Start dressing again.
Mr. Chapo.
Then it'll,
trickle down.
Yeah.
A lot of men watch this show, and a lot of men have asked me in the past, how do I know when she's the one? How do I know if she's...
Okay, and on that note, look, I told you that if we hit the sub goal, we would watch...
Page 17.
Mr. Wait, let me see what I'm supposed to call him, right? I gave you a poll, you voted on it, and it looks like you chose Divorcelli. There was a little while where Wikipedia was tied with Divorcelli, but it looks like after 76 votes, we've settled on Mr. Divorcelli as the name. So yeah, I told you we'd get a little bit more into Mr. Divorcelli and his reprisal of his Inward Andy arc, right? This is an old school Destiny lore. He wrote a whole manifesto about saying the N-word as a release of kinds, as a gamer moment expression of frustration. And now he's at the point in his career where he says the N-word on fucking stream as a threat against his co-host, as a vice signal to his audience who love him for it and who spent so much time coping and seething in my comment section about the fact that their guy is a 40-year-old man who thinks it's cool to say the fucking N-word. He thinks it makes him zaddy. Anyway, let's see what Zaddy has to say.
Firstly, the Dali ban, okay? The clip complex, I will say that it's funny. I finally found a way to get Hassan to engage with my full content on stream, and it's to have
I finally found a way to get Mr. Hasanabi to engage with my Dali ban. Okay, go on.
Clip compilations. He actually does it. He'll sit and watch the whole thing, which is hilarious to me. That's what it took to actually get him to sit down and watch stuff. I think at this point, I'm kind of like burning permanently my relationship with Twitch, although I think I'm probably okay with that.
I mean, like, there has been ideas of trying to get Destiny back on Twitch. Vosh famously said something about wanting to, that somebody should use a nuclear bomb on the country of Israel, and that got him banned for a very, very long time. He did eventually get himself restored. He streamed on Twitch for a little bit, but I guess he didn't like it, or he got banned again. Chad, do you remember what happened with Vosh and Twitch? So, I mean, like, it's not entirely unprecedented, but and nobody actually knows what exact statement or, thing that Steven said that actually got him banned off Twitch, right? So, I mean, I guess it's a possibility, but he's saying he's burning. I think he's talking about the Twitch aristocracy. I think he's talking about big streamers on Twitch, not necessarily with the company itself. I don't know. Let's let him.
Somebody said page 17 of this.
Wait, is this the game that I've been seeing everybody play? DGGware, the Destiny Community WarioWare game? Yeah, I think this is it, right? It's a weird game made up of mini games.
Cautions for moving the monitor. You gave me the wrong page, or I read that wrong. I understand that I'm a very hateable person, but I feel like there should be mainstream media coverage, like blowing up Twitch.
What?
The idea that people can like openly make death threats on that platform and are
Wait. Did this actually happen? So I know what he's talking about. There was a creator, that from what I've heard, I don't think I can show it to you, right? I think the dude's name was Sean DeBlack. Am I remembering this right? I hadn't heard of him before, but yeah, he said a bunch of stuff, and one of those was like him, but like I can't imagine that somebody's saying that without getting banned on Twitch. One of the like most reliable ways to get banned from Twitch or like from any platform is to advocate, be seen as advocating in some way for somebody to be unalived. That will generally get you shit canned really quickly. I'm surprised if it didn't happen in this case.
being supported by the largest political...
Yo, Vanity Panic, thank you for the subscription, the 1 month subscription. Wait, I think it should make a... Is it not going to give you your... Oh no! Oh no! Now I see why the alerts aren't showing up. I feel really bad, chat. I turned the alerts off yesterday. Now I can tell you why. There we go. We got your alert at least. There you go, Vanity Panic. Thank you for making my jellyfish go bubble bubble. So yeah, the reason that I turned these off is that we got a little bit of, I don't know what you want to call it. I guess you'd call it a, we got botted, right? That's when somebody that is angry at me for whatever reason decides to make a bunch of bots like auto follow me. I don't think it really does anything super bad. I'll take the bots off eventually, right? And it's not a big deal. And it's generally something that like, well, it's going on. I won't say anything about it. If we get a hate raid, I won't say anything about it. The best thing to do to online harassment is to just say nothing at all. But what I did do was I turned the Twitch alerts off because it was making the, they were able to make something happen on screen. That being emotes go flying everywhere when you become a follower. And so if I turn that off, then they keep on follow botting. Yeah, follow botting me. They were follow botting me. That's what it's called. It's been a while since that happened, honestly. I used to get like a lot of harassment on Twitch. I haven't gotten it in a while, but it came back. It came back as soon as I started talking about Mr. Divorcelli. Not that I'm saying the two things are linked. I have no way of knowing that, But anyway, yeah, I turned the Twitch alerts off, and that's the reason that if you subbed today or gifted subs, you might not have seen your jellyfish. Apologies again. I like to try to turn that on after I have to turn it off, but
streamers or the largest political streamer on that platform, that's really wild to me. Like if I actually got murdered, do you think that I feel like it would cause some damage to Twitch's
I mean, I don't want to see you get unalived.
Actual brand that Amazon owns.
It would what would I cover?
I feel like that would become really toxic. Like some guy.
No, we need to keep this guy safe.
Killed, and then you find out that your lead political streamer is supporting.
Waluigi, you hear that? We're gonna keep this guy alive, right? We're gonna keep this guy safe. We're gonna protect Destiny because he's a content goldmine, honestly.
Other people calling for death threats? That's wild.
It was Sean DeBlack. Okay, was obviously joking, and it wasn't a direct threat. Yeah, I think I saw it, but it was. Do we have like a clip it's bleeped? So he wasn't actually making a threat then. Brianna Wu like tweeted about this, right? Brianna Wu was like complaining about this person. So he did stay up. He's not banned.
White and
look, I don't come anywhere near that. Okay, I don't even joke about that stuff because I know that with a small streamer like me, if I were to get banned, there would be nobody. I am not counting on anybody to come to my rescue, right? If you're large, yeah, so he's still streaming. Yeah, if you're large enough, you're making Twitch some money and maybe you got some friends, right? People, if you get banned, you can be sure that after a few days you'll get unless you're like Destiny and you talk about mowing down dipshit protesters or, really are seen as like advocating, mass violence like he was. I think he just wasn't giving a fuck at the time. Rolled the dice. Huh. So yeah, I guess it Destiny's like he's acting like he's really scared.
Not progressive enough so they don't care that much, but I'm honestly blackpilled enough to think people wouldn't care or connect the dots if that happened. Oh, maybe. I think that as much as I hate this, it really is really annoying. I don't like responding to personal attacks.
Wait, what is this banana peel thing? Is that what Shonda Black said?
That much because it just gets
a blind date with a banana peel.
Kind of boring, and it's kind of like meh. So like when I cover Hassan and I'm like obsessed, it's usually because Hassan is saying something that in my mind is like, this is wild. Like, why is he talking about
this? It's Hassan's fault. Yeah. No, 100% Destiny.
It's like this particular political thing, like the Houthi interview or misinformation about Israel-Palestine or some debate that he did. But then whenever they're covering me,
the dude wasn't a Houthi.
It's just like this unhinged, like personal attack shit. And it's like, what am I going to respond with? Like, we can go over like the Mike compilation again, or we can
and also there are people like in the media that have done interviews with actual Houthis, right? In fact, Hassan said that after the interview, there were people in mainstream media that were contacting him to try to get the contact info for the guy that he interviewed.
Over like Hassan's, calls me a cuck and like dated a porn star. Like it seems kind of weird.
Yeah, unhinged personal attack is Destiny's brand. True.
Making fun of me for my, failed relationships when he doesn't have any. Like it's just kind of weird.
What?
Real quick, I guess.
He doesn't have any. Is that true? Oh, that's right. I forgot. Hassan's an incel. No, just kidding. I don't think that's true. Is that? I feel like we're entering the territory of speculation. We are in speculation go. Free Chad. What happened to Chad? Is Chad okay? Oh no, YouTube jail. Wait, banned from leaving comments? Oh. Huh. That sucks. I hope you get out of YouTube jail.
I'll do the Willie Mac video tomorrow. God, I don't want to waste so much fucking time on this.
Socialist with...
God, he's such a weirdo creepo. And he gets to go on a show with just like people.
He's a weirdo creepo, and you're fucking also jealous of him. Oh my god, Destiny, you're making me overuse the tip tent. We're still coping and seething, aren't we? Mr. Divorcelli.
That are just like his total fucking simp fuck fans because they're all like these Zoomer socialist white people archetypes.
A nice car, fuck that guy.
So turning these...
Oh, and he's got his like fucking his California voice because he's doing a podcast. Oh yes, I know that.
Oh, I hate that guy. That guy's like a socialist with a nice car. Fuck that guy.
So turning these like dramatic moments and like beefs with other creators into teaching moments for your audience.
I try to, yeah. Like the last round of this was like so laughable to have this conversation and like with adults, but
are we bringing up Destiny? Is that what
yeah, I was about to say like
I wasn't gonna name names.
Yeah, no, there's a content creator who like loves debating, doesn't really care about any of the things that he debates about, but like he will assume like ridiculous stances, ridiculous positions. He's relatively skilled in rhetoric, not necessarily very knowledgeable on the issues, but rhetoric.
Not knowledgeable. Not anyway. So here's my 52 TikTok video thread for shit that I learned today about like, oh my god.
I thought he was gonna say J-Dams.
Very long way in debates, but beyond that, this dude is very edgy.
Yeah, the chat's talking about J-Dams. The chat's talking about J-Dams.
Of saying gamer words, the N-word specifically.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, when you think of Destiny,
Mr. Burgerelli.
Oh, Destiny, he's the guy that loves saying the N-word. That's like definitely the totality of what I do. God, he's such a disgusting snake worm. Fuck.
Recently,
okay, here's the deal. If you said the N-word all the time, it would be really cringe. You'd probably get banned from more platforms, but it's still fucking cringe that you think it makes you cool. That's the biggest thing that I laugh at, right? Above everything else, that he literally thinks that this is his way to be like, hello, fellow kids. And it's also like it works for his audience. Like they're buying it. They're like, yeah, my dude says the N-word. Your dude is too cucked to say the N-word, but my dude will say the N-word all the time. He'll say it right now. Say it. Say the N-word. There you go.
I feel like that
happened
recently.
It happened like 2 weeks ago, where he said the N-word on a podcast.
2024.
Said the N-word on a like, bro. Oh my! It's like the pearl clutching I would expect from like a 17-year-old. Holy shit!
And we have people.
No. I feel like I'd expect the 17-year-old to laugh at the fucking N-word, like, or to say that. Like, what are you talking about?
Cracker.
Yes, which is really funny because like that is definitely a very like reactionary aspect of the gaming space in general, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the power dynamics there are questionable at best.
The power dynamics. The power dynamics. The Western colonialism, imperialism, power dynamics.
Aspect of the gaming space in general.
That's not an argument, Steven.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, the power dynamics there are questionable at best.
Yeah, and it's been going on. It's been going on for like the past like 5-6 days now, where everyone is like, "Yeah, you can't anti-white slur."
I wonder why. And does he ever bring up Frogan in this? Does he ever bring up where this actually started from? Probably not a single time. Wired also, and the people on this podcast that didn't do any homework before letting him come on and spew this shit as well.
Yo,
I understand if you're like vapid dipshit fucking fans.
Oh my god!
Like, you should do at least like the bare minimum.
I'm sorry.
Your, whatever fucking bullshit ass paycheck you get, but you probably don't even need mom and dad are rich anyway. Fuck these
Words
people.
are unacceptable. What do you mean? Like, you don't care about anti-white racism? And I use that as an opportunity to try to explain to people like the etymology of the word.
The etymology, yeah. If you talk about anti-white racism, let me tell you why it's okay to be racist against white people, because of the etymology. This is like the weaponization of wokeness at its like peak. This is peak weaponizing these fucking topics or these concepts.
And like the power dynamics and the history of chattel slavery. So it's not just like drama per se. It's not just me being like, that guy says the N-word. You're listening to a guy who says the N-word, and I don't hear you criticizing him saying the N-word. You left that shit off.
Wait, is that a Hassan Wojak? Do you see that? Do you see that, chat? Do you see the emote? Is that like literally a Hassan? Do they have a Wojak of Hassan?
You spend a ridiculous.
I can't tell.
Amount of time talking about how dangerous it is to make anti-white racism permissible. I mean, all three of us are white in this room. It's laughable, right? It's a laughable thing to be like, someone called me a cracker. Oh no.
I've been called so many worse things.
Exactly.
Destiny, Poison, Hassan's Well, when you come to podcast 2? No, I don't, and you're permabanned for even implying that.
Yo!
So above and beyond. When I go on shows,
Yo!
So far in these shows, I'm like, like, I don't agree with this, whatever, but they're really good at networking, or Hassan does a lot of work, he streams a lot. Well, until now, I don't anymore now. I don't, and I haven't as of a week ago, and I won't, just because of dipshit fucking morons like you. I will not ever give these people credit anymore, you fucking loser. I always give people credit, even when I hate them, even when I don't agree with them, and I've always given Hassan credit for it. Networking really well and doing a lot of fucking work, because he puts in the hours, and he does. Fuck you, I won't do it anymore. No point.
You're jealous of it. I don't ever hear you give him credit. I just hear you fucking coping and seething. To be I hate to overuse that, chat, but seriously.
You poison the well, too. Poison the well? No, if anything, I'll state disagreements we have. I think he's crazy because he said X, Y, and Z, but it's not because of him fucking calling the cops on his fucking ex-porn star girlfriend. It's not because of his being a failure of a fucking personal life. It's not because of him going to fucking brothels and shit. Usually it's because of some unhinged political shit that he said. 99% of my attacks against these people when I'm on other shows are like of high substance, right? There's a reason why they don't talk to me, and it's just like divorce selling and cuck jokes, okay? So fuck you, okay? Tide Pods, buy them.
Chat, he called you out. He called you out. It's getting personal, chat. That's the one that you chose. That's the one that you chose, Divorcelli. It's still winning by 2% over Wikipedia. Oh my god, he is coping so hard. He's so bitter and repugnant. How do people listen to him? Good question. These guys are like they're 17 years old on the mature side. What's Mr. Wikipedia doing now? I stepped away for a bit. He's coping and seething. He is coping and seething.
Right, and it's like it's so obvious what's going on, but I do think that a lot of people get duped, like good-natured people that have some biases get duped into like reactionary framing on that issue. It's like bullying. It's wrong. It's bad, sure, but it's like when you make that comparison, when you
bullying. So saying a slur to nobody or at whatever, that's bullying. But calling somebody a racial slur if they're white, that's not bullying.
Wait, Frogan didn't call Ludwig a racial slur. Okay, first of all, cracker's not a racial slur. Second of all, Frogan was talking about Ludwig's take. Frogan was not directing that at Ludwig himself, was not calling Ludwig anything, right?
flatten it.
Can't you let like Ludwig be mad about this or not? Coping and seething.
Out and say like this is all bigotry and it's all unacceptable, and the people saying that are literally also saying the N-word simultaneously.
Simultaneously or in response to saying like, well, why is it okay to do this but not this? It's not like everybody was saying the N-word and then somebody said the C-word and be like, oh my god, no, that's not okay. It's more like, damn, that's crazy. White people or other people.
It's more like you never stopped doing it. It's more like you never fucking grew up. It's more like you remained Peter Pan for so long that you became Captain Hook.
Can call white people slurs. Well, what about this word? Oh, now you're saying the N-word. You don't think we should say the word? Like, I think people are probably just like, oh, probably just shouldn't say racial slurs, or at least not at people, right?
I'm like, well, you don't think that
again? Frogan didn't do that.
Kind of bigotry is unacceptable at all. Kind of seems like
really. Who's defending that? God, I hate that. I hate the wired people more than Hassan on this. The fact that they're just sitting here like eating this up. God, they're so lazy and stupid.
You're making this a talking point because
wait, what is this?
You want to expose hypocrisy where no such hypocrisy exists. So that's I try to.
What is this?
Remember those 50s hat-sporting fathers who stayed married, supported their families, and repressed women? Well, they're headed for extinction. In the majority of U.S. cities, young women are now higher paid and more educated than their male counterparts. This has not stopped the Globe and Mail's Margaret Wente from recently warning us about the dangerous male energy still...
Wait a minute. Is this an AI? Am I getting an AI here? Isn't it supposed to warn me if it's an AI? Because I know that like there's an issue. Like if I show AI, then I gotta like say, like this is AI.
Men with less testosterone are nicer, more social, and less aggressive, she says. Such men won't, quote unquote, wreck the world. At this point, Wente should know that it's the testosterone-laden man who is most attractive when women are fertile. When it comes to this serious business of sex, women will choose a testosterone-charged world wrecker most of the time. What then is a sensible girl to do? Ms. Kate Bollock provides some answers in the cover story of...
What? Did Destiny debate Gorka? Did Destiny debate Gorka?
Every part of Donald Trump's foreign policy...
The era of the pajama boy is over, Mr. Dvorstany. Mr. Dvorstany.
I would look that up.
Oh my god, trigonometry, you finally did something good.
Out of my depth? Okay.
When are we going to watch this, chat?
The analysis is childlike to defend Trump, right?
Oh no, this is so good.
Right? Wars don't just come out of nowhere. There's a buildup for how these things happen.
So what he...
Gorka
just did is he said the conditions for the largest slaughter of Jews since 1945...
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking...
communists invading radicals and Gorka.
...by President Trump.
A lot of the stuff that he did during his presidency was kind of a build-up to the frustrations that would obviously come out on October 7th and that horrible terrorist attack.
It's because...
Wait, actually, that's a good point for once. Wow.
Nobody...
I don't know if he's talking about what I'm thinking, but yeah, the cutting the Palestinians out of the negotiations was a really bad idea, and that's something that Trump that's what Kushner was doing during the Trump administration.
Fears the senile old man in the White House who talks to dead people and thinks his wife is his sister. That's why the world is...
What about the man in the White House that thinks that his daughter is his wife?
On fire.
You don't want to miss this. Yeah, you're not kidding. Wow, that's pretty good content there. That's some good Gorka tent. Oh my god, what am I trying to click on this one? Yeah.
Use that as a teachable moment for other people who listen.
Teachable moment.
Who are the other streamers that you do like that are focusing on politics coverage right now and doing it well?
There's a lot of great people. You got Sean the Black, Frogan.
Why does he never get any pushback on these podcasts? Because these people are all bought into the same Zoomer socialist bullshit aesthetic, right? Like these are the same. Like the peak moment for Hassan's life was him, sitting as coming from a billionaire family with some poor Venezuelan kid on my Discord crying, and Hassan's trying to tell him why actually Venezuela is going great, and this poor kid saying like my family lost our entire life savings and we eat rats on the street, and Hassan's like you just don't understand. Like it's just like this weird, it's unironically it's like the white savior trope, but it goes in the other way for progressives.
What?
Caroline Kwan, Central Committee, there's advocacy exists. So that's, I try to use that as a teachable moment for other people who listen.
Who are the other streamers that you do like that are focusing on politics coverage right now and doing it well?
There's a lot of great people. You have Sean the Black,
Sean the Black, who just made the death threat against me.
Rogan.
Anybody know, what did Sean the Black say? What exactly did Sean the Black say? It is really a bop, isn't it? A billionaire family? Yeah, I don't know about the Gorko tent. Something like that. I was trying to make the portmanteau work. Do you think that that might be because of the restrictions? Yeah, that we put on Venezuela. Just maybe. Just maybe. Sheer word salad from this man. From Mr. Dvorstiny.
Rogan, who started the whole cracker discourse by using racial slurs against white people, also celebrated October.
Rogan invented the word cracker, apparently. That's
7th.
She invented anti-white racism. He didn't say anything. He said he said a could words, then used his I didn't know that. Thank you, Resonate. That makes more sense now. Okay, so he literally censored himself.
Caroline Kwan, who said that Palestinians and Christians and Jews all live together happily in Palestine in the year 0, who said I shouldn't exist.
What? Wait. How does the year 0 work? I forget, chat. Is the year 0 when Jesus was born? Or is this year 0 when Jesus died? It's really neither of them, right? Because like I said, there's not Jesus, there's Jesus. There's multiple Jesuses, but
Central Committee, these are
Mike from PA, the guy who said that he just named 4 insane people in a row. These are all insane people. Mike, the guy who said that if I show up at an event, he's got enough lawyers to fucking light up, show up. What's the word I'm looking?
Yeah, the plural of Jesus.
Term I'm looking for. On site me,
there are a lot of Twitch streamers specifically.
It's the year that he was born. Okay, well, I guess there weren't any Christians around at the time.
Also do political coverage
But look, I didn't know that either. I know it's something happened to Jesus in the year 0.
Another one,
I don't know who that is. Probably insane.
Low. So there are definitely content creators that are doing this sort of thing. But beyond that, I would say, in the YouTube space, there's a lot of essayists that are great. They write a lot of YouTube essays. They do a lot of YouTube commentary. They're great. There's a lot of great people overall. None of them engage in debates.
And this was 1 day ago. So he knew about all of this. It's so wild that he's worse than any Nazi because he gets mainstream support doing it. At least the Nazi people. Fuentes and
what?
All these guys have to think so hard about.
Yeah, he's worse than any Nazi.
Hide their shit with irony, and these guys don't even have to think about it. They just openly say "Oh, I support this dude who calls for death threats," but it's okay.
To be fair, Sean did hide what he said with the bleep.
Because that guy's white or Cuban, depending on how I want to insult him.
Great. I hate people.
Only for you. Yeah.
No, I do
spoke to you.
Wait, does he not understand you can be both? What? What?
The Sam Cedar Steven Crowder debate
and
how stupid it was.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Debates are just purely for entertainment. I think it can have an educational component to it for sure. But overall, it's not about who's fat.
Yo, Wicked Supreme's in his chat. I didn't know that guy was still around.
Or solid. It's more so about who says them.
Wicked Supreme looks like a frazzled Captain Hook without his pirate outfit.
More solid way.
I'm pretty sure the dude has a hook.
Also, it's the theatrics.
Am I wrong? Does Wicked Supreme not have a hook?
It's a good way to maybe bring some people over to your side in the margins, but overall, it's not activism. It's not doing something meaningful. It's not even
it's not activism or doing something meaningful, convincing people that you're correct about a thing. By the way, that's all of politics. You fucking retard, right? If you look at the founding,
there's something very Petersonian about how Destiny's cadence right here. I love how much how much he self-reports with openly saying he likes Nazis more. Yeah, basically.
The country, if you look at like any big people arguing in Congress over amendments that you're trying to pass, the founding fathers, literally.
What about the founding fathers?
Writing fucking pamphlets and
shit. They wrote the Thomas Paine. What are you talking about?
Try to debate people into
They're to debate people. Oh my God, Steven, lay back on the Vyvanse. Ease up on the Vyvanse.
Hey, here's why you should support the federalization of our country. Here's why you should support writing pamphlets and shit. The Federalist Papers, writing
pamphlets so that they didn't have to pay their taxes and they could fucking run the country instead of so they could form their own landed gentry to fucking run the country and disenfranchise everyone else and compromise with the South for slavery for for 75 more years.
Literally debating people on politics. Here's my political opinion. Here's why I think it's right. Please support it so we can have a fucking country. No, debate isn't real politics. What real politics actually is me
Please go out and put on Native American face so you can do the Boston Tea Party so that we can take over the country and pay less taxes.
Driving home from Starbucks in my $300,000 car so that I can get in my $3 million house so that I can come into my $5,000 or $50,000 or $150,000 a month job to tell you about why socialism is the best thing ever. Like, that's real politics.
That's real coping and seething.
Also learning the talking points.
Which honestly makes Twitch so interesting.
Yeah, people don't learn about an issue. They just learn the talking points. Anyway, so this is why the Western colonialist power, Israel, is an apartheid genocidal regime that is bent on the eradication of the Palestinian people.
It's not, doing something meaningful. It's not even like genuinely learning about an issue. It's more so learning the talking points.
Which honestly makes Twitch so interesting as a platform for all of it.
It's a weird way to deflect from 40,000 dead in Palestine. That's a weird way to deflect.
This was not what it was made to do.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like this is a good point to end our chat on. Thank you so much for talking about all of this with us. And let's take a moment and then come back for.
So that wasn't even. I mean, I guess he said more. So Destiny's Zestiny. Why am I calling him Zestiny? I'm sorry, Chad. I'm not trying to say anything here. He that's the least of the problems there. He just focused in on one little part of the interview where I guess Hassan talked about Destiny.
I love how he always pretends he is some kind of Zen-like balanced teacher on these shows when he just screams ad hom hatred of people who don't align 100% with him. Teachable moment. Yeah, teachable moment. Like, I'll be unhinged. I'll be unhinged on shows. I think it's probably a little bit more unhinged on my stream than if you see me. But, like, I'll argue with people, like Jordan Peterson and stuff. But I usually go on more disagreeing shows than agreeing ones. So I can't.
What is the point with, like, honestly, like, chat, I mean, listen, I mean, it's probably good entertainment. It's probably a lot of fun. But what is the point of talking to Peterson? Like, can you really make an argument that, like, no, this is one of the great minds of our time, and I disagree with him on things, but I feel like it's really important to add that voice of reason, pushback on Peterson's excesses. He's right about these things, but I don't. What is his argument? He is very mad, Jules. It sounds like envy. It sounds like coping and seething. It sounds like jealousy. He's a hater
whatsoever. But yeah, Hassan
goes. He hates Destiny.
He's like, yeah. So I look for teachable moments. I look for teachable moments through the.
The chatter just described Destiny. He is hysterical. Like he has a crush on Hassan, slowly growing insane because he is not reciprocated. I mean, look, listen. Like they were, they were doing a lot of content together. And had he not burned Hassan for content, like the people that he's complaining about that he thinks have like gate kept him out, would maybe be his friends as well, right?
Through all the fighting and the agony of the online discourse, and I try to help people.
He literally, yeah, guys, don't try to find any consistency in Destiny. Yeah, he literally just said that wasn't politics.
Go to a better, and then on his stream, it's like, this is why Divorcelli is a fucking cock. Don't always agree with you, but always respect your analytical reasoning. So maybe you can explain. As one of 0.5% of Israeli Jews voted for.
Okay, honestly, Destiny, if not that you're listening, but the reason that you get called that word, that C word, is because of your reaction to it. Because you let it get to you. It literally doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. You can have an open marriage. You can have a not open marriage. Like, it's not a real thing. It's not like only right wingers care about that shit. Okay. On the real, like half of the people that are making fun of you for that, they're only doing it because it gets to you.
Parties, and my PhD was on increasing support for a PA state. I can't understand.
Yeah, he gets really upset over little things.
What the protests expect us to do?
What the protests expect us to do?
That was 1 out of 2 donos. The protesters have no solution for anything. They have no idea, but
they have a place to start, which is better than what you have. Your answer is ethnic cleansing, and you said as much. And as much as you've done research, as much as, and yeah, no, not just on Wikipedia, okay? You're happy? You happy? Not just on Wikipedia, right? As much as you've done research, that view has not changed.
And then that to end it, yeah. Okay.
My blood pressure hurts for him, says Vanity Panic.
I'll see you in 40 minutes on the anything else downstairs. I love you guys.
What aren't you supposed to say, what is it, like, something Pacino, Mochaccino, Al Pacino? Frappuccino, Cappuccino, Al Pacino, Mochaccino, or something? I can't remember. Mocha... How do you even spell Mochaccino? Frap... No, Al Pacino. Is this from Zoolander? Can anybody help me out here? There's like a Destiny thing, I just can't remember it. I think it's like a speaking exercise that he used to do before debates. Anybody remember? It's like Hassan is rich, so he can't be a socialist. Yeah, you can't be poor either, though. You got to understand. You got to be just the right, have just the right income to be a socialist. You're only allowed to be socialist if you have the median income. Mochaccino. Oh my god, I can't remember it. I don't even know how to spell it. Because I never buy coffee. Well, Honey Looper, you're allowed to like the streamers that you like. All right, you don't need my permission for that. If you find Mr. Dvorstany compelling, that is, you know, we're not trying to do the what is it called, like the social, what is the thing called? What, it's like a thing where you like make somebody else do something because all of you are doing it too. Oh my god, I can't think of what this is called. I can't think of what anything is called. I think he picks his position just so he can rage on Hassan. I don't get why people like Destiny or Jordan Peterson are so popular. They both seem so empty. Honey Looper, can you remember what he used to say? That what Destiny used to say with the Mochaccino, Cappuccino, Al Pacino thing? That was the one thing I liked about Destiny, right? That and the gnome. He got gnomed. Do you know what I'm getting gnomed? He used to get gnomed all the time, and it was so good. I think when someone has an unhinged cadence, it's useful to engage with the underlying point. What's the underlying point? Can you help us with that? Because like I'm just hearing a lot of coping and seething, but maybe there's the point underlying the coping and seething. Destiny gets gnomed. Haha, this is my favorite.
Well, it's a video. The guy's like, "Oh, you old chum," and then some little shit some fucking dad probably made this like for his kid's fucking second grade birthday party.
He's playing like the Nintendo that people play Tetris on. Like the really old Nintendo.
I'm not a goblin. I'm a gnome. And it's just the dumbest fucking shit in the universe.
Well, let's talk about friendships for a minute. Here's how you know if someone's your friend. A, you can tell them, I'm not a...
He got gnormed. Yes, chat, he got gnormed. He IP banned this person. They will never be on DGG again. $72 hours, sorry, 72-hour ban.
Jesus Christ. Should make an arena in hell and fight the Moonlord there? Why, does he take damage in lava or some shit?
Wait, there's a Moonlord in Terraria? We were trying to figure out a game, chat, for the premium streamium so chat could play with me, and we thought of Terraria because I think you can have like multiple people on a server. He got gnomed.
I guess from an individual point of view, maybe. I haven't thought about these issues as much, okay? So I'm.
Oh, there's a gnome!
Paste this here. You said you didn't do this shit. Oh no, I put the thing in the screen. God damn it. I'm sorry. Make another one. Copy paste this or copy it before it gets deleted. I dragged the window around. My bad.
It's the most replayed.
Oh my god. I just clicked this fucking link.
Yo, he got gnomed.
You fucking cuck boy. It gets stuck like Velcro on my head. So I actually really did enjoy the experience of having a shape up.
Started.
Yeah, how did that?
Wait, did somebody gnome him here? They gnomed! They gnomed! Not a goblin! I'm not a elf! I'm a gnome! Twitch streamers getting gnomed.
Hello, old chum. I'm not a elf. I'm not a goblin. I'm a gnome, and you've been no.
Chat, you just got gnomed. I just gnomed myself. I just gnomed myself for science. Okay, we did it for science. Oh my god.
Be careful.
Uh-oh.
Fuck me. Tomorrow we'll go over the
He just told me to be careful. It's like Steven Crowder saying not watch it.
the what video? The Willie Mac video.
Oh my god, like you were coping and seething so hard.
You are coping
and seething.
You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yeah.
Divorced-any.
Of this. Precautions for moving.
Good night, Miss Hire.
You gave me the wrong page. Why I read that wrong?
Oh, we got wigglers. We got wigglers. We got K-Flogus wigglers.
Person, but I feel like
that's so wholesome.
I feel like there should be mainstream media coverage, like blowing up Twitch.
Tell K-Flogus I like his wigglers.
The idea.
Wait, no, wait, he's gonna take that the wrong way. He's gonna think that's like he's gonna take that in some sexual way.
Openly make death threats on that platform and are being supported by the largest political streamers or the largest political streamer on that platform. That's really wild to me. Like, if I actually got murdered, do you think that I feel like it would cause some damage to Twitch's?
Don't get murdered.
Like
that's your solution.
That Amazon owns. I feel like that would become really toxic. Like some.
Like, don't stop holding yourself hostage. Stop holding yourself hostage, Gnomestiny.
Supporting other people calling for death threats. That's wild. I understand that I'm white, and I guess like not progressive enough, so they don't care that much. But I'm honestly black.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I played that. So if you don't know, the Copacabana thing is something that Tipster plays a lot. Like Tipster is famous for his soundboard. All right, he's got a soundboard. We've got some of the sounds on my soundboard just because I don't know. It's like that's like if you watch Tipster's stream, you'll. Now I feel like I'm advertising Tipster, right? Obviously, the reason that we the reason that we talk about Tipster is that he's so cringe. He's defended like Lolly multiple times. Like he just like he defends the wrong people like over and over again, and he's fucking cringe. That's
cheers, my dude.
This is Tipster.
No homo.
Yeah, great LGBT ally there with the no homo. That's our dude.
I have to think people would.
But yeah, it actually fits here. This is actually a coping and seething kind of situation.
Or connect the dots if that happened. Oh, maybe. I think that
Gnomestiny.
As much as I hate this, it really is really annoying.
Dingus Gambit.
I don't like responding to personal attacks that much because it just it's kind of boring and it's kind of like meh. So like when I cover Hassan and I'm like obsessed, it's usually because Hassan is saying something that in my mind is like, this is wild. Like, why is he talking about this, like this particular political thing, like the Houthi interview or misinformation about Israel-Palestine or some debate that he did. But then whenever they're covering me, it's just like this unhinged, like personal attack shit. And it's like, what am I going to respond with? Like, we can go over like the Mike compilation again, or we can go over like Hassan's, you know, calls me a cuck and like dated a porn star. Like, it seems kind of weird. Or making fun of me for my, you know, failed relationships when he doesn't have any. Like, it's just kind of weird.
Again, I don't know. I think you're overestimating how invested Hassan is in calling you a cuck. It's literally because it gets to you. That's the reason that most of the people that say that aren't like Nick Fuentes and shit are saying that because it gets to you. No other reason.
We can watch this real quick, I guess. I'll do the Willie Mac video tomorrow. God, I don't want to waste much fucking time on this.
Socialist with
God, he's such a weirdo creepo. And he gets to go on a show with just like people that are just like his total fucking...
Wait, did I accidentally put it back?
All like these Zoomer socialist white people archetypes.
Yeah, we put it back somehow.
So turning these...
Oh, and he's got his like fucking...
I don't know how we did that.
California, boy. 100K a month? Maybe close to that, yeah. For 10 million views a month.
Is he coping about David Pakman too?
Very polished content. Pakman, down the unhingedment. I was so gentle to Candace and Jordan, and they us to do. I don't know. That was 1 out of 2 donos. The protesters have no solution for anything. They have no idea. But be careful. The Willie Mac video.
Oh yeah. Willie Mac did another Hassan video. It's more boring than the last one. It's literally just like he supports Palestine.
The fuck out of here, you fucking moron. Toning down the unhingedment. I was so gentle to Candace and Jordan, and they both went and cried afterwards. No, I'm not toning it down any more than that. I have no desire to talk to people if it just has to be like a mutual suck fest where both of us get on our knees and fucking suck each other off for 2 hours on the fucking camera. I'd rather kill myself.
There's a theme going on. A very homoerotic theme, but a theme nonetheless.
Where's that one guy that I told to buy fucking Tide?
And I just wonder why that's a pejorative. Like, why is that the bad thing? It's like, you know, anything you want to describe as bad, you compare it to gay sex, and it's just like, wait, what?
Fucking container, Jesus.
This is like an Alec Gunter thing.
I really think Destiny was too critical in that comment. Yeah, he's on some podcast crying about how Destiny just wants to be right, and he was too mean and argumentative, and fuck. Okay. Why Pakman isn't as popular as Hassan or you? He seems to be very informed and has very polished content. Pakman, I think might...
Wait, isn't Pakman pretty big?
More popular than me.
Yeah, he is more popular than you.
Pakman exists. There's a separate world of like...
I mean, look, here's the deal. Pakman is a YouTuber. YouTubers are going to have more views, more reach, and less engagement. In other words, there's less people that are hardcore Pakman fans, but there's more people that occasionally watch a Pakman video, right? There's short videos. They bang in the algorithm. It's
online politics that's very divorced from like the Twitch, YouTube, like debater sphere or like political personality sphere. Like Josiah,
it's more like MSNBC
is thriving in that environment right now, right? Like Pondering Politics, you might not know who he is. He comes on stream sometimes, and you maybe see him on Twitter.
Here we go. We watch this guy on the premium and streamium.
Doesn't have that much engagement. You're like, oh, it's just like a little Destiny orbiter. But his channel is doing phenomenally right now. Like the engagement.
Right. And he talked about that specifically. He's not going for engagement. He's going for he's going for the algorithm.
Long form content is insane. Right? 10 to 15 million views. This is
Wait, that's views. Bud, that's not wait, what do you think engagement is? Like what's the point of having a word for engagement if we're just going to be meaning views when we talk about engagement?
Like 100K a month in ad revenue. Like he's killing it right now. But the circle that he exists in right now is very, very, very different. And even when I look at Dave Rubin, I saw that. Dave Rubin is doing really well as well. But yeah, David Pakman. No, it's the Pakman Show. He live streams certain events. He's doing 100K a month.
Wait a minute, do I have a better Social Blade rating than David Pakman? How the fuck is that?
Be close to that, yeah. For 10 million views a month, maybe, yeah.
I feel like I'm a B-. I can't remember. I don't think the grade means anything. Oh, there we go. B+. That's more like it.
Deepak is streaming really big events. He's getting like 50K plus concurrent viewers, isn't he? Like, the views are really, really good. Have you scheduled a lunch with Ben Shapiro yet? Or
I think what they're saying is that they don't hear about David Pakman as much. And the reason is that if you watch Destiny and, you know, if you watch like, you know, Destiny Hassan drama and shit like that, like, I don't know, it's like the David Pakman is somewhere else in the algorithm, right? I don't get recommended David Pakman that often, but yeah, he's big. He's really big. Calling for violence again. Wait, who called for violence? You're going to find the clip? Wait, what did I ask for? Chat, do you remember what I asked for? Honey Looper's willing to find the clip. I'm willing to believe this. I just wish to see this. I believe people regard him as pro-Israel, more pro-Israel than he is. It's like, of all the times to be pro-Israel, when there's 40,000 bodies stacked up, that's a weird time, right? It's like being a Vosh fan. Okay, no, don't compare it to that. Don't compare it to that. Don't compare it. I'm sorry, chat. I'm not going to boil everything down to streamer drama. He doesn't seem to condone violence, but acknowledges when negotiation fell, but to Palestinian reluctance. What he didn't tell you, right, was that the negotiation fell through because Israel didn't want there to be an agreement. They poison pilled that shit. They put something in the agreement that was a non-starter, right? And if you want to reach an agreement, you don't push forward non-starters, right? So you just got told a narrative. You just got told a story about negotiations, and you know, it's complicated. I don't blame you for just like relying on somebody who seems to do a lot of research, who seems to be curious as your source. But I gotta tell you, he had made up his mind before October 7th. Do we need to show this? I've been meaning to show this. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? I don't have that much more time, but I do want to... It's the Copacabana. Not trying to show you that. Oh, here it is. All right, so this is September of 2023. Destiny. On a panel. This became a controversial subject, right? I was talking about the fact that my problem with Destiny isn't so much the fact that he does, you know, that he fucks with Wikipedia, right? If you don't know about a subject at all, Wikipedia can be a decent starting point, right? It can give you other sources to look at. Those other sources can give you other sources. So I'm not like, if you like, I'm trying to be real, right? Sometimes the conversation is just like a back and forth. Sometimes it's a shit fest. Sometimes people feel like Destiny's not engaging with them in the best of faith, so they'll use bad faith against him, and they'll just boil it down to Wikipedia. But if you want the real answer is this. Destiny had his mind made up before October 7th about this issue. And his quote-unquote research into Israel-Palestine has been to justify his predetermined position. Now, if you tell me that Destiny was pro-Palestinian, way back in the day, you're actually right. But you got to go back to when he was arguing against the alt-right to really find a lot of that stuff, right? Yeah, you can find Destiny arguing pro-Palestinian positions like way back, long time ago. And you can put them up against, his current takes, and you will see old Destiny own new Destiny. You will see a debate between old Destiny and new Destiny, and old Destiny like cooks him, right? So, yeah, there is like a historical precedent for Destiny being somewhat pro-Palestinian, but, he took a turn in content around the time that he started hanging out with Hassan, and he decided that there was more to be gained from going anti-leftist, going anti-Hassan, than there was, with doing whatever he was doing, trying to learn about like leftism or whatever he was doing before, right? So that's when he changed, right? And you know, for a long time, he's been this guy that you're about to hear. Let's see how much time I have left. Oh my God, chat, I'm so like pressed for time here. Oh God, can we get it in?
Okay. Wait, are you in the middle of a show or something?
No, we're all just dogging on Darius right now.
What do you want? I just found out about the Israel.
A little bit of
I never get a chance to actually play this whole clip.
Jerusalem and making more like settlements in the West Bank.
Wait, Israel and Jerusalem? I thought Jerusalem was the capital of Israel.
Oh, isn't Tel Aviv the capital? Am I wrong about that?
Is that not a city in?
It's a city, but it's kind of like split. I think it's split almost in half. I don't know if it's split in half, but like Palestinians on the eastern side of Jerusalem and made a fuck ton of progress, but that's what people are upset about. They want Israel to give back the land that they stole, well, conquered during the 6-Day War. But Israel says
when was the 6-Day War?
Bro,
yeah, he's completely mixed up between 3 different historical incidents at this point. Like, to be fair, he doesn't know much at this point, but what he does have is like kind of a reflex, and his reflex, even back then, even back in September before October 7th happened, is to support Israel.
60s?
You're my historian, bro. This is why I have you as a friend, to ask you questions.
Clearly, Google it. Yeah, it was in 67.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but the issue is that like when Israel basically without getting too much into it, 3 countries tried to attack Israel all at the same time, and somehow they all 3 lost. And Israel conquered a whole bunch of fucking land when all of them lost, and then Israel gave a little bit of it back, but they held on to a lot of it. And a lot of this land is occupied by Palestinians. So Israel holds on to a lot of that land to the chagrin of a lot of Arabs in the Middle East who are upset and wanted to give it back. But Israel's like, well, you know, if we give this back, you know, we're just going to get bombed and attacked from this land, so fuck you guys. And yeah.
I see. What do you think's the right move?
Here we go. This is the money shot right here.
I'm pro side. Like it sounds really shitty, but like I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where.
Okay, so now like look, what he said before was shitty, right? But we can say that if you want to tell me he was joking, he wasn't serious, he was exaggerating, sure, whatever. Let's see what else he has to say.
It is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like
September 2023.
Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's like ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like there is because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's like a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And
there we go.
I don't know. It's really shit. Truthfully, the answer is like there's no good answer. It's hard. It's hard. It's a really, really complicated situation.
Well,
Because it seems like appeasing either end basically means like kind of the destruction of the other end. If you give the Jewish people what they want, Palestinians are essentially permanently cucked out of what they feel is their rightful homeland. And if you give Palestinians what they want, then probably a lot of Jewish people are going to die. Yeah.
That's true. I mean, it makes sense because the Palestinians just have to move, but the Jews, like, this is their only steadfast, and if they lose this, then they're completely fucked because everyone hates them all around them.
Kind of.
They're in a sea of enemies.
Make the argument that Jewish people can go back to living in Europe and the United States and they don't have to be in the Middle East at all. But another problem too, and I think this is one of the worst arguments, is people will use historical right to land. But like, truthfully, who the fuck
that's what I was thinking at first, is they've been there the longest.
But I mean, like, there's a historical right to land as in, like, look in the Bible what it says. And then there's historical right to land as in, like, my father has a key around his neck. He was alive during the Nakba where his house was taken over. You know, the right of return, people being able to go back to their homes is something that, you know, that lots of Palestinians want, right? He's kind of, you know, confusing those two ideas between like a truly historical claim and, you know, a claim within with a generation that's still alive.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what is Prussia? You know, where's Yugoslavia? You know, like, historical rights to land don't mean dick all in the world, and that's not how politics works. You don't get to say, like,
do you think they shouldn't mean dick all?
No,
you think, like, conqueror strength overall?
No, I'm just saying that where the borders are now, like, means something, and to go back to, like, well, in 1974, my land was taken from me, well, in 1922, like, if we play that game, like, the natives should run the whole fucking world. That doesn't make any sense. I just don't think it makes sense to do, like, land that way,
Okay, interesting. All right, thanks for explaining. Have fun.
Venus on her hot girl walk. Thanks, guys.
Okay, how many minutes do we have? How many minutes do we have? Okay, Shakespeare says like 26% of the entire Jewish population in Israel, 26% of the entire Jewish population in Israel is not even born in Israel. Yeah, so Crimea is Russia. Yeah, that like is Russian. Let me look at chat one last time. But yeah, like there's more to that clip than that. I want to have a time to actually. We also wait. We also kind of want to. I said that I was going to rewatch What If Alt Hist's manifesto, and I mean it. I'm going to still try to do that. Yeah, it's been 10 years. Get over it. Exactly. Like, just like try to apply this argument anywhere else, and you're going to end up defending something that you know you shouldn't be able to defend. No, Shakespeare, I can't keep streaming on Shorts because I've actually got a house meeting with my roommates. We got to discuss some stuff. Straighten some stuff out. Wait, rename these alt-right shows the White Powder Hour? Douchebagstony did not make the poll? Yeah, that is... I mean, there's a lot of things. Divorcelli looks like it totally crushed. It wasn't even close at the end. I wanted Mr. Octoberelli to come from behind. Like, right? To win the World Series. But no. No such luck. But anyway, I kind of gave you, like I've been wanting to do this for the Destiny fans that keep watching my videos and saying that I'm mischaracterizing him, saying that he's, not actually that he educated himself and that's why he supports Israel now. And it's just not true. It's just not true, right? You got to go way back to like 2017, 2018, whatever, to find Destiny supporting Palestinian causes, and that's back when he's debating against alt-righters. That's back when he and Hassan are on the same team. Yeah, we were watching Destiny just a little bit, but I've got to go now, chat. I've got to ad break in 4. Yeah, we gotta wait. What? Oh shit, we gotta go. All right, much love, chat. I got a hard break now. I will see you on Tuesday. I'm planning on Tuesday or Wednesday. Anyways.